Hello, VOD viewers. Today, first of all, I got one from YouTube ready to go. We're gonna try something new this time. We're gonna have a focus every coaching stream. This time is gonna be positioning as a follow-up to the circle video that is not out yet, but I'm going to have it'll reference this where we're working in timelines and moving around. Anyways, going forward, we'll have a topic for every coaching stream, so people who are interested in improving different elements of their game will be able to like go through VODs, check timestamps for like heroes they play, ranks, whatever. And we will start with this Jakiro, who did not strictly ask about positioning, so I'm sorry, Jakiro player. I will kind of answer your question, but the focus will be on the positioning. And then anyone who submits a game today, we will also require them to be... We will be picking the questions that are related to positioning. Spidey Supreme, Colonel Pike, what's up? Hope you're having a good one. I think I am. I woke up a little early because of there's a really loud thunderstorm last night. Or I guess this morning, so I'm kind of awake earlier than usual, which is why the stream's starting technically on time. It's usually, I feel, we actually start a little late, but later than I mean, so I'm actually on point technically today.
Big Daddy gifted a tier 1 sub to Pugna.
Clearly uses alerts and notifications. Thank you so much. There's Zuki. Yeah. Zuki has become part of the stream. It's tradition now. Thank you so much. Mr. Mango, Z, how you guys doing? Oh, I'm glad you like the support series. Thank you, thank you. I am we'll see. I keep thinking about redoing some of the older stuff. The game's kind of different than when I made it all, you know? So it's like, it's a lot of work, and it feels weird because it repeats. And then, YouTube-wise, it's like, I'm gonna compete with my own videos, which is kind of funny. But I think with the next big patch, when it settles, I'm going to seriously consider revisiting some of the, support series. The most recent revisitation was, an ultimate guide to whatever, you know? And I think that one was good. It's still fairly relevant even now, but it's, it's fading more and more as time goes on. So yeah, I think we'll wait for the next big patch, and then we'll consider redoing it once we learn it ourselves, of course. Okay, let's start with this one. I screenshotted here. Okay, so this is a VOD viewer who isn't able to make it to the live streams. Thank you for watching the VODs. Okay, lane felt like it was going well, though I'm sure there's plenty I could do better, so we might zoom through the lane a little bit since that's not the focus. You don't think you felt like you played in the right areas after the lane. That's a very big problem that a lot of people have, so we definitely want to address that. You felt like you wanted to hold top and defend the tower, but maybe I should have been following Bloodseeker around getting kills. Okay, great. So I'll try to answer those questions, but then, like I said, the focus will also be on positioning this stream. Oh, wait, I almost forgot. I'm gonna pin these comments in the Twitch chat and YouTube so that help share that. Okay. Where's Jakiro? Here's Jakiro. Let's see how your lane went. I'm not going to worry as much about the timer. I'm going to start a 15-minute timer, just to have a rough idea of how long we're rambling for, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. I think you laned with Bloodseeker, or is that Medusa? Medusa mid, of course. So Bloodseeker safe lane. And then what did he build? Maelstrom. Okay. I'd say it's fine to... Bloodseeker is a carry, even though... Nah, it bothers me. Turn it back on. Bloodseeker as a carry could have a little bit more emphasis on kills compared to others, but I still think it's fine to leave him alone to farm, especially because he went Maelstrom, which is a perfectly fine farming item. Should I be breaking down positioning at the start? It's not the focus of your question. Maybe someone else who has more concern about the start of the game will emphasize it there. Let's go for... Let's jump ahead. Okay, actually, this is perfect. We'll go from here, because if you think you're winning the lane, this is around when you would start considering leaving the lane. You don't have to do it right away, but we would think about it. Looks like maybe we just had an attempt on Phoenix's life. Went okay. All right. Okay, you've got an observer, so if we could place that sometime when it's sneaky to do so, that'd be great. 6-minute rune could go, although this is not like a super heavy rune matchup. So if there's something else going on, you could do that instead. For you, for Circle Tech for Jakiro, this is your attack range, and then Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost can actually be manually cast a little bit further. So you actually want to use that when you use this, and that'll extend your circle of aggression, your harassment a little bit more, especially when just casually using Liquid Fire. When using Liquid Frost, you could cast it this far, but if you then have to do the auto attacks to follow up, then it's much shorter. So for when it comes to Liquid Frost, you still want to think about your harass potential range in terms of this circle. This was the casual harass. Of course, you can like dual breath into Liquid Frost, and then that's like fine. You'll still get damage, but if you can get the auto attacks, it's nice as well. Yes, that one's fine. That's like Liquid Fire poke at max range. You can consider moving in for denies after you like scare him away, like this one right here, you know? But it does look like Bloodseeker's handling it, and he's a carry who heals off of the last hits and denies, so actually leaving the free ones to him would be fine. This one, Liquid Frost came out, but then you're not actually attacking him. So in that case, Liquid Fire would be better. Otherwise, you like continue to harass. And because of these creeps, if you're like, oh, I don't want to tank too many creeps, Bloodseeker's low, he's backing in their tower, they could go on me. Totally fine with that, but then Liquid Fire. Can anyone send in a game? Of course. I can't guarantee I will be able to get to everybody's game, but everyone is free to submit it. I will try to get through as many people as we can while still providing useful feedback. But everyone is free to submit stuff. We are trying something new this week, though, which is that if your questions can pertain to positioning, amazing. That's going to be the focus. Looks like we have a slightly different idea of who to focus, and we would have a kill right now. All right, we got it anyways. Oh, look at that body block. Amazing. Okay, I don't feel like I've been emphasizing positioning all that much at this point, but whatever. Your question is about moving around, so like we'll start moving into that. Let's move. We just got a double kill. Really nice. It's about to be 7 minutes. You can attempt this, but Phoenix will respawn, and there's a very high chance if they see you move this way, they will TP here and be here for the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine. It's kind of an unfortunate result of like getting kills a little too early, is that it might actually help them refocus on this. For the rank, there is still a chance they will forget. So if you want to try, I'm up for it. Put the Observer down and then head over. Otherwise, put the Observer down and stack and start moving towards another lane. This one, since we have a mid Medusa. Let's see what you do. Okay, we move to the right. Does look like we're thinking about the Wisdom Shrine. I think the range creep might have seen you, though, which might help Phoenix know to be heading over. Self-observer here. I don't mind this. In terms of protecting yourself, this is not too bad, because the Wisdom Shrine is kind of worth stealing it. At the same time, for these guys, like in terms of protecting Bloodseeker, this one's not as useful as something further out. So usually I only like doing this when it feels more contested, like we are diving through this and like people are teleporting and stuff, then I like this. If I'm just going for like a sneaky mission, I think you kind of don't need this, especially because we didn't see Phoenix here. Like if we don't see Phoenix at the time of the shrine, like we're not going to see Phoenix at that point. So I don't really mind, but I will say, because we place as Observer, I actually know nobody is here. So you like stole this Wisdom Shrine, you're like, oh shit, I better get out. No one's here though. So like you can actually just walk back out here, save your teleport, and then you can actually twin gate. And then if Bloodseeker does need you, you'll have your teleport available. I feel like you're going to teleport here, and then we're going to realize I have nothing to do, and then we're going to twin gate or walk away, but it means like we wasted this for no reason. It's 100 gold, it's the mana, it's the cooldown, you know. So let's see what you end up doing. The Wisdom Shrine is great steal. I don't mean to like take away from that, you know. That's very good. Let's see where you go. Like, maybe you're thinking about a small pull, but at this point, the small pull doesn't matter that much because he can do things like this. He's like, I'm too scared to farm up here. I'm just going to farm this stuff, right? So this is where, from this, walk down to the Twin Gate, pop out here. Oh, look, Phoenix kill. I think that timing would be about right. Like, you'd actually pop up here in this fight. Not that you always know that's going to happen, but that could be something. We could have TP'd mid if it's a potential ganking type lane. Medusa's not really it, so like whatever, you know? Yeah, it's kind of your option. There's not really, I don't know, maybe TP here and double stack, but I mean, we TP'd after the Wisdom Shrine, so we'd be waiting for a while. So yeah, it's either mid or top. I think just walk down. More about positioning in the lane and team fights. Macro play positioning is kind of the question this Jakiro had. We can go into it, I suppose. We can like touch on it. Maybe there does need to be a differentiation. Depending what you're looking for. This sentry should actually be further up. Because, like, if the enemy is in the defensive position and they are scared and they're like, oh, we need an observer to see, they're probably placing it quite near their tower, somewhere around here, and maybe a little further out. It's very unlikely from a defensive posture they're placing anything over here, because you guys are aggressively pushing here. Like, how would they ever get back here? It would have had to been earlier in the lane. And if you think that's the case, then like, sure, but then like, isn't this kind of high up, you know? So if you're actually gonna sentry in this area, you would put it up further. I also don't think you even need this, because look at this tower. You have chosen to stay here and commit to it. We're taking the tower at least, so we're at least making the most out of the situation. And then you're not gonna play further, right? We're not like doing anything here. I'm gonna leave, and I'm gonna leave Bloodseeker to shove this lane and like farm like this. So even if they had a ward here, it wouldn't be really the end of the world. That sounds strange to say, like, shouldn't I still look for that? Kind of, but like, if it's a totally blind guess, for that reason, it would be a little bit okay if you didn't do it. Just to like lay out the logic. If you go for it, I don't care. I would just move it up. But I also think you could save this sentry. All right, let's leave. We are teleporting because there's a fight going on right now, so I don't mind. Otherwise, I would recommend walking out of here, twin gating. But let's take a look at this fight. These are our spell ranges, thinking about how far up we have to walk. And you're pretty good about it right now. Ice Path, Dual Breath. We only lost one. Maybe we'll even get Phoenix. Oh, Conga! Unfair. That's okay. All right, from here, your question of like, should I play with Bloodseeker or should I do my own thing? I definitely recommend you do your own thing. Play up here. Work on this tower. Double stack for Medusa when nothing's going on. Let's just make our way back top. Excellent. Oh, the old 10-minute Wisdom Shrine. Yes, excellent. You can actually dual breath from a little further away than you were. It's kind of minor. But if you are going to do it, so dual breath goes a little further than the cast range, so that's why if you're like doing this as safely as possible, somewhere where you are right now is pretty good, especially with a couple heroes missing. Your positioning is pretty good here. You can wait like a little longer because none of these creeps are low. Everything's focused on this banner creep. So this dual breath will push. I'm also not really in that much of a rush to push. But if you feel you are, it's kind of okay to do this. I'd probably recommend Liquid Fire the banner creep to get the CS. The Liquid Fire will damage the others. They will focus the others. And then as these guys get low, then you can dual breath. But then also keep in mind, you only have 1 point in dual breath because you're doing the modern like 1/1/4 build. So dual breath is actually 100 damage for 135 mana. So it's only really good for the slow and the move slow, the attack slow and the move slow on enemy heroes. The creeps, like, it doesn't matter that much. It's kind of expensive. Liquid Fire will actually be doing more damage at this point than dual breath. So I think you could just save this mana and like Liquid Fire this creep, wait, Liquid Fire again, and save yourself a little bit. You're full on mana, so it's not like that big of a deal. I'm just nitpicking. Okay, in the tree line's pretty good. Again, if you're looking for observers, you should be pushing it further down. Probably around here is very safe, and then you can mind game it. Because observers in this area are really common, and you're missing like a huge chunk of the enemy trying to leave their safe lane or play aggressive as they have been. So like observers around here are good. Or the next level is then like, okay, because sentries to check for that are so common, people have been putting it here or like here. So then if you feel one way or the other, you can like shift the sentry a little bit. Let's double check. Well, it doesn't look like they have one, so it worked out. But this is a little high up. You do this against like invis heroes, but they don't have any invis heroes. Checking even further back. Downside. All right, this is kind of related to positioning. So I don't mind checking this. Put the sentry down if you think something is over here. If there is a hero up here, they are seeing you ward right now. So potentially walking over this way, where you are now kind of blocked by line of sight from someone standing here, you can then like ward from here to over here. That'd be a little better. I would also ask you though what this observer is looking for. I suppose the best thing this thing looks for is the Magnus rotations, which is possible. But actually, if you put it like somewhere over here or somewhere on the left side, depending if we're over here, that will actually also see the Magnus rotations and give you power rune vision and potentially protect the triangle, which is where Medusa should be spending a lot of time, except I see she has moved towards the Dawnbreaker. So can't control that. But I actually think an observer out here would be a little better for the purpose of what you're trying to do. This one, if we're like playing and fighting and pushing, they actually come more directly, which this won't see as well. It will see a little bit people coming in this way. You have like kind of a passive lineup though, because you have a Medusa and a Bloodseeker. You can really only play around him. All right, so they're pushing this. If you guys want to come defend, you could. If you're trying to take this, like, I don't mind trading. It's not really on you. You and Ogre are up here. Is this the Dawnbreaker support, actually? It should be a Dawnbreaker core, right? Yeah. Medusa, I don't know. Actually, for a pub game, it doesn't really matter. Like, one of these two need to go, and then you two can come over. I guess you could come here first as well. As long as you're like, are we defending this? And then you go, and they're willing to come, then it's fine. Otherwise, just push this. You guys can get that. If you all focus it, I suppose. All right, this is fine. We're actually forcing a lot of rotation, so let's get out of here. This is why if we're not defending this, we want to push a little faster, because if they're done, they're going to come up here. So now it is going to be hard for you to take this tower, but it's a little out of your hands since these guys have been pretty passive. If that happens in your games, I recommend you put an emphasis on... Gee, why is it so loud? Put an emphasis on stacking. Position for this fight's pretty good. You're hanging around the edge. Yeah, I like that. Now we're getting a little far up. If your team is looking for more fights, it kind of makes sense. At the same time, you know, as heroes pop up here, here, when you are up front as Jakiro, it gets hard to initiate because your spells are like very linear, even if it's cone. So the further in the back you are while still in range, it's easier to line stuff up. I liked how most of this fight went. I think now you're stepping up a little too far, and it's kind of not necessary. kind of like this, where it's like, uh-oh, 3 different people. Who am I going for? I just want to like fall behind. So I'd actually prefer if we were like back here with the ogre. Now we're a little far up. Oops, split the pins. Yeah, actually we ended up dying for that. That's a good example of positioning. Well, at least we get the Kunkka. What's going on over here? Isn't that the wrong facet? You can do this. I actually don't mind it this game. Most people do the Twin Terror facet, that's true. But his team doesn't really have a bunch of lockdown. Like, Medusa is Medusa. She has Gorgon Grasp nowadays, but it's kind of awkward. Ogre's got his stun, but it's kind of short-ranged. Dawnbreaker's got Celestial Starbreaker, but it's kind of awkward. Ult is awkward, right? So Jakiro actually does need to contribute a lot of crowd control, and I would actually max this next. I guess we're about to find out if you now pivot over to maxing this. I would recommend doing that when you feel you need more crowd control. And if that's his logic, Icebreaker's fine. I think if you still want to go Twin Terror, that's also fine, because you'll still contribute Ice Path, and I would actually still probably max it second for that logic. Again, I kind of think you're just like putting sentries in common areas. I don't know. I don't feel like a strong... I get it, you know, like, it's not that uncommon to maybe have an observer in this area. At the same time, like, I don't know. I don't feel that strongly about it, that I have to commit this many sentries looking for it. And in terms of your items, I would probably buy Solar Crest this game, because you have a lot of right clickers and they have a lot of right clickers. I actually don't think you need the magic resistance and the barrier as much this game. Came back for the shrine. If you can come back earlier to stack, that's good. Anytime you have these like passive farmers, stacking will speed your game up. You are kind of playing a slow game. You just have to like watch people farm for a while and split push when you can. Which in that sense, if you want to max dual breath next, you know, I get it. If you want, okay, we left really far back here. You got really scared. The minus 10 seconds is kind of buggy lately. All right, so you got a little scared of PA. This is your XP range indicator. So even if we're not getting last hits, we should still get the XP if possible, if no one else is up here. And this is how far back it is. And we are like even beyond that, you know? Anywhere here is okay. Anywhere in here is okay. I know there's no observers in that tree line. So you can be over here and you would get XP. But all the way back here, this is too safe. It's okay to play safe in this situation, but this is too safe. I'm not getting anything out of this creep wave. I'm not making my way to stack, you know, as a trade-off. I'm just like scared and I'm hiding here. But this tree line is pretty much as safe as this tree line. If they're pushed up to here, then I'd be like in this tree. Actually, that's not true. I'd be like in this tree line. But this is like too scared. You actually want to be like over here. This is my attack range. So I get that creep. If you're really worried, you're like, I think they're about to jump me. You could get out. But I mean, your team does have 2 observers here. So feeling pretty good about like standing, like after you get this last hit, standing on this side and then like going for this one. And if it turns out they smoke to kill me, the position 5 Jakiro, then, you know, like so be it. But I think it's okay to get this one. I think you like, again, back off a little too much here. Get scared. We should join this fight. Let me see when you looked over. Alright, yeah. Here a little late. This is like a map awareness thing. I'm not going to sweat it too much right now. Kind of whiffed a little bit, but also not a lot of setup, so I get it. I won't worry about the spell casting. in terms of what you just did there. Going back to positioning. All right, fight just ended. You're actually on the losing end of the fight. If you're on the losing end of the fight, you should be really careful about going for sentries and observers. Let's pretend there's an observer here. Magnus has Blink Skewer. Kunkka has like the X-Boat combo. So if you are in vision, are we in range of those abilities? This is X. Fortunately, it's still kind of short range. But from where you are, like in this area, he could be anywhere in the river and catch you. And then as it gets longer, he could be like further back. And then this is the blink range. So he can be like around here and then blink skewer you back. He happens to be like pretty low. But I mean, he could do it, especially if he was a little healthier. So that's if observers are here. If sentries are here, you can kind of ignore this sentry for now, but like see how you go for it? It means we reveal ourselves. And so then I can't see this high ground. So as we go for this, we reveal ourselves, especially if there is an observer somewhere that we haven't seen quite yet. Or if there's not, I'm just revealing myself, hitting the sentry. And then the Kunkka's here, Phase Boots runs in and X marks me. Or Magnus like blink skewers me back if he's a little healthier, you know? So this kind of stuff is pretty dangerous. You got to think about where they could be. And this is why pushing mid is so hard, because of this high ground, low ground stuff and the like choke points. A lot of people don't properly like assess the danger of this area and this danger. I kind of feel like that's happening a little bit here, where I don't think you should feel as confident going for this D ward as you look to be. Sometimes it's good to exude, you know, a false sense of confidence, but I think this is a scary one. Yeah, so for example, they did have an observer here seeing all of this. We're still looking, we're still hugging the edge of the river. So without knowing where they are, it's like pretty dangerous. Kind of like this. Looks like that one was okay at the end. But just to show that, even with this observer here, by the time you see Magnus like enter the fog of war, like let's say Magnus is here with this observer and Ogre stands on the low ground, you kind of see like Magnus can blink, shockwave, skewer back by that point. Blink RP as well. Ogre then is like, no, it's fine, I can still come back in. Was that a little short? I feel like that skewer should have brought him under tower. All right, some of us end up dying for this. Hey, Kalali. I'm doing well. Hope you are too. I say we're focusing up on positioning today. I don't feel like I have been. Compared to the video, the level of depth I went into the video, I feel like I have not been going into it as much, because I was trying to answer the original question of like some map movement stuff. Maybe the next one, maybe one of you guys submit moments. Laning, team fight, stuff like that. We can break down positioning a little bit more. Okay, since we're trying to get the kill, it's fine. I would throw up Macro Pyre sooner. So like when you come in here and you do this, like Ice Path, drop it. Just like drop everything. I would probably drop Macro Pyre next. Ice Path, Macro Pyre, Dual Breath, Liquid Frost. I'm getting out like Ice Path to save this guy. Macro Pyre, because now it's guaranteed to hit in the Ice Path and it'll start getting the damage out. Dual Breath for the move slow to now keep them in the Macro Pyre longer and the attack slow to keep him alive longer, and then we end with Liquid Frost. Or Liquid Fire, if you're like, this is a really close fight, maybe I can slow the attack speed down, you can do it. But if they are affected by, if they're standing in Macro Pyre and you just hit them with Dual Breath, it's a lot of damage from Liquid Frost. So I'd probably do Liquid Frost onto the main hero. Don't conserve your, well, famous last words, but typically don't worry about conserving your Macro Pyre in the early game. If there's like a kill that like looks remotely close, just do it. The cooldown's relatively short. Would you be interested in critiquing a turbo game? You know, for the sake of positioning, turbo is also fine. We can do turbo games anyhow. I actually don't care. But with the focus of today being positioning, turbo is like, it's like we're just jump started into the mid to late game for regular Dota. So it'll be the exact same lessons. What's a top tier average GPM for position 1? I mean, it's kind of hard to say. It would depend on like what carry you play. Obviously, the higher the better. I don't really have a... I don't have a number off the top of my head. It's also less about GPM. In this case, so earlier we talked about dual breath value compared to like, I put all my points in liquid fire. This one, you actually do want to use dual breath because the way you positioned was really good. I actually wasn't even going to say anything, but I should compliment it, right? Like this positioning to push a lane when you're not sure where they are is really good. And then you showed yourself anyways by using liquid fire, which will reveal yourself. Dual breath will not reveal yourself. So even though it's not a lot of damage, that's better because it hides us. So if they're like, I'm this lone druid, I'm looking at this, and I happen to look at my mini map, right? Let me just show you, actually. So here I am, lone druid, I'm looking at the mini map determining, maybe I'm Magnus, I'm deciding where to go, right? And I don't see anyone right now, not sure. And then, oh, Jakiro is top, you know, there's Ogre. You actually even got pinged by, who's green? Phoenix pinged it. But if you dual breath from Fog of War, like this is what you see on your mini map. Like you don't see anything. You don't see like a little mini dual breath, you know, on the mini map. They have no idea unless they are looking here for the spell, which is why you will see high level MMR games, high pro matches. What am I saying? Pro matches, when they are looking like for stuff, they will click over to empty lanes. They'll sometimes check the creeps if they're affected by auras from someone standing in the like Fog of War. They'll look for spell effects like this to know where a team might be smoked, just staying in the fog, stuff like that. What was I about to say? First of all, if any of you have match ideas you want to share, I popped it up. But from the last week, let me know who you're playing. And then if it can be positioning related, any questions around positioning, that'd be great. If you don't have questions around positioning, I'm going to make it about positioning. I'm going to like find stuff about positioning for you. So I guess it doesn't matter. But feel free to submit them. Going back to that question about average GPM. I don't... Also, Chazmast. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the Prime sub. I missed that earlier. I don't know if I said that. I don't think I did. Thank you very much. For Flash Farmers, I'm going to say two separate things. If you hit like a 3-item timing around 25-ish minutes, that's going to be generally good. By 3-item timing, I mean you have your like power treads, you get your farming item, you get your next item, which for like a carry could be Manta, and then you get the third item. 25 is pretty good in my opinion. Somewhere between 25 and 30, pretty realistic for a lot of pub games. That's kind of just off the top of my head. I don't know the GPM value that connects to that. But the bigger lesson is that you play to your power spikes and you play to your differences. Having raw GPM, like in a game, what sounds better? 2 opposing carries, both at 900 GPM, like do you feel good about winning that game? Not really, because that guy's the same. Or you have 700 GPM, which is a lot less than 900 GPM, but the enemy carry has 500 GPM. That is a much better situation for you as a carry player. It doesn't matter that you had like min-maxed farmed. The other guy did the same thing, so you don't have an actual advantage unless your matchup is favorable. So that's kind of the bigger thing about playing carry. It's not about having a high GPM number on its own. It's about having a relatively higher than the opponents. And to do that, you want to play towards specific timings of like, I focused on farming because I needed this item. I got the item, so I started to do more aggressive stuff. You know, my cooldowns were happening, so I farmed. You know, they're available. I look to do stuff. That's more important. And then like farming aggressively is also more important. Notice at our point right here, 18 minutes in, 4K lead for the Dire, and then where are they all on the map? They're all on their own half of the map. That happens sometimes. But if you're winning, you want to be on the enemy's half. So, like, if I saw... This happens all the time in these replay streams. The carry is like, Zach, I have like 800 GPM. I'm losing. My team sucks. And then you go watch their replay, and they sit on their own half of their map for, like, 20 minutes. They have, like, 5K more gold than their opponents, and they're still just, like, jungling their own half of the map. It's like, I don't care that you're rich. You're not doing anything, you know? So rather than worry about GPM... That's what I would try to think more about, which is a much harder question than just like a basic metric of like the number went up, so that's good. It is, but I would challenge you to look at your map, like go to a replay, go to free cam, and then watch your farming pattern, just like speed through. You don't have to like do it slowly. Look for open areas of the map on the enemy side and ask yourself, how often could I have been there? How often could I be farming this area right now and gotten away safely? How many times could I have made my way in here and gotten out instead of like, you know, just sitting back here? Or is there a reason she's sitting back here? You know, it's like, well, I got my Battle Fury and I needed the BKB to play the game. So I just min-max farmed my own jungle. Okay, that's fine. And then she got the BKB, and then did she do anything? Or did she keep staying in this top area, right? It's less about the GPM and more about like how you are using the timings of your money. I had a Shadow Demon with a GPM of 170. That's actually wild. I don't even know how you just have to like die the whole time and like buy consumables.
32 months.
How do you do that? Hey, NPR, 32 months. Nice. I like that. I don't think I've heard someone say months, but now we're going to. Let me see what games you submitted, and then we can try to pick one of those. All right, looks like we have some good questions. So we have a couple we can get through. I think in low elo lobbies, you kind of need to play 1v5 and selfish. There is some merit to that. Okay, a thought I very recently had. One, if you haven't seen the most recent video on the smurfing, that would be like the literally peak way a regular player could try to go about it, right? Copy what's in that video of here is a incredibly efficient farming pattern from a smurf in a Crusader game. If you decide to try to play really greedy, I won't say you're wrong, because I think it's a legitimate play style. If you're like, I'm going to try to 1v5, I'm going to be incredibly greedy. I don't really like it, but like, it's fair. Everything works in like pub games, you know? If you want to do that, that's fine. If you die more than twice a game, you're not qualified to play that way. Like, in the nicest way possible. Because that's what that mindset is. It's like, I'm better than everybody in this game and my teammates. I don't need them. I'm going to like be insanely greedy. I'm going to do things that are griefy to my team because I will win the game. And if you die more than, honestly, I would say once, like, you're clearly not that level, right? And if you're not that level, then it's like, okay, maybe I need to work with the team some of the time. Maybe I shouldn't be stealing their farm in front of their face because I think I'm going to 1v5, and then I like don't look at my map and die. Like, if you can't not die that many times, once you start going, like if you die in the landing stage, sure. Once you start playing super greedy, you get your farming item, you're like, I'm pushing this, I'm taking camps in front of my team, I am min-maxing my own GPM. Like, if you die at all, you don't have the skill set to play that way. And you should look to like balance it out a little bit more. And if you do, then you go for it. More power to you. That's essentially the Smurf mindset of like, I don't need them. I'll do whatever I want because I'm so much better. And like, it's true for, you know, it's bad, but it's true. For most regular players, it's very hard to just play that way. Like we aren't that much better. Even if we're like, lock in, pick my best hero, you know, probably like 500 to 1000 MMR above your peers at best. Going beyond that is really difficult in just like a just lock-in kind of way. Okay, we're gonna start with this one because this is a good team fight kind of question. I'm gonna assume Naga Siren 5. And you have questions about the 15 to 25 minute mark for your team. I don't even have to change the info. Fantastic. Isn't Divine low elo? I mean, that's already the top 10% of players or something, I think. Your feeling of it might change once you're in Divine, you know? But by the average ranks, like Crusader to Archon is the average Dota player. That means like around the 50% mark is there. Like the bulk of it is there. So by Divine, you're miles away from going pro, you know, but like it's technically the top 10% or something already. 15 minutes. Let's look at the graph real quick. Yeah, it looks like we were building up a lead, about 5K, pretty nice, and then lost some fights. Eventually, the true decline starts at like 25, but we like stagnated here. Radiance timing, Deso, don't love that, but sure. I mean, you guys had some pretty strong item timings line up here, and then I suppose we just didn't do anything with it. They actually have some good heroes to line up as well, and it looks like around the time you started falling apart, like your team did, it looks like they picked up their blinks and started to make plays. So it might just come down to the enemy making better plays than you. Where are you? Right now, for your team, with the Radiance being online, you just want to be near him. This is a follow-up from the last game. This is literally the exact same situation. Remember when I mentioned the Jakiro is like, hey, you got to be careful of like being in this area because we can't see over here. So if you imagine the blink skewer range, the, you know, AoE split earth stun, stuff like that, right? Come back to this. They can do a lot of stuff from Fog of War. They can cookie in, they can split earth, they can blink skewer back, charge. You have like, he'll show here. That's your reaction time from here to here. Can you react and like get out of there, team come in? There's not a lot of reaction time from what's coming here. So Necrophos is a core compared to Jakiro. So he can be up a little further depending on the draft. If there's a lot of chain stuns and magic damage, you should be careful. It would be okay. From Naga Siren, we always want to be ready to song. If you imagine Magnus blink skewering this guy, we will not make it in range. Because one, I have to like wiggle my way through the trees. And then I have to like get close. And then I have to go, oh, I gotta start singing. And it's actually really slow. A song is a really slow spell. So you actually have to be closer. Even though we usually like to sit in the trees, you actually have to be like around here. Not close enough to get blink RP'd with the Necro, but close enough that as soon as he jumps in, you can start walking forward. Like as you see the skewer animation, you can start walking forward and use the song. Same with Lich. Lich actually should be even closer because he has the instant Sinister Gaze. If you wanted to trust this guy, like he would sit around here and like have his mouse here waiting for like the blink in and then like instantly Sinister Gaze. That could work. Okay, we're bringing the team. Dawnbreaker's actually coming to the wrong part of the map, but that's not related to you specifically. But since you were wondering about your team, that's part of it. Dawnbreaker should actually be walking bottom right now. You see where this like creep wave is? Dawnbreaker should walk out of base and farm this way and then push this out. Because she can just ult in at any time necessary. And if you guys were trying to make a play with this, then like Dragonite should be here with you guys. You actually have most of your, what's his? So maybe we don't have this one, so maybe I'm a little hesitant. We kind of just jumped in here. You guys could maybe do this. You could also wait for a Lich ult. I'd be okay with that. Getting a little too close. Blink RP gets both of us here. We want to be a little further back. Although I love the scouting. The scouting's great. But do it from a little further back. Getting a little close. Thinking about where could this blink RP come from. Right? There's a lot of places in Fog of War that I can't see. And I am supposed to be the song counter. If we're playing Naga, we are the team fight counter. You can also initiate. Right now, I'd probably use it to save, like for the state of the game is. So you actually want to be a little further back here. Did a little bit of repositioning there, which I thought was good, but then it was just you trying to actually reel them out. Okay, we just gotta like run now. We gotta run. This is bad. That was a peepo wide RP. It's better than I thought, though, actually. Thank goodness we had a gold lead. But with the gold lead, I mean, this is not a great fight going, like, that close. I gotta see that RP again. How did that grab you? That's crazy. Okay, once you song like this, he can wait. Because I don't see Magnus, the second song ends, we're done. Like, he's gonna get us. Which is what happened. Fortunately, they didn't have, like, the damage output I was worried about. He got you with this? Oh, we like turned in at the last second. Pulled it in. That's crazy. You guys are so... I thought you were far enough apart. Magnus has his indicator on. He's got his circle. He knows what he's hitting. What a guy. Yo, Klings, you gonna attack? I think if he started a little sooner, maybe he would have won that. He should have started. He had this already. Why did he start with that? What the heck? You guys are all clumped up. He waited for you guys to scatter, and then he used his AoE ability. Clinks, my guy, you weren't ready. Oh, greedy, greedy. Okay, that's not the end of the world. You guys will at least take this tower, hopefully. Uh-oh. Blink's coming into play. All right, let's wait for you to get back up. All right, so same deal. Thinking about positioning. They don't need RP, like a lot of abilities are down, but they don't need a bunch of abilities to kill a support, you know? So you're farming here. These creeps will be the same over here. And the big difference will be that they can easily blink skewer back from here, or like cookie charge, you know, stun, blink, all that stuff, kill you here. If you bring it under tower, I know it's harder to last hit, and we can even accept it. We'll say, okay, I lose 2 creeps for doing this, but getting 2 creeps safely and 4 creeps of experience is better than like getting the full wave and then immediately dying, you know? So this is one you should bring back. I think he actually could have killed you. If he had vision, he could have killed you. He may not know where the other heroes are, so he was cautious. If they had any deep wards down and knew you were alone, he could Diabolic Edict, jump in, and by the time you use the illusions, like you'll use Mirror Image, he'll stun underneath you, pop his ult to like kill the illusions, and then kill you with the remainder of Diabolic Edict. Even he could do it solo if he has enough info. Translucent Blue Jellyfish, what's up? I'm gonna say we're having a great stream. We just started. Well, I guess we're 50 minutes in, actually. Maybe it's not just started. Pretty good scouting with the illusions. Safaki, I saw your donation. Position myself to win that lane. Nice. Positioning questions incoming. I get how to see the circle, but what do we do about the circle? So I'm working on the video. I mostly finished it. I have to edit in a couple extra things, and it'll come out. I don't know. I suppose Wednesday is the fingers crossed hopeful. I don't have a clear, full idea on the thumbnail yet, but that video will go into more detail. I realize we're doing this a little bit ahead of the video, but I'm gone for Thanksgiving, so like, you know, we're kind of working in reverse a little bit. But people who watch that video can then come here to see even more examples of this. Though, I was saying earlier in the Jakiro game, and even now, I don't feel we are as in-depth as that video. But I suppose I cherry-picked, like, perfect examples for the video and went really deep into it. This one is like, you know, we're kind of going as we go. But we'll break down a couple of deep fights with all the positioning and stuff. That's kind of what we're looking for with your song. Mainly, you want the circle. To give you the short answer, which is going to take 45 minutes to explain in the YouTube video, you mainly want the circle to just remind you of how close you could stand. Naga, Siren's maybe not the best. Magnus is like, okay, with Blink, you know, as he moves around the map and he thinks about initiating, he should be thinking with the Blink range. And when he has it on, he can easily see and think about that. You know, maybe Dragon Knight in the lane. Right, he's melee, stun is melee, so you don't have to think about those. But for him, maybe turning on Breathe Fire in the laning stage could be useful. Be like, oh, I'm backing too far away from the range creep. If they were to auto attack it twice, I would have to like step in and then Breathe Fire, and I'd be too late, you know? So maybe having this on could help Dragon Knight players make sure they're always in range to like grab a range creep that is getting low, something like that. What happened over here? I think one of you should do this, and actually props to them for coming in at an angle. I would actually say this is better. This is more of a good play from them than a mistake from you guys. I will say Lich and you don't both need to farm it. You were there first, so I would say, like, I would just keep letting you farm it, and Lich should actually stand further back in the chance something like this happens, which ultimately does happen, and then you actually both get, like, caught in all the exact same spells because he came too close to you. It's more of a Lich mistake than your own mistake. The best you could maybe react to is, like, okay, I guess I'm done farming, you know, and, like, move away from him. At the same time, if I was in this exact same situation, I'd be like, well, let's just finish the creep wave and be done with it. Which is why I say, like, I think it's more of a good play from them than, like, a mistake from you. Hello, Jupiter. Hello, Moon Jelly. So far since we jumped here, the enemy team is making more plays than you guys. That might be some of the issue. We've got all our abilities. Poogies! All the abilities ready to go. Snapfire ult is down. If you can get the team to do stuff, you need the 4 heroes, and then Dawnbreaker joins in. They start the play first again, so they get what's his name. For you, let's talk about your positioning. My biggest worry is that I don't know where Magnus is. I think we can take this fight, but because they used abilities to kill the Dragon Knight, but I just need to like counter RP. So we need to passively position away, but be close enough to like song right away. So right now I'm like too close, because you can imagine a blink RP catches all of us. So right now, being like back here a little bit would be a bit better. If you do want to use mirror image ahead of time and then spread the illusions to look for Magnus to give you more information to work with, that could be good. If you want to save it for a Dispel for something, that could also be viable. Though this game doesn't look like you really need the Dispel, so I think illusion scouting right now could be good. I like this positioning now. If he perfectly blinks here, he might catch all of you in another Peepo-wide RP, but that's why if you, like, hug this tree line, I think that's pretty good, because we won't get caught. Like, right now, we can't get caught in RP where we're standing. Now they're getting kind of close, right? So now I'm going to have to, like... I'm feeling weird about getting RP'd right now. Song ahead. Oh, I saw him. Okay. So you songed ahead of time. That can work. I actually don't think you need to do it here. I think you could just ensnare him. Because the danger, much like earlier, song is the response to RP. So if song is down, I now have to be hyper aware of RP. Because you caught sight of him, we are now going to shift here. You move this way, and we are going to, like, body block the Magnus. I am going to move forward, send illusions, ensnare, auto attack early to prevent this area. This is where Magnus can blink in to catch a couple heroes. If he's going to come, and it has to come from here. If I had Song and I caught sight of him here, I would probably move left so that I can't be the one like skewered back and killed and my team can't save me. I am the save, so I want to be behind. So then I would be like here right now, knowing that as this guy blink RPs, I will then Song and move in. No Song, we have to be on the right. We are clumping. All right, doesn't look like you're gonna do it. Let's find one more fight before moving on to some of the others. Solid illusion scouting. If you want to, I mean, your illusion scouting is already really good for your bracket. If you want to add one more level of it, which will really, on one hand, you don't need to do this for your bracket because it's unnecessary. On the other hand, you'll probably fool a lot of people because of the bracket you're in. If you use patrolling, they're going to see a moving Naga and they'll be like, oh shit, it's real. Like this, because it's Naga Siren, you know, they're probably like, okay, it's, you know, it's an illusion, don't waste spells. If you patrol this Naga to like go back and forth here, sometimes they'll see it and they'll just know it's an illusion. But other times you might get lucky without you even trying to do anything. They'll like see the illusion and it'll turn around. They'll be like, oh, I just scared the real hero. Let's jump him. And then they might get you. Or not you, again, the illusion. So it's a nifty trick you can add in. I do the same thing you do. I summon the illusions, I scatter them, and then as my hero is moving, I then go back to the illusions, and I'm like, okay, you A-click down, you like walk back and forth between here to look more convincing, you like go this way, something like that. You know, you can like do it after you send the initial commands. This is a little scary. We are still on high ground, so it's kind of okay. But we don't have Song, and they still have RP. And a lot of our other ults are still down. We're not in this fight anymore, but notice we're kind of clumping. Notice we've been RP'd. Notice we're now being killed by everything. So here's the thing. A couple times I've talked about like, oh, posture this way, because they have RP, but then they didn't do it. And then I actually skipped over one where you came close to the Necro, and I was thinking about saying it, but I was like, whatever, we'll just like move on. That one was quick. But you were like a little too close to the Necro, and you could have been RP'd there. And then finally it happens. It's not you, but like the team clumps up, and then they get RP'd. So the thing is, like, once you know an ability exists, like forever you have to position as if that ability is available and he's nearby until you know it is not available or you see him on the map somewhere, right? Otherwise, we just always have to assume I'm about to be RP'd, so what is the best place to stand? And these cores weren't really thinking about that, which is why they all then got RP'd. You were probably thinking about it because you're dead. You're just watching from the grave. You're like, oh, I can't, you know, they're doing it. How exactly does that work? Let me, here, I'm gonna leave this one. I think we covered a couple examples there, so that's good. Before we move on to the next one, I can show you. This will be on the demo map, so it's a little mini, but whatever, you get the idea. Okay, so I have my hotkey for all the illusions, Alt-R for me, and then I don't use, they just put in a new setting that would prevent this. I forget if you need to still use the console command to do this. If you do, it is in the micro guide video. Smart. Is this one it? No. Don't use this setting. This setting will remove this ability, and so will this one. Although you don't have to do it the way I do it, but these are just my settings that allow me to do this, and I think you still need to have a console command that does it. So we summon, select them, I press and hold control, I send one out, I press next unit, for me it's R, defaults tab, send another one. I'm holding control this entire time. Click the next one, send it out. Then select one. I want him to patrol back and forth. So I select, press 1, and then left click. Wherever you send the patrol command will be the starting point, and then the end will be the final point. If you want it to do, if you have enough time to like set it up really far ahead of time, let's just use 1. I'm gonna shift click, shift and hold, move here, and then still holding shift, patrol command here. So now he will walk here, and then he will patrol back and forth like this, I'm pretty sure. Yes. If you want him to make multiple routes, press and hold shift, press patrol, click, still holding shift, patrol here. Damn it, it died. This one, holding shift, patrol, 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 and then I think he should do a path like this. I almost never go this far on my patrolling commands. It's not really necessary, but if you really want to be like sneaky, maybe. Usually I just have him like walk in a line back and forth. You can also do it on the minimap. You don't have to do it like on the screen. There you go. By that I mean you can issue all the commands and then like patrol through the minimap. Okay. Safaku donated, so we're gonna do their game real quick. They had some questions on the Omni positioning. I think it was Omni. Do I have to ask about positioning? Yes, for today. I'm trying to get more examples of positioning. The jar, there was a little bit of condensation on the lid too. I was slipping a little bit. It was tough, but we did it. We managed to open the jar. This is an offlane Immortal. Okay. Okay, so we'll focus on the laning for you. Laning, positioning as a core, and then, well, it's like, how do I position in the lane, and like, what does that mean for a core? Like, what's positioning for a core? Yeah, for yours, this is an Immortal game, so we can go, maybe they should all be this in depth anyways, but we'll definitely do all the like little things that should be considered for Immortal matches. So for one, your team is smoked. You also have a Pudge who, is this bugged? I don't know why he's not smoked, but he should go stand next to whoever used the smoke to get it, and then you guys can make a play together. He is off on his own. The guy with Hook, one of the best level 1 abilities while we move into here. So this is kind of funny. And he's now beelining it through here. So this is poor positioning from the Pudge. This has nothing to do with meat hook and circle tech. This is about enemy vision tech, I suppose, which is that they can place a ward from behind this tree. They can place it from back here without being spotted. If they are also smoked, which we don't know about right now, then they could have placed anything here without us seeing. We only know that when Quap walked up, there wasn't someone here at that time placing an observer. But now, past that, I don't know. That's why, if you ever wonder why you see pros sometimes like stand around here, it's because for that 1 second, Quap knows no one was here, my smoke didn't break. And then you don't know after that. But if Quap continues to stand here, for example, and then the smoke breaks, you know that that someone, probably the mid laner, came up to here to like potentially put a ward here, smoke or not, they don't know. But you might now suspect an observer here. You may not commit to it because it might just be mind games because the pros are all doing this kind of like position here, position here, position here. But like that's kind of what they're looking for. So Pudge just like walking through this area is killing our ability to make an aggressive play. It is not great for us. Coming back to you, I was gonna say, yeah, standing at the edge is good to like scout and look for stuff. As long as they don't have some kind of reposition tool like the Pudge, you're usually okay. Pudge, let's see. Yeah, I was gonna say Phoenix is not the greatest target because they can take dive to get out, but of course it kind of sucks to have to take dive. I can't believe Nature's got it first. Amazing. Does Hook not? This is crazy to walk into a Magnus, guys. I know you don't want to start with Skewer, but for first blood, you'll start with Skewer. This is kind of wild to just walk up to the Magnus. It only barely didn't pay off because Phoenix died first. But by going under tower, Nature's will now die. And then it looks like Magnus. Yeah. This one's kind of wacky, and I probably would have called it off. I'm kind of curious. I just heard Quap place it in the replay. You gonna do it? Here's him placing it. So this is why Pudge doing this kind of positioning. Like, this is it. If he had chosen to do this sooner, you would have seen Pudge walk through here. He is doing it at a very convenient time to see Pudge in this area. But that's why, like, Pudge should have been, by default, like, walking through here, going through... Actually, by default, should have been coming up here with the rest of the team smoked. Going through here would have totally avoided this. That's why, like, random dilly-dallying through here kind of screws you over. Whether it's a Immortal game or this can happen in like any rank, you know, people put these wards all the time. Anyways. So we die, we walk up here. Did we come out ahead for that? 1 kill, 1 death, 1 assist. I guess it was okay for you. All right, we have pretty good positioning here. Yeah. I was about to say, don't hit this. Hit this one. Yeah. All right, this is pretty good. Yeah, just hit. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I was gonna. If you hit that, that would work, but this also works. All right, we are happy. We don't have to do all that much. We'll leave Pudge to his own devices. I think you probably stop around here, just turn around, cut your way through here, and hit this creep, but we still have equilibrium. I think you just took a little bit more damage than necessary for chasing there.
Whoa, who's that? Thank you. Whoa.
You
Off lane ZQuixotix.
don't actually have to creep aggro there, but actually it will allow you to get that range creep. If you see him walking in, knowing the flat cannon range, DMZ, thank you. Knowing flat cannon has this, oh, I didn't know it gave him bonus night vision, actually. But it gives him a, how come I can't see it? Do we have to go to his perspective? There we go. This is the range of flat cannon, right? So as you get close to this, you actually need to wait once. If he tries to walk up to do this, he can't do it. But with flat cannon, like what just happened can happen, which is that he can end up securing this. If you hold one auto attack and he tries to use flat cannon, you're kind of like holding this range creep hostage. If you use flat cannon, I will deny this range creep from you. And that forces him to pick. But instead, you kind of like set it up where he's like, oh, I will use flat cannon to get the last hit. He should have then backed out sooner after that. You're actually going to kill him now for this. Oh, maybe not. Maybe he's just that fast. He has Afterburner keeping him alive there. Where are we going? Oh, okay, we're back. I guess sharing a tango. It was very nice of you. Nice. Gyro not respecting degen aura. You can, if you want this last hit, you can aggro. There's enough creeps here you can aggro. You can, like, A-click off the top bar, this Ember, for example, and then, like, it'll follow you to the tree to tango. Otherwise, you can just wait to tango. Usually, there's, like, some min-maxing stuff, but, like, 1 or 2 extra seconds without the tango when this guy's dead won't be the end of the world. Kind of miss a creep for that. I would totally miss that creep, too, for the record, guys. I'm not trying to, like, armchair advice, but, you know, do as I say, not as I do. I would absolutely make the same mistake. But with the power of replays, we can look through it and, like, critique stuff that even we ourselves need to work on. I'm not fully sure that one is worth running up for the hammer, because we are in a... It's kind of risky. Like, there's a lot of creeps there, and we're at half health. Like, I'm okay just letting him be fine. Especially, like, look at his health, you know? Like, the one hammer didn't do much, but there was kind of some risk there of how much damage we might end up taking. As a core, by the way, if you could cut this tree... If you happen to pass by here with the Quelling Blade, this tree is really useful for position 4s, because it allows you to run around through here, body blocking, and like it gives you more paths. Cutting this tree is super helpful for position 4s. Cutting this tree is also very helpful for position 4s, because right here I can't see the camp, so you'll be like 2 seconds behind the position 5, aggroing it this way or whatever they're doing, I don't know. Or I want to pull it, and I have to step up like this to grab it and then back like this. It's more danger than just like being able to go through here. So this tree is really helpful to cut, and then this tree is really helpful to cut. And in fact, in terms of contesting this camp, any of these trees help to cut, or these trees, so that the position 4 trying to unblock or block this camp and looking for sentries, it's a real pain to have to like walk around and look for it. Safe lane, same deal. Technically, if you cut these trees, it could go either way. You might ask it would depend like where your position 5 placed the sentry. If they place their sentry back here, you actually want these trees up. If they're placing it like over here, then cutting these trees helps your support to like check the box faster. Yeah, that is we have overestimated on a full health Gyro. I don't even know if the circles have much to do about it, except for the fact that Phoenix and Gyro could easily, like, converge. There we go. That's the word. I was like, combine, consolidate, kinda, not the right one. Converge on the same spot. Range creep. Get it. Yeah, let's go back to that one. Got a little greedy there. I think there's a couple times you're like a little too gung-ho with Hammer of Purity. One, if you have recently died, you got to be like extra careful, because obviously if you die again, that's like worst case scenario. Second, there's a good amount of creeps coming in here, and very valuable ones. 2 range creeps and a banner creep. So I don't think you actually want to be that crazy. This full health Hammer of Purity, that's fine with me. And then we're just like in creep management mode, you know? So going for like the denies here, like this is fine. I don't think you should be running at this guy at all. Because 1, Pudge is not here. 2, your teleport's on cooldown. 3, I can see Phoenix nearby. And then 4 is like the value of the creep wave. 5 would be like him using flat cannon means it's pushing in faster. So you don't want to be like moving up as the creeps die, because then all these creeps will focus you. You can just back and like hold this creep hostage again. So like instead of being here or like where we end up further up, you're actually like back here. Give him the melee creep, aggro these back if you want to go for last hits. Otherwise, like stand near the range creep to hold it hostage. And instead, like, this is what ends up happening. That would be me, guys. Phoenix would be stunned and I would miss the hook. If I had to pinpoint one moment, I think that over-aggression right there just lost you the lane. The one earlier, like this hook wasn't really your fault. And we had like minor stuff earlier of, it happened earlier, but you didn't die for it. Where it's like you ran up to chase him. I think twice, 2 times you've like run up to chase, and then maybe with the power of the replay, it's easier to say like, I don't think we really need to do that. And then here's where we finally got like truly punished for it. Of we just lost several hundred gold. We're now going to be a level or 2 behind. And then a flash farmer is having a good start. This is where the gyro is going to be like 5k plus at 10 minutes. Heart Run, we are focused. There's going to be a video talking about the power of the range indicator, showing stuff like your attack range. For Omniknight, Omniknight doesn't really have a good one, actually. He happens to be a hero where if you're playing support, probably like Purification and Repel cast range is useful. Guardian Angel cast range can be useful. For core Omniknight, those aren't really that great. I'm not really sure what I would... Degen Aura? Maybe you would still do... If you were playing a defensive Omniknight, maybe you would still be the same stuff. If you're playing an aggressive one, I don't know, Harpoon cast range maybe. But anyways, it's positioning in the lane, in team fights. Those are the main things. It's less about like where you play on the map. I realize there's some confusion there on that. This one's more about like, yeah, just like where you are standing in the actual game. Okay, I was kind of like distracted on stuff. What happened here? We ran up here and immediately got into like another death fight. Okay, we're now losing. This is pretty dangerous. I actually don't think you need to run in like this. You should probably just kill this creep, actually. Like, hit this creep a couple times. I don't think you need to be looking for stuff. It's 4:57, so there's a couple situations. They did a pull earlier at 4:47. That's done. Like, whether we do anything or not, enough time has passed that, like, the pull is over and they're coming back to lane. Or everything's denied if it's, like, stacked. But, like, there's nothing we can do by this time. Next is, like, they're using a hard camp. And if you are worried about that, you can stand, like, around here where you are now. That's why cutting these trees I mentioned is helpful, so you can see the camp. If they're doing it, they have to be pulling this way. Like, the creeps have to be here right now. So the fact that we didn't see them moving means that they're not doing a hard pull. The worst case scenario is if, like, Gyro's actually farming here, and then we run point blank into Gyro, and we don't have phase boots. That's why it's, like, dangerous to run through this, like, fog of war here. Because at any moment, they could pop out. Gyro could pop out. And then Phoenix, wherever Phoenix is standing, can dive on top. So this, to me, is, like, pretty dangerous. And then he's over here, so it's kind of, like, fortunate. But I think we just chill on the side. We are now in, like, I've lost the lane mode. You know, play it very safe. Looks like another hook that didn't really need to happen. Pudge players, if you want a hook, the lane is pushing, so there is a chance Gyro and Phoenix will, like, move close to the tower. You would just wait under the tower to hook him under the tower. Like, you need the tower to help you at this point. This kind of hook clearly is not very useful. Like, just because you can land the hook doesn't mean you should land the hook. Although it got Phoenix killed, I suppose. But then they missed, like, the entire creep wave for it. So it's not really like they made that much money for it. Is Huskar a circle hero? Huskar would be the flaming spears. Yeah, like, we're walking up there, and we don't really need to be. Oh my god. Scary. The minor critique there, by the way, would be if you have that many wand charges, to like do it sooner, to like never even run away, just like commit. You kind of like ran away, used it, and then ran back. But again, I would have done the same thing. It's totally understandable. In terms of circle tech, this is the cast range of homing missile. So as an offlaner or anyone dealing with gyro, the danger is the missile comes from out of sight and then gets you. So for Omniknight, keeping that in mind of like missile range, somewhere in this tree line, this fog of war is the danger. So like this creep aggro is good, and then one more creep aggro. Like you would just do it again. You would aggro this back if you're like really scared. Which your 1v1 Pudge is gone. Gyro is, of course, coming back to lane, and we are low health, and we're not winning this lane. So here's where I would recommend being super careful because of that rocket from out of sight, which is ultimately what gets you. How do you prevent range creeps from being held hostage? Happens to me all the time as carrier 3 when I aggro. Like when you aggro the creep wave back. Oh, thank you. Sometimes it's not something you can control. Sometimes it does happen. And it's just how the lane goes. You're going to lose some range creeps. In the same way, you're not going to get every CS. So don't sweat it too much if it happens. If you are aggroing creeps, like the most common situation would be like you would do this, and then you would aggro these melee creeps around and yours go forward, right? The thing to recognize with that is that it will happen. So then is it good for you or not? For someone like Omniknight, it's bad because Omniknight doesn't have an easy spell to secure it. Someone like Mars could maybe deal with it because you like spear forward. An offlaner with like a ranged nuke essentially can deal with it, or a support that can do it. So that's one thing. Your support or yourself gets the range creep for you. The second thing is like, I want better positioning, but I don't want to split the range creep. Don't aggro these creeps so far back. Like when you aggro and have them run the full distance, that's where the melee creeps sometimes end up splitting. But you can just aggro them a little bit. Like if Omniknight stood here and aggroed these creeps over, they would just shift a little bit, and these creeps will most likely stick to the melee creeps for that, and you'll have marginally better equilibrium. And then you do it again, and then it becomes a little better. Downside, their creeps are taking damage without doing damage because you're doing multiple creep aggros. So then your lane might actually end up pushing if you aren't able to hit your own creeps a lot. That could be another thing. It's like a trade-off. Spell usage-wise, you just don't want the creep to get low. So if you ever do have a window, like you're looking to manipulate creeps in a certain way, and this is kind of vague, just like speaking without an exact example. If you ever have a window to kill the range creep first, sometimes you just do it and then shove the lane. So like, for example, you happen to know you want to shove this lane, and then you see Gyro and Phoenix over here for whatever reason, or they're dead, you know, 2 seconds on respawn, they're coming back. If I wait and I deal with all this and then they come back, then they're going to push me off this range creep, and it's going to be that hostage situation. So while they're dead, I actually just walk up and I kill the range creep now. Even if they're not dead, this can happen where they're like, this happens a lot in like most pub games. You know, people get chased around, Herald through Archon, this happens a lot. people are just chasing each other in the laning stage, so they're not dead, but they're too far away from the creeps, walk up and just kill it while you can. And then it does mean the lane will shove, but that can be okay. It like depends on the situation you're looking for. But in terms of like dealing with the hostage situation, like we started with, that could be one way you deal with it. Actually, that worked out pretty well. You see where like Omni finished killing this range creep as Phoenix respawned. So that's kind of what I mean. Like if you know they're about to come back, sometimes killing the range creep earlier. This one it worked out, but like it can help. Yeah, here do our own pull because Pudge didn't do it. And then we just chill. Too bad we didn't get the stack. Oh, thank you, Pudge. Useful. Okay, but I wouldn't do this. Well, I guess it depends what's happening. If you don't kill those creeps, you would actually just hold equilibrium here. So, like, you're killing these now. You can kill some of them, I suppose. This creep wave will go under the tower. This creep wave is going to fight this creep wave. But let's say you're too scared to walk up, and I don't know if this camp is available to do a pull. So at most, the pull will probably deny 2 creeps, maybe more if this is stacked. I don't know if you should be killing this right away. I kind of think you hold it for a little bit. Let's see where we end up. Because these are now delaying under tower just a little bit. We now move up. And now this is like awkward. It looks like you're about to just run at Gyro anyways. But I think if you let those creeps live a little longer, they can be over here and you can be laning there. All right, Gyro's just in shove the lane mode, so maybe it's okay. Though maybe that's all the more reason to like balance it here as long as possible. Because, so this is like 150 gold for Gyro, which if we're just holding it here, we're kind of denying him waves. He can jungle, but this is the ideal of like shove the lane, jungle, shove the lane, jungle, shove the lane, jungle. And if we're like holding it here, then he's missing out like 150 gold every time. So I kind of think if you have lost the aggressive potential as much, you can just sit it here, especially if you're not someone who can jungle like Omniknight. Like, Omniknight's not very good at it. Well, that's how I feel. I don't actually play much Omniknight. Maybe you think it's easier to jungle. As a ending critique, I am guilty of this as well, but I don't think I've seen you look at fights. You might be looking at your mini-map, but I actually don't really know what abilities are being used, if I should be joining or not, from your perspective. I think there was like one big fight bottom and then one big fight mid that just happened. Oh, that was kind of a nifty hook. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, that would be my recommendation, to like work on actually clicking over to look. We've been running into a lot of Magnuses in these games. You have a lot of heroes here, but I'm not sure we can do this. I can tell on the minimap he's teleporting. This is why I play with arrows. If you look at Magnus's, if you look at the minimap right now, if you look at Magnus's icon, this is why I think playing with arrows is really good. That's Magnus farming, looking around. That's a TP. You can kind of like, even without clicking over, like I was saying, you can kind of tell when people do this stuff based on where the arrow is pointing. Because when they're moving, the arrow always fidgets. Dota players can't help but like click everywhere. So like most of the time the arrow is a little fidgety. It's like it's moving around the minimap. Anytime the arrow makes very clean and sharp sweeps, that is the hero is usually channeling something. Like even if Magnus were walking this way, one, the icon would be moving, but like it would fidget a little bit more. So like sharp turns into stationary, like it doesn't move anymore and it's pointed at a tower. That's almost always a teleport. Support players, you can also use this to tell for warding. Like for example, you see, this is maybe not the greatest example, but like there's one here. You see a support walking through here on the minimap. The icon should just look like, you know, this angle, but it goes forward. They looked at the cliff for something. No one really accidentally clicks like that. Like, oh man, I just accidentally directional moved this way and then immediately fixed it. You know, walking this way on the cliff, it should just look like a meandering path this way. It shouldn't be like, sometimes if I see that on the minimap, I'm suspicious of observers. Or sentries, I guess. How to increase minimap size. There is a setting for it. You can get it a little larger. It can't get much more than that, though. I use the large minimap setting. It is here. Use extra large minimap. It's like not that much different, but I'm old, so I use the extra large. And you can change the hero sizes. I wouldn't recommend too large because then it becomes difficult to see, but big enough that it's easy for you to like tell what's going on. That's why I don't like hero names. I know some people play with hero names. I find it impossible. As soon as two heroes are standing on top of each other, like, what does this say? I can't. It's like 50 million texts overlined with each other. I can't tell at all. Chen scaling into the late game. I'm still kind of learning it myself, so I'm not 100% sure on this. Classically, he drops off. Like, you just kill the creeps, they don't do as much. Nowadays that the map is bigger, that's actually been alleviated a little bit. Because it's easier to just rat with them. Like, you bring a couple aura ones with you into the team fights, but otherwise you just like send a hellbear and a troll top and you keep pushing it in. And now you can hide it in so many different areas of the jungle. It's easier to get done. Plus you have the twin gates to like move them around. In the past, it was much harder to hide them and there was no twin gate. So you kind of like brought them with you and then they would just die. So I think that helps. It doesn't help in the direct power fight of a like given fight. It's more like creating opportunities on the map. The agonyms seems good in certain games, but I haven't seen it enough or tried it myself to really know. Go into config file, make the hero sizes 500%. The minimap simply shows a giant face of whoever you're playing. Alright, I will go refill my water. If anyone, we can do resubmissions here. Oh yeah, perfect. Exodus, what's up? Hopefully I didn't butcher your name. If anyone's interested in a replay ID, post the match ID from the last week so I can download it. Today we're focusing on positioning, so if you've got any questions about standing in the lane, standing in team fights, that would be great. That's what we're trying to focus in on. And then I guess any questions you have besides that I can try to address, but the focus really is about positioning today. Okay, and with that said, I will leave this to play and I'm gonna go get water. If you submitted it earlier, feel free to resubmit, by the way. This chair is excellent at Dota. Timbersaw off lane circles. That's trees. Timbersaw is all about them circles. See, can I download this? We can. Oh, not this one. Calculate the odds of a Zeus ult IRL. If it's only 5 people, maybe. If it's everyone, got a feeling it might quite literally be impossible. Oh, Chris, thank you for donating. We're gonna do that. I just picked this one, so I'm gonna do this one first, but then I will do yours next. I need to get a YouTube notification noise somehow. Multi-stream issues. Okay, this Venomancer one, I wanted to come here because so you mentioned you were having trouble damaging the opponent core without taking too much damage, and I run into this issue all the time with Venomancer and Jakiro. I should really sit down and fix this problem. It's like short-ranged heroes that you mess up with, and it's easy to get caught up in other stuff. You usually want to stick to the lane a little bit more if you're short-ranged, because the easiest time to do something will be when they walk up to go for creeps. They can't be hitting you, and that like gives you something to do. And if you're too far because you're short-ranged, you hit your own creeps to get denies. That's not like always true, but that can be like one safe approach for shorter ranged heroes, especially because a lot of short ranged heroes are also slow, and then if you step too far, you're in like a bad spot. Okay, so you put a lane ward, then you come over to your team. I actually don't think you really need a lane ward, by the way. If you really don't know where to put it, it's okay, and I'm glad you're not putting it here in the Guardian ward spot. You're putting it over here, so this is at least better. I don't think you'll be able to take much advantage of it because you're Venomancer. You're a pretty short-ranged hero. Usually you only use this if you're like, you have a long-ranged ability. So like Skywrath or Pudge are classics, Disruptor, and then as people are back here salving, thinking they're safe, you like snipe them from across the tree line. Venomous Scale, yeah, it's like a decent cast range, but it's not really the way you use it usually. So I don't actually think you need this. Oh, the other thing is like, oh, I'm really worried about rotations from like Tusk, Earth Spirit type heroes. They TP and immediately jump on you. If you are worried about that from the Bounty, I don't mind, but Bounty could very easily TP into the tree line and go invis and run out, and then like, it wouldn't really matter that you have this. So I would actually keep it to join your team and then place it for this first blood attempt. That's actually probably gonna help you a little bit more. For example, just like out here, as your team walks up, smoke breaks if you're committed, you know, drop it on the cliff. Otherwise, anywhere here at the edge to like see people coming in could be good. Oh, going for the body block. Okay, okay. Now we waddle on out of here. All right, this is our attack range. So we're gonna keep this in mind for our positioning. Faceless is a pretty good matchup. He can get away from your damage with Time Walk, or like get away from the slows, so that's unfortunate. But you have damage over time, which is nice versus Faceless. So we're just looking to casually poke him quite a lot. And then I'm worried about Venge or Bounty, which has not yet shown in the lane. But Venge is actually short range, so it'll be a little easier to fight him than fight her than usual compared to like some of the longer range supports. And if it's melee, then great. Like we'll just auto attack a lot. So up to here's okay. And then notice how we're starting to chase a little forward, and I'm still waiting for Venge or Bounty. Okay, well, I suppose you have the lane ward, which kind of helps. But usually, if you don't have this, be a little careful, because who knows when they're going to come back in, and we might chase too far and then get into a bad spot. This is still kind of okay, but let's say Venge was over here. Venge can attack you first. Not because she's longer ranged, which is usually the issue, but because she's in Fog of War and you aren't, because you're showing in the creep wave. So this is... I actually didn't quite talk about this in the video, so it's actually whoever makes it through this VOD as a follow-up, congrats, here's a bonus lesson, or any of you here. The shorter ranged hero usually has to pay an entry cost versus the longer ranged hero, because they attack you as you walk in. Like if Venge plays versus this Bounty, or if Pugna, or if Bounty played versus Pugna. I just realized it's Pugna mid, not support, but whatever, you get the idea. Because as they walk in, they take that first free auto attack, and then they trade. That also works if you attack from Fog of War, because by the time Venomancer sees the Venge, he's going to have to turn and attack her if she is still visible. So you usually want to be a little careful of chasing up if you haven't seen the other support. And then what you would do is look at this melee creep. It's getting low, so just start spitting at this melee creep, deny it. And then what do you think Faceless is going to do? Like from where you're standing, let's say you know you're safe where you are, or let's say you're a little further back like we were talking about. You start denying this, he's going to go, oh shit, I want that creep. And he's going to come back in. So instead of you having to chase out to here as this slow, squishy snake where, uh-oh, I commit too far, now they're killing me, now I die, right? I'm going to pull him back to me by hitting this creep. And if he doesn't come back, then I'll deny it. And if he comes back, then I'll hit him. And hopefully deny it. Hopefully both. If you only get one, that's okay. But the point is, we don't actually have to walk too far. Oops, attack the range creep. That's not what we want. Yeah, like you see how he's here, and now you're getting to attack him, and you're in a very good aggressive position to do a lot of damage here. He's actually far enough from the... If you knew where the heroes were, this would be a good time to use Venomous Gale, because he will time walk, but then actually there's still room to chase him and damage him. And you're close enough. Like if you were here, Venomous Gale, he time walks, there's no aggressive potential. Because you're next to him, if you Q him and then he time walks, you can actually get close enough again to keep auto attacking. But then you will tank these creeps, and we don't want that. So I wouldn't do it now, but depending on like the timing of the creeps and all that stuff, maybe a pull happened, whatever, you could do it here. And you're actually, now, the fact that you moved down and he moved up, this is even better for the Venomous Gale. Again, with this consideration, making it a little painful to do, but you're full mana, like, I wouldn't mind committing to it. And then this is the danger. We're like, oh, that's where the support is. And now I'm kind of far up with the creep wave in and, like, two heroes focusing me. Fortunately, it's a little bit of a weird situation, so I don't know if Faceless will feel comfortable getting you. But you can kind of see the difference of us moving up this far versus being back here. And I think you were trying to punish the 2v1. If you do that, I recommend the right side, because the support will almost always come from the tower or this side, because they're late, because they're walking from here. No one is like walking in from this way. Very few people anyways. Some people do come through the twin gate, but then they usually come through here. Very rarely this way. So if you ever do want to like posture really aggressively, on the outside of the lane is usually the safer place to do it. Maybe we will die actually. No, we just end up losing a lot of health. And that one is just, that's the most risk, most reward positioning. Getting in front of the enemy, putting them behind us. If you know he's on his own, you can do that. If you're still waiting for where the Venge is and the creep wave is coming up, that's where you got to be more careful. And we can see the punish that happened to you because of that. And now because you're low, you're making the correct choice, which is like, I'm too low. If I go up to harass Venge, she'll fight me, I'll die. That's why you want to be really careful about getting too low. And if you do make one positioning mistake like you just did, it becomes really painful if you don't have a salve or something like that. If you have full health, then it's very obvious of like, oh, I'll just go harass Venge. So that's why, like, every time you get these free auto attacks in, a little bit of trade, you are putting yourself in that situation where Venge is too low. Even if she's like a longer range hero, like you were playing versus the Pugna, they're too low, and if they let you get close, you'll kill them. Then they have to be way more careful. Ooh. I appreciate the attempt. You don't actually need to blood grenade there because... Ooh. We're getting our circle examples here. You don't need to blood grenade because look at where you are. If you don't kill this guy, you're in a very good lane position. This camp is still blocked. You can stop any hard pulls. Venge is kind of far. He's low. So he's just going to leave, and he's not going to get any CS. I don't actually need to push this. You might kill him with the blood grenade, and as long as you think like, oh, I think I could, you can try. At the same time, I was wondering where my other slipper was. I think my cat's sitting on it. I have one slipper on. My right toes are cold. If you're unsure, you can just hold it. Keep the health, keep the value for later when you do feel more confident on it. And we're not really losing anything for not going for it. Like, this guy's not getting anything out of lane. So it's okay to just like sit on it, wait for him to come back, and then commit at that time. But as part of trying, like, I wasn't sure, so I want to go for it. It's okay, you know. Okay, here. So we throw the blood grenade. Faceless time walks away. I see the Venge coming in from the side, and since we didn't really cover it, this is Venge's attack range, so also a very short attack range. This is the stun range, which is a little larger and can be scary depending on the situation. But so going back to you, this guy time walked away, and I actually see she gave up, right? She starts to go back to the left. So Venomancer, looking for things to do, reposition, and continue to be useful. So Faceless could walk back up. Should he walk back up? I don't think so, because he has like no time walk, but he might. That's like pub games, you know? So I could stand on this right side in case he does, so we can maybe kill him. Could I choose the left side? Yeah, but thinking about the Venge and that I'm also kind of low, I don't feel great about it, right? Like, staying out of sight is the essence here, and then which side I choose depends on the risk reward. I could block camps and stuff, but if I get involved in a fight with Venge, like let's say we fight over the sentry, I think I'm gonna lose because I have less health than the Venge. I used Venomous Gale, and there's a chance the carry comes over because they can't show up to the lane, right? So it could end up being a 2v1 here. I'm a slow hero. I'm low. So I don't feel good about getting into a fight with the Venge in this case. Now, if I was healthier, full health, Veno, she's weak, he's weak, then yeah, I could be on the left side because now I get everything. I can fight over camps. I can kill this guy if he walks up. I can fight the Venge. I just got to be careful to not take a 1-on-2 fight while he's like over here. But I don't feel that way. So I'm either like in the lane with the Earthshaker or on the right side, and especially like moving up here. Any of those is good. You see how you like waddle too far? And this may not seem like a lot, but like I am out of range to do anything useful. At this moment, I can't hit any creeps to help Earthshaker. Not that you have to, like this is actually like okay where it's at. But if he's walking up, if you see Venge actually coming back and going for like last hits and fixing equilibrium and stuff, I'm too far to do anything about it. So I actually don't need to step back this far. Like around the range creep, around the right side, all of that is good. Here's where like I'm actually just a little bit too far. You see actually Faceless, he creep aggro's one. He's like trying to get it into range. Earthshaker denies it, so great. But part of good laning is covering for each other. And you will not always have off laners who go for that, especially if like, oh, I got to get the CS, I can't go for that deny. So if I stay on the right and Earthshaker goes for the last hit, I go for the deny, that works. He goes for the deny, I hit Faceless, right? That also works. But we only get to do that if we're further up. So here's a little micro instance where we step back a bit too far and we miss our chance to do stuff. And one instance won't be the end of the world, but as recent videos have been highlighting, we are looking to just up every little step because it adds up. Here, I see you looking at the Venge. On one hand, level 1 versus level 2, not bad. On the other hand, your level 2 power spike is not upfront power. It's like damage over time. So you don't really want to take an extended fight out here, especially if Faceless could join. Especially when Faceless is this low. Like, I'm more interested... let me step back, actually. Who needs to do something right now? Do you need to do something, or do they need to do something? They need to do something. Because you're winning. You are in good equilibrium. This guy is low. This camp was blocked, so maybe this is something we could do. We could think about blocking it. But in terms of, like, who is required to change the current status, they are. So why do I need to go find Venge? Why can't I just sit in the lane where things are good and kill Faceless or deny my creeps to continue maintaining this? If the timing is like, okay, it's time to like do this stuff, then sure. But if it's just like, I gotta do something, I'm gonna go find the Venge. Why am I finding the Venge? I'm winning. I'm winning the lane. I'm beating this Faceless. She needs to come to me. She needs to do something about Faceless losing farm and dying. So I don't need to find her. She will approach me. And the fact that I am finding her is kind of what she wants. She wants you to leave this Faceless alone. That's why she has to come to lane and do stuff. And then she's not a very good laner, so she's going to struggle. But if you go spend your time like looking for her, Faceless is going to get time. So with that kind of in mind, now when we think about it and you see it, it's going to be easier to go, whatever. Like, I don't care. You know, like I'm just going to sit in lane. I'm just going to like hit this creep. I'm going to hit Faceless Void. That's easier. See, like right now, who feels worse? You or Venge? It's definitely her. But we did kind of push the creep in. I kind of like looked at chat. What did we throw some spells in the lane? Is that what happened? See, you step real far back. There's actually, we could be harassing, creeps to be denying. Like if we're on the right side, you could be denying these creeps from over here. This creep's about to drop below 50. Could be getting this one. This is too far, by the way. I would hold this Venomous Gale. You see, earlier I showed when he was like standing next to you, he would time walk to about here because this is the time walk range, right? So if he's standing next to you, he actually jumps to about here, and then you could chase him in the way you're doing now. When he's already here, this time walk is now like, oh, it's done, you know? So I would actually hold that Venomous Gale, and when he's actually walking up for CS, that's when you would hit him, or like when he's actually up here, not just like walking up. Like one of those situations, when he's at your max cast range, it's not really necessary. You're already doing what you need to do, which is like, he's out of the lane. I don't actually need to like do more, unless you think you'll literally kill him with the Venomous Gale. Okay, equilibrium-wise, it's good. We have taken excess damage than needed to. We kind of pushed a little harder than necessary. You had an extra attack on the creep there. Be a little careful. This will just be farmed and bait you to like come and try to deny it. If you're worried about them diving you, put them further back. If you're worried about pulls, put them far on the left. In the lane to casually harass once won't really be worth it, especially when they have a bigger creep wave. Because it's going to do like one of two things. It's either A, going to feed the Plague Ward, which is no good, or two, it's actually going to fix the lane for them. Because your Plague Ward, you probably do not have the micro to keep telling it to stop attacking, right? So it will actually just attack nonstop and then shove the lane back towards them. Like either is good for them. I would actually say you could leave that camp open because I think you're more likely to use it. Now that you did take a point in Plague Wards, you could set up enough Plague Wards here to keep like dragging it out and farming. Once you have a point in play gourd, it's really easy to stop the enemy from using the hard camp. So I would usually keep it up for yourself. It probably depends on the exact game, but I think this is a case where I would do it. You see how anytime you're putting like one plague ward down, they don't care. They don't care about a singular plague ward. It has to be multiple plague wards together that would keep them away from an area. That's why you have to like build them further back. Like this is a problem when there's like 3. Okay, from back here, you see how Faceless is able to creep aggro there? Venge is pretty low. You kind of like zoned her away. She does have some consumables, so we got to be careful of that. Don't have Venomous Gale, so I'm not getting into a huge fight. But as I heal up, I can be moving to this right side. You see how we're super far back? So now Faceless is able to like aggro these melee creeps and attempt CS. Like he's kind of walking up here. It's Earthshaker who is zoning Faceless right now. It's not us. But we're the ranged hero versus the melee hero, so that doesn't really like make a bunch of sense. If you're worried about dying, that's one thing, but the place you'll die is on the left side because that's where Venge is. So you can make your way to the right side and then you won't die and then you can zone him. So that's why like you can just walk through here and then do this stuff. I try to focus the same hero there. That all happened at once, so I don't really blame you, but I think you guys would have killed... You would have killed at least one of the heroes. But we kind of like split the attention there. And now that... Nice. Now that Bounty has shown to rotate, make sure you buy a sentry for the lane. And then stick it like in a tree line. In here is good, over here is good. This is not bad, but you'll still need to see him invis. So I recommend a sentry like in here or here. If you don't have your stuff bound to a hotkey, I recommend pick a hotkey, doesn't matter which. And that way in these fights, you can make sure they target the right hero, especially with like Plague Carrier. There is some extra damage from the facet. Even without Plague Carrier, like you should do it anyways. There's like a small window where like maybe Venge lives there because I think your wards were hitting Faceless or creeps. Damn. You can TP actually, by the way. Not that you knew Bounty Hunter was here, but if you're ever worried about it, it's totally worth it. Like from the lane, I got involved in a fight, but I think someone is stealing it. TPing here or here to walk in is super worth it. When will we cast again? I don't know. Ricky and I are in a position where I feel we're decent, but us over other tier 1 talent for a LAN is understandably tough for a TO to go for. And lately there's tournaments, but it's a lot of like tier 1 stuff. There's not a lot of like remote group casting qualifier things, which is currently where we're at, for better or for worse. I don't really blame anyone for that. That's just like the reality of it. But if you ever do like our casting, feel free to be like, we love Zach and Ricky. Unironically helps, you know? Not that I want to be a salad and everything, but it does help for TOs to pick which casters if they see the community likes people. Don't flame the others. I don't want that. I don't want to be like, this guy's shit. We want Zach and Ricky. That's not the kind of stuff we want. But if you guys prefer our casting, just the positives of it can be nice. I got a little distracted there. I don't even know what we were doing. Let me look. Put that down, killed that. As part of taking this tower, further up is actually more useful because if a fight breaks out, it's actually in this area, which is not being covered right now. Sergeant Patton, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, maybe it paid off because we did see the bounty after the. But usually further up is better because like this is where the fights tend to happen. I don't know why we're chasing so far back. It's not really you. It's more your Earthshakers back here. Because of our Plague Ward setup, I'm okay in this general area. But this is still a little bit like Pugna's here, we're here. So really we should be like postured around this area would be preferable. This is like pretty aggressive, which I'm up for. But as they now bring the numbers, we kind of like reset up back here, start putting some Plague Wards in this area to protect us. Kind of worked out in the end, but I think that could be done cleanly. It's not really on you though. The most you can say is like, let's just siege like this way, you know, like just sit behind Pugna, whatever. Kind of a minor thing. Okay, I think we covered your stuff on the lane. I hope it helped. Is there a need for Vessel this game? I wasn't really focused on actual items. If you're having a good game, I don't mind the Vessel. Because that's kind of what it is. Like, casual earn is okay, even if you don't go more for more. If you're getting Vessel, you're either having a great game, and it's like, why not? Or it's a good item. It's okay here because, like, Axe is pretty tanky, and then Faceless and... Faceless doesn't like damage over time stuff, so like you'll add damage there, even though he's not the tankiest right now. Invoker has like a good amount of regens, like surprisingly, so it's actually like not too bad versus him. Bounty can build auras and heal, so it's kind of nice for that. But I kind of agree it's not critical. You could probably do something else instead. Okay, we gotta do, Chris has donated twice actually to like add another question. Hold on, let me pull this up. Yes, okay, we can look at the lane and later in the game for double donation. Yeah, we'll do both. Let's do it. Dragon Knight. Too much, the ulti on the Void. Oh, in that last fight? Nah, chuck it. If you can ever get a kill on a core, if you're unsure, just throw the abilities. It's better to just get the core kills. That one was kind of close, especially because of Time Walk, you know? So we gotta, like, kind of burst him. I think it's fine. Have I been following the CS2 major? No. I like to tune in every now and then to CSGO. There's like a nostalgia of the noises. Not that I was ever a massive Counter-Strike player, but I played a little bit with friends in college. So I like hearing the noises and seeing it. It's like fast-paced, it's easy. So sometimes I'll go in phases of like watching a little bit here and there, but it's not really like I don't follow any teams or players or anything like that. I just like hearing them shuffle through the guns and like pow, you know, and stuff like that. All right, let me fix the timestamp because we were rambling a little there. Okay, so we'll start with the lane because you said that part was kind of rough, and then early game felt easy. Afterwards, you felt like the team was kind of AFK and you didn't know what to do. Okay. Okay. Let's start with the lane. It is what? Us and Disruptor versus probably Drow and then one of these supports. Okay, so for you going into this lane, It's annoying because it's 2 ranged supports, most likely, unless it gets like really wacky. But it's going to be 2 ranged heroes, and we're melee. Even though we're Dragon Knight, that's still a lot of harass that could come in. Then we look at our support, it's Disruptor. Disruptor isn't that strong of a laner. He kind of amplifies how the lane is going. Like, if you're doing well, he makes it easier. If it's a bad lane, he can't really change it into a good lane. So this one will be rough. I'm not going to worry about the fact that you're like AFK at the start. It's not great, but like sometimes it happens for like who knows what, you know? So I'm not going to sweat it too much. But definitely be out to lane early. And then because I know the lane's going to be annoying, getting the equilibrium back here and then just holding it here is preferable. That's what's going to give us a chance to maybe kill these squishy ranged heroes. If they step up too far, glimpse them back into a creep wave, stuff like that, kill them. If they just sit under tower and attack us, it's going to be annoying. Like, you might be able to do it, but you'll probably just take a lot of damage and have to buy extra regen. So any tricks to get the lane out here quickly are great. If we are here at the start and we're like stealing this one, you can body block at the very beginning, the same way we just saw the Venomancer do in the last match. That can be a great thing. Rarely contested at this bracket. Or if you're here, like you get this one safely and you just walk, let the first creep go through, body block the others. We are a little bit late because of who knows what. May not be possible. Okay, we get this one. Maybe it's kind of close. But it doesn't look like we're doing it anyway. So you could have body blocked. You body block the last 3 and let the first one go. And then if Drow does any level of body blocking, if there's no body blocking, it's 1 creep versus 4, and then the other 3 are like back here. And so this first creep gets to like half health by the time the rest of the creeps show up. Half health is maybe extreme, maybe like a third, like 2/3 of its health is left. But that like starts pressure building this way, which is already good for us. Okay, for how we are positioning, this is Drow's attack range. And then let's see who the other one is. It looks like Witch Doctor because I see Lion up here. So for Witch Doctor, the big thing we got to be worried about is Maledict when he eventually picks up this ability. Maledict into damage is what will kill us, the Dragon Knight. Casual poke, we can deal with because of Worm's Wrath. Or I guess not Worm's Wrath, our passive, Dragon Blood. Casual poke is okay. We might have to get some extra regen. The Maledict is the killer. So being aware of those two is how we're going to position. You kind of rush the Bracer here. I would still buy some like Iron Branches and stuff. But doing double Bracer could be okay because it would be a lot of extra regen to keep you healthy. If we are getting it, let's get it. Okay, I don't care. I don't care about Witch Doctor. I'm getting through this lane. I care about CS. There's this creep. This one's half, right? There's things to do here. Now we're chasing the Witch Doctor. So it's kind of like in the last game when we put that question of like, why is Venomancer chasing the Venge? Who needs to do something? Venge needs to do something. If you're here happily farming, Witch Doctor needs to stop you. And if we chase Witch Doctor, he's accidentally doing his job. He's stopping you from farming, except he didn't do anything. He just like dressed himself up to look tempting, and you're like, let me head over there, you know? But this is actually where I want to be at the start. Every CS you get, your net worth is increasing by like 10% or something. Not actually 10%, you know? But like, that's the amount. When we start with 600 gold, every last hit is giving us a huge jump in money. The sooner you pick up this Bracer, the sooner you pick up a second Bracer, right? It becomes impossible for Drow Harass to amount to anything. Like, even if she attacks you nonstop, you take so little damage and you regen enough that you're like, I'm just ignoring all of it. Obviously a little bit of an over-exaggeration, but the sooner you get to that point, the better. The more you delay yourself, the more she picks up items, then it hurts, and it's harder because like, oh, I'm being harassed more, I'm having a harder time getting last hits. So the first few waves are the most important to not get distracted unless you know I can kill this guy right now. In that case, 2 CS compared to a kill, okay, sure. This is a level 1 kill that I'm having to chase for. I don't have a stun, right? It's going to be really tough. So all that does is drag us away. It may not seem like a lot. Let me compare and contrast, though. Okay, stay in here. You even do the creep aggro for this CS, which is pretty good. Instead of doing a first trick so that this lane is pushing out, notice that it's actually pushing in a little bit, but whatever. We can deal with that. This creep can be hit if we wanted to do denies. Because I don't want to tank too much damage from Drow, that's okay. I can just sit over here, not getting poked by Witch Doctor. I'm at 2/3 of my health, right? I don't want to take attacks from Drow and from Witch Doctor. So instead of like staying on the edge here, out of sight in the trees to pop out to get this one, I'm actually like approaching the Witch Doctor. Right here, right? We can aggro. We're like waiting here, but actually instead of doing any of this, you could actually just aggro this melee creep back the entire time so that Drow can't go for this deny because the creep's actually up here. Going for deny can be okay. Earlier, we mentioned like the potential breathe fire for range creeps. If you have this on in the laning stage, I need breathe fire for this creep. Now I've backed up too far. Sticking around, tanking an extra auto attack, but then securing this range creep. This range creep is like half a tango. So I take 100 damage, but then I buy 300 worth of regen with another set of tangos. All right, this, I don't care about any of this. If Disruptor died, I wouldn't care. You go this way because you're scared, and then immediately cut this way. Drow is now doing what you were doing. That's why the more we can cut out these habits, we don't even have to do anything special. The enemies will just make mistakes at some point. So right now, you come over here, and let's see what we can do. I can deny a range creep from Drow, deny this melee creep, and actually you can see if you kill these two creeps, it's actually 4 versus 3. That means this lane is pushing a little bit. So then while she's distracted as well, I can also aggro off of her and try to get my melee creeps under tower. So now I'm not just denying her this range creep. These two are going to die under tower while she is chasing this Disruptor, who is worth 250 gold roundabout if she gets him. And then these 3 creeps we just denied would be 100 gold. So maybe she gets 250, loses 100. Maybe she doesn't get this at all because it's a level 1 chase, and then she just loses 100 gold. Instead, we chase, so now we took about 150 damage, and then I come back here, and the lane is actually still pushing in. So I'm still going to be required to play this area. All right, because you actually push it in, this is going to work out. Creeps are under tower, so right now, I don't have to do much. Turn on XP indicator. As long as I'm getting XP, I'm happy. If I can get some last hits, because Drow is over here, it's fine. Go for it. If Drow and Witch Doctor were here and Disruptor were not, I just need to get XP, because now that this is under tower, this whole wave is going to push up to here, and that's what I've wanted this whole time, and I'm going to balance it here. So I don't need to risk my life at this moment. For the next 20 seconds, I will be careful. And after that, I've won the lane. She's not here, we get a deny. She's starting to come back, so it's time to be careful. You actually creep aggro. You see, you're pulling your own creeps out of the tower. So this is like unnecessary creep aggro, right? This is actually backfiring a little bit. This is hit or miss if this creep ends up walking back under the tower or sticks to these creeps. It's really random. It's hard to control. It's just like based on the timing of what these guys are up to. So in this case, you just like wouldn't do it. You would just let them kill each other and then the lane would shove. Instead, I stick around. I'm getting hit by Maledict, and I actually move to the left to where Drow was coming back from. I could have done that first deny, no creep aggro, and then just sit in this tree line, and XP would still cover all of this. So you haven't really taken that much damage quite yet, but like this is how healthy you would be. You'd be almost full health as the wave is coming back, and now we sit here. So that's a really good position. Instead, they do connect a couple auto attacks, Maledict hits. We run back into Breathe Fire for what, right? Don't need to Breathe Fire. So actually, I'm just baiting myself to take more damage, and then I almost die for this. So now the equilibrium is up here. Now I'm too low. Now if I walk up for last hits, I am 3 auto attacks from death. And she's got a slow, so it's really hard. It's really hard not to take 3 auto attacks. Compared to full health Dragonite laning here, I've won. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if they don't fix equilibrium and this camp is blocked, you're laning here for like 3 more minutes. that's enough time for you to get a second bracer, boots, something like that. You know, it depends how well you last it, depends exactly what happens. But from there, you're going to be in a really strong position. That's why for a lot of times the off lane, your first job is to get the equilibrium back or to hit certain items. This is just a nice default. It's not always required, but why not in a pub game? And if you take too much risk, it's going to backfire on you. Damage reduction. Let him die. I don't care about Disruptor. I care, but I don't care, right? The goal, your goal as the offlaner, as a core, Drow as well. Drow is also falling into this. She's like chasing the Disruptor. I just want the early last hits. Let me show you guys your net worths right now. If you guys got a kill, you'd be up to like this area. You'd be a little higher, both of you, right? If you guys just had all the CS right now, you'd be like just behind Ember. That's a little extreme because it's only 2 minutes in, but like that's your main job. Fighting, unless it's a kill, I don't care. Like here, you're not doing it, so I'm glad. I don't care if they kill him. This is really good equilibrium. This is all I need to worry about. It's his job to know, like, we don't need to fight right now. Now when you take damage, you get the extra armor and regen from the tower, so it hurts less. And while I'm just running around, I'm winning. I'm getting extra regen. So now I feel good. I can walk up, I can deny, I can come back under my tower. Let's see how long you sit here without... Well, let's see if we mess it up, but... Right? Witch Doctor just waiting here. He's not doing a pull. He's not like setting up. He was just waiting behind a tree. This would have done nothing. Disruptor. Back to the last question. Last game. Do we need to do anything? Equilibrium is here. Our team is farming. We don't need to do anything. Disruptor, I gotta go do something. I'm gonna go look. Witch Doctor was just AFK here. He wasn't contributing at all. He is the one who is pressured to do something. And if you go looking for him, he is now doing something. So Disruptor could have just AFK'd under this tower and it would be better for him than to actually walk out. And now he has given Witch Doctor a good trade. And now Disruptor is dead, question mark? I think with the Fairy Fire, he might live. So he lost all his health and his job is to make sure Dragonite is farming. And I look at this and Dragonite is farming. He didn't need to do anything. He could have just sat under the tower with the same result. Which is why, as the Disruptor, actually, this is the perfect time to go stack. Oh, tough lane, that's okay. Dragonite can recover with the ult and farm stacks. So 3 minutes, Dragonite is farming here on his own with the buff of the tower. So I'll just come over and I'll double stack this. Disruptor could have added 200 gold to his team. Instead, he ate a Fairy Fire to barely stay alive and then lose all his health. So this is why it's really important to like keep asking yourself, what's the goal of our lane? What are situations I'm happy with? And if I'm happy, do I need to do more? And I think a lot of times support players feel like I got to be doing something or I'm going to be flamed. I'm going to be yelled at right now, right? You're scared. Your mom's coming home. You're like, oh shit, what chores did I forget to do? Look busy. You know, you run around and then you're like, wait, I did everything. I did my homework. I took the chicken out of the freezer. I vacuumed. I'm allowed to play video games right now. It's actually okay. You didn't need to panic. You didn't need to freak out. Right? So it's just important to remember, like, what were my responsibilities? Am I happy with the situation? Then it's fine. And you stayed focused. Like, this part is good from you. You just, like, stuck to the creeps. You didn't get distracted by Disruptor. So you're, like, good. And I don't want you to feel guilty. Like, if you're like, oh, Zach, I always feel bad about this. Like, supports. It's like, it's his fault. He shouldn't be doing this. You're doing your job. His job was to not stop you from doing your own job. And you see, we're still here. Even though we may take a little bit of damage, we may have to back up a little bit. The creeps are still here. The tower is regenning you. You've probably gained about an extra 100 health from this tower right now for being in this area. Because of the spell usage, it did kind of like push the lane out a little bit, but this is still better than over here. It's easy to see Witch Doctor coming in this way compared to over here. It's easier for him to like loop around like this, like this, like this, like this. From this position, this is his one play. And as Disruptor stands here, you see Witch Doctor coming in all the time. So then you just back up, right? You're doing the right thing here. All of this is from laning up here. That's why it's easier for you right now. I mean, we're still taking some damage from Drow, but in general, life feels easier. So now I see Witch Doctor on the side. I'm worried about Maledict. Stand on the left side. When I look at the lane, do I need to do anything? Kind of. It is 4 versus 3. If these two deny this, though, this is like a fixable lane. This is something Drow and Witch Doctor can pull back to here without even having to, like, do pulls. Will they? I don't know. I saw a level 1 Drow chase up to here, right? I'm not really betting on her creep management. So as you're low and as this guy's coming from the side, it's okay to just like chill. Here's your XP range, right? So we are really overshooting where we need to be. We can be like back here. If I'm scared of Witch Doctor, I can be over here. That's a little far. We can be a little closer, but like that's the extreme version. I think you'll still live here. And look at that. Of the 3 versus 4 creeps, she pushed forward 2 creeps. And that's why I wasn't that worried about it, right? They had complete control to bring it back here, and they gave it to you. So all we need to do is remove our mistakes that push the lane back, and the enemy will keep bringing it to us. That was something in the Smurf video. The Luna did some tricks, but like the enemy also pushed the lane towards her repeatedly. For this bracket, like honestly, Archon and lower, which is more than 50% of players, it's just a battle of making less mistakes, and it will come up to you. Ow. That's okay, you'll live. And then we'll salve up in a moment here. We chilling. No death. We're good. Look at you. XP range, good. We've got the XP. Salve back here, backpack, all that stuff. And then once we're full health, we can show back up. The next creep wave is about here right now. A little further. They're about here right now. So you might lose these creeps. It'll push up to here. They'll meet the next creep wave. It'll push back up. As long as you don't die. If you die, you'll lose everything. All right, let's jump ahead to like where you found some team fights. I think we've like addressed enough issues here in the lane. Uh-oh. Forgot about that Witch Doctor. You guys were actually in a pretty good spot. That was a decent glimpse, but you guys need to fight from the right side. But anyways, we kind of already addressed some stuff. So you thought the early game was okay, I think, and then it was like, it was later on that you felt there were some issues. So let's see. So yeah, it looks like a chunk of your team is relatively rich. Ember's the one doing the best on their side. We have like an okay... Well, it's actually not that big of a lead for like the time of the game. Yeah, like 7K at 40 is not that big of a deal. It's nicer to have it than not, but let's see. It's probably more about like various plays we can make. Ooh, jump into a Roche attempt. Okay, your build's a little funny here. This is like some mixed up build. For Dragon Knight, honestly, whether you're playing carry, mid, or off lane, there's very similar builds. So like Blink into Armlet is pretty good. Or sorry, like if you're just trying to be like active, especially from the offlane side, you can do like Blink Armlet. If you're playing the carry side, you usually do like Armlet into Mask of Madness into other stuff. Ags is pretty late. It's like one of your last items you would consider buying. It used to be the build. That is now dropped off. You don't really do this until your like final items. Crystallis is okay, but notice Crystallis is like an amplifier. If I attack a lot and I have a lot of damage, then the critical hits will like ramp up my damage. I don't have an attack speed item besides the power treads, and I don't have a damage item besides the Crystallis. So you want to fill out some other items first. Your net worth is decent, but you're spending it on kind of like weird stuff. They're all technically like Dragon Knight items, just the ordering is like strange. So if you fix that, your net worth will already do a lot more for you. Okay, Witch Doctor's dead. Okay, Centaur just jumped without seeing anything. Got a free kill for that. Don't have Dragon Form, so you guys are currently looking for more, but I'm happy with what you guys have. We have Aegis. We just killed Centaur. We should just take this tower with the next creep wave, and you don't need to do anything else, especially without this. Absolute disaster. Very similar to earlier in the lane, saying like, when are we happy? When are we not? Do I need to do more? Am I okay? You guys actually had a pretty good situation, but then you guys are looking for too much when you don't have like everything available to you. So you should just take this tower. Like, just let Sniper hit it. In the same way, this whole thing started because Sniper was hitting the tower, you were over here, and Centaur just saw a Sniper, so he jumped in, and then you helped the Sniper. Same deal. You let Sniper hit the tower, and when they do something about it, you jump in. After losing this fight, by the way, you should run. You shouldn't even be trying. It like kind of works. Like, we kind of killed the drow, but you probably should have died here. Got kind of lucky there. Like, that works, but it shouldn't, if that makes sense. What's going on over here? All right, when the team is starting to get involved in stuff like this, we just want to like push the lane. You can like do this because it should be fast enough, but you don't want to like, it kind of looks like we're about to start jungling, but I just want to be pushing this lane because it's a question of like you versus drow, who wins? I may not be able to solo kill her, but I shouldn't die either. And in the chance she does not respond properly and she is just like jungling, I should be taking this tower. So let's see, we can deviate a little bit, and then now here's where it's too much. Here's where we should be pushing this in right away. Okay, she's actually here. So then in that case, let's now go mid. Let's head over here, push in mid, because now then this tower is undefended. 3 heroes are dead. He's here, he's here. Now by pushing this in, Centaur will respawn, and then Centaur will probably TP. So now you have forced things to happen. Centaur is using his teleport scroll to come here. So now if you do something somewhere else, he can't respond to it with a teleport. This is kind of like what's forcing the action. If I jungle now, Centaur will probably respawn. He might still TP, but he could just walk out. And then you try to push it in, then he defends it. You try to play bottom, and then he TPs here. So we do want to like shove things in. Okay, so if we try for Drow because we think we can solo kill her, if you can, great. You have like 7 seconds to do this. If you take too long, Centaur, who is looking for something to do because he's about to respawn, will TP here and do something about it. With your build, I don't know if I feel great about solo killing her because she has the evasion and the Hurricane Pike. So we're kind of just watching her farm then in that case. In the same time, if you just keep jungling, you probably could have farmed 2 more camps. Or if you push in mid, you could have farmed like the 300 gold there and then forced the rotation mid. All right, Dragon Form is about to be up again. Instead of talking about theoretical builds, this game, I think Armlet, Blink... maybe BKB at that point. AC is good because you're off lane and you need armor versus Drow. A Lotus Orb might be okay if a support's not doing it. A Lotus could be good because it's armor versus Drow. You can remove the silence. You can reflect a lot of like single target stuff. Just team half. Let's just jump in. Let's just go find another point. We don't have any extra armor is nice versus Drow and for the team. You're looking pretty far ahead, but you got to remember like where your team is. There are times to make plays and the team doesn't do it, and that kind of sucks. At the same time, you can't make plays without the team. I missed whatever happened. Stuff has happened. If you can get more, great, but they're like too far. So this is kind of like wasted time. You're looking for something that like just can't happen. Unless you run into like just a lion, maybe. But there's also a lot of risk. I know I just jumped here, so I don't know the full map state. But in the late game, usually solo hunting like this is kind of risky, and we can kind of see it, right? You know, okay, in this case, we forced out a BKB, so actually better than expected. I don't think he should have even done that. I see we're clicking up to the high ground, but we don't even have creeps here. This is like insanely risky for no real reason. Like, we should just farm and push in lanes, which is how you deal with it. So if your team isn't doing stuff, just keep pushing in lanes and watch the map. And you will see the enemy will dance for you. Like, I push in top, so they respond top. I push in mid, so they respond mid. I push in bottom, so they respond bottom, right? If your team is not doing stuff, we go back to the principle. Eventually, the enemy will screw up. Like, even without us doing anything fancy, and my team not being potentially that useful, the enemy will screw up somewhere. So you just keep pushing in lanes. Adding in the Manta style to your build can be useful for this if you can use illusions to help you push in lanes when you have a team that is particularly passive. Just keep pushing in lanes, because either the enemy team will not address it, and so you will chip towers down and do it yourself, or you will eventually force rotations around and be able to take an opportunity somewhere to win the fight and then push. I do think your team is being like pretty passive right here, but then we are taking a lot of risk without it. So for example, after doing this, you would like want to blink out, like 2 auto attacks, blink out real quick, minimal risk to us. Or Manta, send the illusions in, we jungle, and now we back out. If you are the only one playing aggressively, you would buy your own observers and stuff. I see you doing it, so that's good. Okay, age is expired, 30 seconds, no dragon form. So now we kind of do want to wait for our team, and you see you're like jumping into stuff. Don't use your blink to jump into farm aggressively in the mid to late game. You will just, it's like all the risk, minimal reward. Blinking to this creep wave here versus walking to it here, the creep is worth the same amount. The chance that you die goes up exponentially when you show yourself and then have to walk out instead of instantly being able to blink out. And your chance to get kills is also lowered, because if you walk in and then you see a guy, a support, you can blink kill him. When you blink into the creep wave, the guy who is about to come goes, oh shit, turns around and just walks away. So you actually just like massively limit yourself so that you can kill creeps 2 seconds fast. It's like on the highway when people behind you like speed up to you to get real close so that they can save half a second to stop at the same stoplight as you. Or like they zip in front to cut you because they're like, I have to be first. I have to be in front of this guy, so that they can all stop at the same stoplight, so we can all slow as everyone has sped too fast and everyone's rubbernecking at the same car. Like, there's no need to be that close. Give them 2 seconds, guys. Like, you don't need to be that close to the car. You don't need to kill the creeps that quickly. It's okay. Or there are times to kill it quickly, but a lot of times it's not when people are blinking in. So in this particular case, if you're like, man, my sniper's not doing anything, I get that. I can't do anything here though. So trying to do something is now my own mistake. Sniper's mistake is here. Trying to find a kill with 2 dead supports and the enemy team is mostly here, that's bad. What you do is you just farm backwards. Anytime you feel scared, you farm backwards, jungle your stuff, and then farm this way. Let me like pitch you the money. Let's see, someone die here? Maybe us. Okay, we died for 600 gold. This is 100, this is 80. This is 100, this is 60. This is like 160. I don't know what this is worth at this point, 100. The point is, for how fast you can farm at this point, you can probably clear like half this jungle, if not more. You can be rocking 800 GPM, like clearing through this jungle efficiently on your own, because sniper's AFK. You know, you shove in a lane, you fall back, you jungle. Shove in a lane, you see they're not here, you jungle their side. Shove in the lane, they're over here, you chip tower. You can like consistently get a huge amount of money and grow a more meaningful lead for the fight that will eventually happen. You just have to wait a long time. At some point, Sniper will stumble into a fight. I promise. He is what? 11, 11, 16, right? So it's not that he's 100% passive avoiding all fights. He just doesn't know when to do it or not. So you just prep yourself for when this guy accidentally does it. Because at this stage, you only need to win one fight. If Sniper takes the fight here and you win it because you're rich and this is the fight he finally joins, you will walk down here in 35 seconds and then they'll still be dead for like another 50 and then you'll do it. Like all you need is one fight. Once you pass like 40 minutes and you are someone who can take towers like Juggernaut, you only need a single fight. So don't be like, oh, he's so passive, so let me just take like whatever random fights wherever I can find it. You're just gonna like slow yourself down. Unless you know it's a clean pickoff, that's okay. Otherwise, just play efficiently, farm, shove waves, and at some point a fight will happen. You will act appropriately, you will win the fight, you will go mid, you will run down here, and then you will take this barracks. Or you'll take the tier 3, 4 stuff, you know, and then you have to do it again. So it might take several fights. But like that's just how you have to do it in a pub game. There is no, as soon as I get teammates who will all listen to me, like this will happen. I still have teammates who are super passive. You know, sometimes it's me, sometimes I'm the one distracted and I'm being passive. It will happen at all brackets and you just have to adjust and like wait for it. Because they will also do the same stuff. They will also overextend. As you can see, it's 40 to 41. So like they will make their own share of over passive, over aggressive plays. I can see I was a bit tilted. And that's understandable. Like, Dota is a stressful game. I get it. I'm not here to flame anyone for getting angry, but I will say, you know, the better we can keep cool-headed, stay calm, that's good for us. Most Dota games have something you can do. There are games that are unwinnable, but rather than feel they're unwinnable, because that doesn't really do much for you, you know? Take it as if you are playing an actual single... I know we joke, and that's like Dota's a single-player game that we have to win on our own. But it's not. It is a team game. But pretend for a moment it's a single-player game, right? We don't go like, man, this game's a piece of shit, it's garbage, whatever. Maybe you do, but like... But it really is like, okay, there's something in this game that I don't know. There's some mystery I have to solve. I gotta go find some special item. Okay, this route is not it. Like, there must be another route I can take. You know, you have to go find that. A lot of pub games have some hidden solution that you may not be able to recognize depending on your rank, depending on the game, but there probably is one. And 70% of the time, it's related to just pushing out waves safely and waiting for an opportunity, but ignore that part. There is probably some kind of hidden solution. So rather than get like super frustrated, just spend the time looking for that hidden solution. If you find it, you win. Otherwise, you're just playing patiently, and we'll see. Like 50-50, we win, 50 we lose. But then sometimes you find something that like works out for you, and you win it. There was one earlier I kind of wanted to see. Oh, this one. Okay. I want to do this one because there's relevant questions. But also it helps us cover the spread of different roles. We haven't done a carry game today, so this helps us mix in the spread of roles and ranks. Okay, this question was about, where was it? Wasn't sure what the optimal way to play the lane was. Got pretty triggered during laning phase. Thought my positioning was okay, but still died. Late game, also wasn't sure how aggressive to be with my positioning, defending, and when to use Stone Gaze, but it worked out. Okay, so you did end up winning, but there's like questions to be answered. So that's perfect. We're looking for positioning stuff. I have missed whatever conversation has gone on. I don't really care what, games get submitted, I guess, what heroes and all that. That much. I did just say we're trying to like get a mix in, and that's kind of true, but it doesn't matter that much to me. Let's see. Jug is kind of good versus Medusa because he has Omni Slash. It's also not the end of the world. The other heroes are not that big of a deal for you. And you actually have like the Wyvern to heal you during the Omni Slash, which is kind of nice. Although it's also kind of a funny pairing, but whatever. I'm not going to worry about it. Today's focus is not the draft. So, for you, you're just looking to have a solid start. Slardar off lane shouldn't be able to punish you that hard. You should be able to keep your distance, get the levels you need, and then start shoving the lane and then just jungling efficiently. And Slardar is not an offlaner who can really deal with the wave being shoved into him a bunch. So like he'll farm, but you'll farm faster. So first couple waves, just kind of like chilling, getting what we can, get to our power treads, get to the Yasha. Safe start, come to lane. Positioning wise, Mystic Snake is a decent cast range, so looking for opportunities to bounce it off a couple heroes, all that stuff is nice. And then otherwise, just like the auto attack range would be like the circles we would play with. With no one showing top, you can actually meet your creep wave sooner to do the same trick. Body block the back three, let the first one go through. But it's not that big of a deal. You're first in lane. We better hit this creep first. Our job is to do every trick in the book to keep the lane sitting here for the first few minutes and then shove it later. But we're not at the point where I can shove this and then jungle because I'm level 1, Power treads is essentially one thing we can go for. Actually, I don't know. Do Medusas still do the like arcane boot thing? I haven't seen Medusa in a little bit. I haven't been paying as much attention. If you do, I guess you can do that, but I don't really care. The point is we need to get to the Yasha Manta. Okay, no, people are doing power treads. I'm not going to worry too much about missing CS, but I will highlight it. I'd also like to highlight the creeps are hitting us and we just walked into Crush. So I have lost about half my mana, and I think that was all avoidable. Let me go back. Okay, whack, whack. Currently walking in. If you are worried about him denying this, I kind of get it. You can try to creep aggro them to the side. So rather than walking in this way, walk this way. Because we denied the first one, it's okay if there's a little bit of like wasted damage, Stand over here, aggro the creeps this way, away from the Slardar. Go for the last hit. You'll be in a slightly safer position rather than like walking into the Slardar. You'll be walking this way. And you don't risk, like if you aggro backwards, you're going to go under tower. So aggroing to the side could help you here. In the end, he missed it and we went for this. Here's where we have a little bit of an issue is that I think you misclicked on the Slardar because he walked in. I don't have to use these settings, guys, because I'm not a core player. Core players, you have to deal with this, so it is really good if you use one of these. It's up to you how exactly you do it. Essentially, this is what allows you to attack the creep. That a Primal Beast is the main example. He is on top of the creep, blocking it with his fat ass, and you have to not click him. And it's really hard in the heat of the moment while you're like moving things around. So use one of these settings. I don't have to do it because I'm not a support, so I frequently forget. But core players, you should learn this. So I would turn that on, and then you could avoid what just happened. Otherwise, you can also aggro forward, but I don't really want to do that as the ranged versus Medusa. So having that would prevent the situation we're in now, where we've drawn the aggro, and we now have to choose between walking forward and tanking damage, or walking back and then losing equilibrium. You actually had it. They actually left, and then you hit them. Oops. So then I guess a third little mistake there, where now we have to like de-aggro. This one's fine. This one's on us, and that's kind of like put us here. It's like very strange. Drawing the creeps is what has like boned us, and I've lost half my mana to a melee hero on the first wave. All right, range creep most important. So if I want to do it by attacks, you see how you're backing up? You're kind of like forgetting that he could possibly deny this creep. You're like, oh, I have time, I'll walk this way. But at any moment, this guy could do this, and I have to launch my attack now. But we've backed up too early, right? We're kind of forgetting about that. So this is where I think having the range indicators on, helping you remember, like, I got to keep things in range of this. I can stand here and be in range of this and this very safely. Or we just lost focus, and you were like more focused on these melee creeps than this range creep. But I think you could have at least launched an attack of that range creep. Yeah, in the first wave, we've lost equilibrium and a chunk of mana, and I think this is mostly off of like the misclick / creep aggro stuff. So that's something for us. And then same deal, I know that range creep is gonna get low. Someone asked earlier, how do I deal with creeps being held hostage when we like do this stuff? So it's like, do you want it to be held hostage or not? In this case, it's kind of okay if you do it, because it's currently favoring Slardar right now, that this is moving out, and I want to fix this. So actually, like, splitting the melee creeps, and then we have the nuke with the Mystic Snake to secure the range creep, and then fall back, kill this, and run these creeps around to reestablish equilibrium again. We have an easier time as the Medusa than Slardar would, because like, oh, they're split. Like, I want this creep, but I gotta deny this creep. Like, he has a tough time on it if Rubik isn't here to like Fade Bolt or something. So this is a case where Medusa can do it, like aggro the full wave back and then Mystic Snake this one. But like, keeping in mind, even if I did it intentionally or not, I'm not in range to Mystic Snake. Like, I need to do it now. I need to be Mystic Snake. It probably needs to be traveling now already to this one to hit this, to hit this. Slardar did both. Slardar, the melee hero, got one, made it to the other. So that's where we're having like lack of focus. Bring this creep around this way. It's just a Rubik. You can tank the shots. This creep will help you fix equilibrium. The small camp will not fix it completely for you. Keep that creep alive. Either run it in circles here the entire time, or bring it here. But that melee creep could help you fix equilibrium, and we kind of just sacrificed it to the tower. There's a full wave here and a full wave somewhere around here. So we now need to like get everything here killed quickly. Or bring it back outside. So you see you're like waiting here. I see Slardar has left. So you can bring it under tower for a little bit. And then when he leaves and you're not pressured, bring it back outside. And you would keep 2 melee creeps alive. And now we're laning here 5 or 6 creeps versus 4. On my own, no support, I have set myself up to be here. Which at the start we said, that's our goal. I am Medusa, I am versus Slardar. I'm interested in holding the lane here for the first few minutes, get the power treads, and then focus on jungling. Instead, it's been a really messy lane going back and forth, and Slardar is like the same as us. So that's where there's been some mismanagement. And now we can like say like, well, what's Wyvern been doing? But again, we can only focus on ourselves, and we can identify things Medusa herself can do to improve her life here. Kind of drew these under tower. So where they were here, you can do the aggro tricks. Like you can stand here, drop aggro, harass Slardar once or twice, come back. Because your range creeps under tower, if you try to draw these back, right, they're gonna die to the tower, the lane's gonna shove out again, which is what's gonna happen right now. But we don't need to aggro back. Like we can, from the tower, I can hit these creeps. I am safe where I am. So right now I just like poke Slardar once or twice, go for these creeps. If I get him, I get him. If I don't, I don't. But equilibrium will continue to stay here as opposed to this, which is like, now we are shoving. And then will I get them or not? Oh, we did. But now equilibrium's moving its way further out. And it's getting harder to deal with this. Slardar kind of fixing it for you actually a little bit. Drew equilibrium there for you. Here, you can like move this way, snake through to get the range creep. Keep in mind the snake. Nice, got it. All right, pretty happy with the amount of creeps. Had a moment to drag him to the left here. If it comes under the tower, all the creeps will go under tower. Right here. 6 versus 4, pretty happy. If a single creep goes under, they all go under. So right now, you gotta move this way. They're not right behind you. Slardar's here, Rubik's here. Right, we have a window to go this way. Even if you get lifted back into crush and everything, you're not gonna die because you have enough stuff here. And then we can continue to maintain equilibrium with the extra amount of creeps there. This will now shove out one more time. So we're kind of identifying a bunch of little things that are... It's less about positioning and more about equilibrium control, which is kind of the point of this video. But it's putting us into a weird position. Like, we're having to solve all these positioning issues of, like, where do I stand when it's up here? What do I do? When really it's like, the position's here, and then the creepy equilibrium tricks are what lets us do the position. I've kind of lost focus on the positioning, I guess, in this. Oh, the double hit! And then we chill. I'm fine. We gotta head over here again. Creep's gonna be coming through soon. All right. We have favorable equilibrium. This one's fine. We can trim this one off. Hitting our own creeps is good. Positioning, good. Far back, Rubik here, melee hero here. We're happy. You can poke Slardar once or twice here. You don't... I'll say you don't have to, but technically it's good. Any free auto attacks you can, right? We fall back. See, Wyvern is stacking, contributing, helping us out. I lost... Hold on. Wait, let me come back. Okay, we were good here. It's coming up. It's going to be here. What's my attack range? So you moved in. I know Rubik's on the left side. So we should be moving this way, top side. And from here, you'll be able to reach this creep. You actually move towards where Rubik is, and then that's what gets him the lift. This is Rubik's... Oh, well. This is Rubik's lift range, right? So anywhere on the right side would have been okay, knowing where Rubik... He was on this side, because it was daytime. I saw him over here. So knowing he's here, I should have stayed on this side, but you moved to the left side, and that's what allowed this to happen, this lift into crush into everything. Did we die? I think we should. Yeah. So that one's completely avoidable based on the circles. Okay. I think there was a question on later. I think this is enough for like laning. I'm just gonna like jump ahead. Cause it looks like your farm was okay beyond that. Let's go find like a high pressure late game situation. Is today's class about circles? Heck yeah. Okay. I'm not 100% sure the Mjolnir build is the one to go for when you are one, this guy will have increased magic resistance, and we're gonna have a build that like kind of relies on magic damage. So that part's a little funny. I also think Butterfly is very useful versus these two. And then it's actually a mid silencer who is also right click. I actually think you really want a Butterfly. I kind of think Power Tread's Manta Butterfly would have been a perfectly fine build this game. This is a legit Medusa build. I'm just not sure if this is the game for it. I don't play that much Medusa. I'm not going to worry that much about it. I think my default would have been like this Manta, Butterfly, Scotty. If he's building Butterfly, Monkey King Bar at that point. Otherwise, I don't know, Daedalus. Because you kind of just want like physical damage versus Jug. So if he ever spins, you kill him. Yeah. Plus your teammates kind of cover magic damage as well. All right, why are we farming next to each other? All right. Everyone's kind of missing. Dawnbreaker's going too far. Manta, send it down. The next creep wave will spawn. They'll walk up. Your Manta actually might finish this tower. This is such a low tower, actually. You might take this tower with the Manta, but then the Manta illusions will kill the next wave that is about to spawn. And that will keep mid lane pushed in. Even as, okay, let me put it this way. The choice to Manta and send it forward here will buy you 30 seconds of time. Because this entire creep wave can die, and then this entire creep wave can die, and they still won't be able to push mid, because they need creeps to push mid, and those are the creeps that are spawning right now. So if you kill mid right now with the Manta, they'll have to wait 30 seconds for a mid wave to spawn, and then another 30 seconds for it to walk down. So it's actually like 1 minute of time in the mid lane that you can now ignore. So you send the Manta, you deal with those creeps, you have a minute to go farm whatever, come back, catch the wave, and shove it out. If you don't, then you'll have maybe 30 seconds. It kind of depends how quick this creep wave dies and like who comes and whatever, you know, how fast they shove this wave. If you don't deal with this, and then someone TPs here and kills this, you'll have to deal with this mid wave in about like 15 seconds at soonest, 30-ish seconds. Or we can deal with it now ahead of time and then have 1 minute of free time, which is really convenient considering that Roshan is like any moment could be up. So we'll do it now with the illusion rune, which is good, but could be sooner. Actually, the illusion runes are strong enough and last long enough that you should actually split these up at this state. So like one push mid is enough to deal with the creep wave and take this tower, and then one come bottom. I know Pudge is kind of doing it, but like whatever. Send it here, kill the next creep wave. You know, the other illusion, after you kill this tower, keep it around. Don't let it die. Keep it around. Kill that one. These two illusions can buy you a ton of time to stay here. Unfortunately, it's actually about to move, so, you know, whatever. But you get the idea. Or you don't want to deal with top. Okay, they just did Tormentor. They're somewhere around here. Well, they could be on either side, actually. You never know as soon as Tormentor dies. So I maybe don't want to go top, and let's pretend it's earlier. I want to stay here for Roche. I don't want to have to go top to defend. So then this illusion could go through here. Or earlier when you were here, you might be able to Manta send them across, depending on the exact time, to deal with that creep wave, and then this will sort itself out over time. So here's ways to like use the Manta, use illusions to get yourself really good map control for various objectives coming up. Or maybe it's not map control, but it's like I have space to do things. Now we actually do have to kind of defend top. You could ignore top if you cut top with a creep wave illusion. All right, because some heroes are showing, it's kind of okay to step out to clear that. Otherwise, I'd say it's a little risky. We're just waiting for Dawnbreaker. The team is starting to move out, but this is actually kind of risky. Fortunately, we do see a couple heroes scattered. See, this is good illusion usage. I think that was intentional. You were keeping it outside. All right, they seem to be waiting for Roche. Okay, Dawnbreaker's heading down. We got to go top. So this is really dangerous. One, they could have a ward here. They did. She gets the D ward, but they see her, so they're trying to kill her. If they were a little bit more coordinated, Snapfire dies, and then like no one on the team is ready to help her. There's a little bit of a Snapfire mistake here. She should be going around and just like up here. You completely bypass this ward by going through top and contesting Roche like up here, this way. Now is not really the time to jungle with Roche. The lane should have been shoved out with illusions. And like every hero gets to whatever lane they can. Now we do have to chill and be careful and gather info. If we were still on the map, you would cut waves. So I think you actually retreated from around here. I know they're doing Roche though. So you would actually stay in this area, either send Mantas down or like, well, do that and then Twin Gate out and then farm like in this area if you have any vision to help you out, Manta, stuff like that. If you're super scared, you can come home, but you will enter the situation now where there's like, there's nothing to do. Like, we can't leave the base because we have to like sneak out and they're going to have wards and stuff set up. So it's really tough. You don't need to kill the creeps there. You should now be waiting out here. Wait for the creeps to get closer. How much money do we have? A lot. Now it's about taking a good fight. It's not so much about them like chipping down our towers. We just need like a really good fight. We are in an awkward spot. All right, so some of this comes, okay. Where should we stand? This, we've lost a tower, so they can actually smoke into here and we won't know. This tower is gone, same deal. The safest place to stand is up here. So Medusa would stand here. Pudge, looking for hooks, can be like here or in the middle. Snapfire and Winter Wyvern should be back here. Wyvern has Blink and Aether Lens and Magnifying Monocle. So this is Wyvern's Blink range. This is her ult range. If she wants to ult someone at the barracks, she can practically be in the fountain and then like blink out and then ult them. Maybe not quite at the edge, you know? So this is actually really dangerous for Wyvern to be up this close. She doesn't need to be. She can be further back. Same with Snapfire. This is the ultimate range of Snapfire. So she actually can be in the fountain, but somewhere back here is plenty. Especially because like Lotuses are very useful to help teammates deal with silences. So this is the cast range of Lotus. We can see there's too much. Snapfire and Winter Wyvern should be back. Wyvern or Medusa should be more this way. Dawnbreaker's fine. That's Dawnbreaker stuff. And then Pudge, thinking about the hooks to maybe isolate a fight, start that way. Where do we want to fight? Not over here. I want to fight on this side. So that's why as you guys move up, you're like looking to clear creeps out here, but this is where I want to stand, not up here. There's nothing that helps me fight over here besides this like minor high ground, low ground. He has Blink. He has Blink. He has Blink. There's 3 heroes with Blink, so getting up high ground is not really the issue if they find a good fight. So this is a little too far up. You can send Mantas and Mjolnir stuff if you want, but your whole team shouldn't be up here. This is actually too far up, all of them. Snapfire should definitely be behind you here, even if you wanted to posture here. If this tier 3 was up, I would adjust from saying like this is where Medusa stands to like this is where Medusa stands. It's like somewhere in this area. And everyone else is like on this side as well. That's why like they're getting baited by this Rubik looking for a kill, but like I have no interest in fighting here. And as Pudge moves out, I don't know. There could be observers here, in the lane, all that stuff. Pudge is entering the realm where the enemy could have vision, and they're going to start acting on this. We actually don't even have a sentry checking this area. So there could be an observer here literally seeing all of this. And if they see all of this, it doesn't matter if I'm standing over here and back here. There's not really a useful sentry spot, observer spot over here nowadays. You guys have checked top side. So like vision-wise, top is dark. Almost guaranteed. The one spot it could be is here if you want to check, but it's pretty hard to use that spot nowadays. The Rubik could. Bottom is the big question mark. So in terms of choosing the right place to fight, top is the place to do it. this Plague Ward really doesn't mean much. We're exiting our safety spot to deal with the Plague Ward. It's killing our sentry. I get that, but the sentry also doesn't matter that much. No one even has like invis. They might put an observer, but we should be positioning as if they had an observer the entire time. Like we should assume they see us always and posture that way. So even if they do now place an observer, it's like not a big deal. Pudge clearing this creep wave here should actually wait for it to walk closer because they could be smoked, they could be jumping him. So it should actually be further back. He's at least a core, so it's a little bit more okay. If you're a support, definitely don't do this. Like, be back here. This is the feeling you should have as you like make all your decisions is like, I'm about to lose the game or win the game. If you guys win the fight hard enough, you will walk down here and win the game off of Medusa this farmed, right? She can, if they don't have buyback, she can take this tower and go straight throne. So like, this is the moment. The game is ending right now. And we have a guy like out here or like up here for Plague Wards. Like we don't have, I don't have the feeling like we are thinking about the game ending at any moment. This compared to this. So now we don't have the towers helping us, don't have the vision advantage, all that. So Juggernaut's over here. Don't have the tower helping. Snapfire was close enough to Lotus. So Snapfire's position is not bad relative to Medusa's. And then Wyvern has the blink we talked about. So like she could jump in at any moment. She actually should, I would say, react right now and just like ult the Slardar. He'd probably lose half his health to this Juggernaut. And then off of that, you can chain stun other stuff. Medusa can stone gaze in the middle so that like you then get the follow-up stun, stuff like that. I actually do think Wyvern could probably just like ult Slardar right now. And she's in position, right? I mean, like, Curse is already almost there, let alone having the blink. Oh, maybe he was spinning and I just like was too slow to see that. Minor tip, Wyverns, because we're in double global territory. She Lotus herself, but then she's not using abilities. So you only Lotus at the very last second and then use your abilities. Because what if he double globals, right? Then this first Lotus doesn't do anything. So save your Lotus till you actually cast a spell. And then I'm pretty sure here she just uses Cold Embrace rather than that. So that's some misspelled usage. And then Cookie sent you forward. The fight has now become a little bit of a disaster outside of the positioning we just talked about. I think once you kill him, we're just like trying to get back this way. But honestly, it's like, I don't know. Do you TP? Maybe you can TP on out. Like if you did it right now, do they have anything? You might be able to, because I think Rubik has used his stuff. You can maybe TP back to Fountain right here. But I'd say the bigger issue is like we got forced into a fight, and because of the panic of the moment, our spell usage as a team like failed. And then apparently they don't win. You guys hold here? What's happening? Does Jug have buyback? You do. Let's pretend he doesn't have buyback, much like this Venomancer. So 90 seconds, straight down mid. You can equalize the mid lane, like in terms of barracks. And if they don't have buyback, you can win the game. If Roche is up, you can get Roche on. Buy yourself 10 minutes. You can't split too much in case they kill you guys. You can move together to cap this, because you can't send one support in case they're watching this and then they kill your one support. You kind of have to, as a team, possibly deal with that. So people can teleport in, is the point. All right, 44 more seconds. There's the fortify. All right, so we're starting to initiate, but we really don't need to. We really all just need to watch Medusa. This is Medusa's attack range to hit the barracks, so Medusa can be back here. And then Snapfire and Wyvern with all the blinks and the saves. Wyvern can be like back here, and Snapfire can be like back here for like Cookie Lotus, Ghost, E-Blade, stuff like that. You don't really need to initiate like this on the Wyvern. Because we chose to get barracks, we're like not ending the game, you know? So like, I mean, if you could get a kill, I guess it's like okay, but I don't think these guys can really kill each other. Okay. Let's do a new one. Match ID. Any questions? Mike, got you obsessed with Dota 2? Nice. Having some issues dealing with OP heroes. Was talking with someone about needing to counter. What's the best way to learn counters for heroes and items? If you're new, it is what it is. You know, you just gotta play, get wrecked, and then like slowly learn it. There is some amount of like just needing experience. Sometimes you can catch people talking about it, especially if they're talking about specific heroes. Draft analysis. Go to the VOD of a tournament. If you want to learn like the meta heroes, go to the VOD of a tournament, go to the draft phase, the draft, and then the post game, and just like 2 times it, listen to what the analysts say. Oh, this mid's banned, like this could be good, this could be bad, stuff like that. That's one of the fastest ways you can get like high level meta knowledge of those heroes. Some stat sites, like let's say you go to Dota Buff, you go to a hero, you can see the like best versus worst versus type stats. It may not tell you why they're good or bad. And some heroes have more nuance, like say Dazzle is good versus Axe in the lane. Axe is good versus Dazzle in the game as a whole. So it's not like perfect. Asking people's another good way. You just have to remember the like how reliable of a narrator as you go up. You ask about someone and they're pissed about like OD's a broken hero. You're like, what's the counter? Like, there's no counter to OD. It's like a broken hero. You know, like it's like, oh, okay, so OD's good, but maybe in the mind you're like, but maybe I need a second analysis on that. I think that's another way, like asking people. Is it possible to carry every game with PA until like Ancient? Yes and no. Like if you were a Smurf and you wanted to play PA, yes. If you're just a regular carry player and you're like, I want to play PA every game, can I get to Ancient? You can, so long as you keep improving yourself. You will have a hard time because Phantom Assassin is not in that great of a spot right now, and Phantom Assassin is kind of reliant on teammates for the start of the game. Late game, PA is like a classic in pub games because like the crit, the instant kill covers a lot of weaknesses in pub games. So you like give up your control of the game for the early half and you're like, as long as I make it to mid to late game, I'll have a shot again. I personally don't like that. If I was smurfing my way, I would not be picking PA, even though you could if you were like a smurf. I think there's better heroes, but because it's a video game and you want to have fun, if you like Phantom Assassin, yeah, you can play it all the way through. But your bet, like if you really want to be the best MMR rate you could get, you would adjust. You wouldn't like just blindly pick it. You'd be like, this is a good PA game, so I pick it. This is a bad PA game, so like I'll do a different carry. League has a subreddit for every champ. I noticed that. I think that works because League is a lot more about hero spamming. Last I checked and heard, you can play a single champion in League and it's okay. Like a lot of people have very small hero pools and only play that champion because there aren't the type of counters that Dota has. I would not recommend that in Dota, even though you could do it. I think it's much better to have a wider hero pool and honestly more fun. Like that's part of the reason I chose Dota over League after playing both for a while. I like the creativity and flexibility Dota has. I think if you want to hero spam, you can, but League is almost the better game for that, you know? Like, it's almost a self-selection thing. Like, if you want to play wider hero pools, Dota's your game. If you want very specific, League's your game. It's not that you can't have a wide champion pool in League and you can't hero spam in Dota. But that's kind of why Dota doesn't have the same level of, along with being the less popular game, doesn't have the same type of like subreddit plus multiple content creators for just this champion, just this hero. Also, if you want to play a different champion in League, you have to buy it. So even if you wanted to, you have to spend real money or play like a month's worth of game to like try the next hero. And then you decide you don't like that hero. So then you got to do it again for another month. Another reason I didn't like I ultimately swapped away from League. I freaking hate that. For the record, nothing against League. I know that was kind of a tirade against buying heroes, but if you like League, I don't, it's fine. Everyone likes their own game. There are pros and cons to both. I think Dota as a game is better. That's why I prefer it. But everyone's got their preferences. I never played Han. I know a lot of people do, and I wish I had so I knew, but honestly, I didn't play a lot of computer games growing up. Like, I got into Dota when I was like 20 or something, maybe a little younger. But I was pretty late. As much as I liked games, the way I grew up, it was mostly console games and very little online. I only really got onto like online gaming quite late. And I had no money. So like Han was like a paid thing. So like, no, I would buy games that had really long play times or play free games is like what I did. So I didn't really get into it. A ticketed game. Okay, I want to cover this one because I guess I should have started the download. Let's make sure it downloads before we get into it. Welcome to Dota. I think learning a new game is a lot of fun. Honestly, even though I don't I would still pick Dota. I think it would be fun. Like if we played League for a month and learned the champions, learned the meta, I have a good time doing that. I like learning games and getting good at them, which is why sometimes I feel stagnated because I stopped like super tryharding in Dota and I'm mostly teacher content creator now, which is fulfilling in its own way. But like, I don't always feel like I'm learning a brand new game. I'm learning like very minuscule things that matter, but like, it's not the same, So like playing like Age of Empires 2, I have a lot of fun because it's like, oh, it's been ages since I played this game, and the whole meta now, it's very fun. Did we download? Oh, we did. Okay, cool. Okay, we're not doing the draft here. Oops. This is a ticketed game. I want to see the laning stage here because you mentioned one, it's a it's a captain's mode game, so there's a little bit more coordination, so we can actually see some maybe more elements come into play. But you also felt it was a very hard lane, and you dragged some creeps. I'm not sure how many examples we're going to get of that, so I want to show it. Whether it's done correctly or not, we'll find out. But a lot of times you creep drag because the lane is so dangerous, which goes back to like the circles and knowing like how far you should stand and all that stuff. So that's why I want to take a look at this game. Let's go all the way. Oops. Went too far back. Pugna. So you got boots. You are laning with... oh, let me jump ahead real quick. Let's cheat. I've lost on what happened. Okay, we can't cheat. Hello? What's going on here? Your mouse died? All right. Whether the lane should have been hard or not, the lane is now very hard. The lane, well, maybe I should just, maybe one more, guys. One more check. Okay, well, now we can definitely approach from, like, this is a hard lane. I'm not gonna worry about trolling and all that stuff. Well, we'll see. We'll see what we get into. This body block is fine. Once you see sniper, we just get out and ditch. Then you decide to ultimately die to the tier 2. I guess that's okay. And we'll show up in the lane. Okay, so Clockwork. Getting these trees killed is actually quite useful versus the Clockwork. As the double range lane, if you actually kill all the trees, it helps so you can see what Clockwork's doing, and every time he tries to walk in, you just both hit him. And otherwise, you just sit in the lane and hit sniper. I actually think this is a playable lane outside of the very strange level 1. The build is a little bit wrong. Like, as you can see, the damage is good, but the health is not. Swapping probably 2 of these out with circlets, or like circlet, mantle, iron branches, all of them being circlets and some iron branches, is the difference of like 200 health at that point. Which would be a lot better for playing the lane. You don't even have to creep drag anymore. They lost equilibrium. This is shoving out, so you just have to block this. I mentioned this tree earlier, guys, where if this tree is cut, it helps a lot to position force, because now Pugna can just like cut through here and stand there. You are unblocking the camp with your 1 sentry, but that is, 1, move it over because you actually didn't block the whole camp, but 2, we don't need... The camp is to help us get equilibrium. We've actually been given equilibrium. This is what will fix it. This could fix it, but it's much easier for you to contest this than this. So you want to save this sentry to like 59 seconds and see, like, if I can't body block this because they're zoning me, then I'll sentry block it. If I can body block it, I'll body block it. After body blocking, and I didn't need to use the sentry, I can then see if this camp spawned or not. If this camp spawned, I obviously don't need to sentry it. If it didn't spawn and it's not a body block, I can now choose to unblock it. It didn't spawn, as if, oh, I did it early so I can make sure it spawns, but I don't need it to spawn because I'm already here. I'm already in a good spot. I don't have to do anything. So this is where you will now be forced to like tank all this. Otherwise, you could have like been waiting here, sentry, run. Like, we do have boots versus Clockwork. You know, we have 65 more move speed. So they'll never actually catch us as long as we're running around, unless we are forced to stand in spots such as to body block. Actually, it did spawn in the end. That's funny. Yeah, so then this creep dragging is actually unnecessary. This ends up not being really a positioning thing. This is actually just a lane equilibrium thing. Positioning-wise, you can now see where Skyreth is scared. Once you see this happen, you can actually move up, though it's not necessary because all of this is there. Where are we? All right. I think this is getting too out of the realm of what like an actual pub game would be like. Plus, it's actually not necessary for what we were looking for. This creep dragging. This is where it's going to get like too wacky. Yeah, this is gonna get like super bizarre. So I think it's fine. I think we could move on. I know it's like funny and wacky, but as part of looking for positioning, I'm gonna keep finding other games. Let's see, where were the others? I think there was another one I wanted to do. We haven't done, not that I'm a great mid laner, but if there is a mid lane replay, maybe we can add it in. Otherwise, we're missing some from like the Herald range, Legend Divine. Actually, we haven't even done an Archon one yet either, the like average, middle average exact. If we have any of those, we can. But I say that we maybe also can't because the coordinator's down. So, was there a patch? I don't think so. You guys didn't scream patch. Is coordinator just down? Unlucky. I feel bad for setting this replay. I mean, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Oh. Let's see if we can get this one. It is downloading. I'm gonna be right back while this finishes downloading. It's a little slow. Oh wait, my timestamp. Any tips for micro heroes? Some of it is just a matter of practice. I have a micro guide that talks about like various hotkey options. They've actually recently added a couple extras. which maybe could help you. For example, Arc Warden. I didn't test this with Arc Warden, but I assume it would work this way. Where is it? This smart multicasting. So like one Arc Warden, you could have both selected, press Q, or maybe the Wraith is better. Spark Wraith, and then press it again, and it'll choose the one that has it available. It works for like MeepoNet. I think it would work for Arc Warden, but maybe the clone is slightly different from him and it wouldn't work. I'm not 100% sure. They've added a couple settings like that might make micro a little bit easier. Otherwise, I think some degree is just like practicing the hotkeys and finding what you prefer. Because there's no like right way to do it. You just have to be comfortable doing it. So just like try a couple different ways, and whichever one you want to go with, keep going. It was fun playing. I think the micro heroes are fun. They can be challenging. But I think that's part of the fun, isn't it? You know, the moving everything around. Okay, I grabbed this one because Ancient Apparition is a classic for like a long range support that auto attacks. So I think this one will be potentially some good examples. I would recommend right-click items. So I didn't really talk about this in the video, but Ancient Apparition as the, like, I am a super long-range support, and I mostly poke because my spells aren't that great unless I have a good combo, which, you know, maybe, depending who we lane with, could be okay. Chilling Touch, you can manually cast this one to not draw aggro. We get even a little bit more attack range, but even without this, just constantly poking with our attack range is usually the thing to do. And then with this, you want to have, right now you have 49 damage. You can easily buy Fairy Fire, Circlet, Iron Branches, whatever, bump your damage up by like 5, 6, whatever. And now 10 auto attacks, you get an extra auto attack for free, you know? So I really recommend that for Ancient Apparition. It doesn't have to be a fully slotted build, but at least buying some, I think, is better than, like, say, Orb of Frost. I don't think this one's really necessary. Slows are like, I am chasing them down, and like, once I'm close, I need to chase them down to make this worth it. Otherwise, they get away, and it's like, I take too much damage for it. You being a super long-ranged hero, I don't really care. Like, if they get away, they will come back to the creep wave, and I will poke them again for free. I don't really have to chase for long times. I don't have to, like, get value out of a certain spell. There is something cool with, like, okay, maybe it's a little, you know, maybe it's a little easier to land Cold Feet. Like, okay, that's nifty. But I'd rather just take the, like, pretty guaranteed extra auto attack damage and extra mana for, like, repeated Chilling Touch. Unrelated to that, walking back and forth here where there's likely to be a mid observer and you took both is kind of backwards for your team. They're going to, like, know you guys are blind and then know they can just, like, walk up. And then if there's a risk of, like, oh, what if I get slow? For example, as much back and forth as we've done, they now see you doing this and they are all standing right here to Venomous Gale kill you as you walk back. So if you're going to do this, you have to come right away. Like, you have to leave the lane, sprint out, drop it, or, like, you're doing the checking, you know? So, like, we have to do this immediately. If we do this now and they had an observer, they could have waited for you to go low ground, all sprint over, and then kill you. And they know that you can't see them because they see that you have both observers. So this is actually really dangerous. What are they up to? Nothing in this case. They're not doing anything. But it's random, right? It's like, am I feeding First Blood? Or is it fine? And there's not really a big reward. It's not like, oh, I win Dota or First Blood. It's just like, I don't know, I'll walk up to see if there's a ward. Play games all the time without knowing there's a ward. That one actually did work out. This one's good, actually, because of, this is separate issue. Speaking of, thinking about the danger circles and all that. Rubik, let's go back to the start. Rubik hasn't really seen anyone. They see Axe here. This should actually tell you that the enemy is aggressive in this area. Like if Axe is too scared to contribute, if it was here, he would be here. So there's probably the rest of the heroes in this area. Is it actually in a pub game? Maybe not. But if I was reading the map and I see this, that's what that's telling me. Is like the rest of the heroes are top. So I would have been really cautious of Rubik coming in this way. Turns out it's okay. And then I actually didn't really see them. So I still don't have a lot of information to work with. I'd be very careful about coming up through here and here because we can't see anything. If you want to do it, come through here. Then you can see through there. This is like low ground to high ground, and it actually kills him. Will this always kill him? No. If you took this risk 10 games, probably be fine 8 to 9 of those games. But with the information given, there was a kind of a level of risk to that you can predict to a certain degree. What are we doing over here? We're now here. Venomancer's walked up. Why did he go up so far? What just happened? Right. Axe on his own, straight in here. All right. Venomancer posturing to aggro every creep at the same time and tank them all. This is why if you harass from behind the creeps, even if you accidentally draw aggro, your creeps body block for you. So you usually only take some damage from these. The way he postured, he like grabbed everything and then he's immediately tanking it and is not going to drop. So this is like a really bad spot to be. Also, Axe should not be up this far. Let's see his death screen. 246 came from the creeps, the way Venomancer did it. So this is what I mean when I say like 4 creeps in the early game is like an extra hero. They actually did the most damage of this Venomancer kill. It's just the creeps hitting him. Okay, off of that, stand here, getting back into playing Dota. So with our attack range permanently turned on, and we remember this, right now I'm relatively happy with that kill, and then we body block. By the way, we bought both observers, never placed them, so we should definitely don't buy both, split them. If you buy both, you must place both before the game starts. That's like the only reason you're doing it, is you're like, I'm a fast hero, I'm gonna go out and do this. I'm gonna smoke and go out and do it. If you don't do it, you should not be buying both. So your team is just kind of like playing in the dark for no reason. Anyways, I think you get sidetracked, but this should definitely have been a block. There's nothing to do in the lane. This guy's dead, so it's okay to leave it one-on-one, and you can come over, do this, sentry it if you want, then come back. If you can stay in lane longer and harass, you can, and then come here at the last second. But the point is, like, this should be blocked right now, and then we come back to lane. And then we just go back to poking. Here's our attack range. So Venomancer's a little bit inside, don't need that. Step back to about, actually where Ancient Apparition has clicked, and then he can turn around and fight. At that point, if Venomancer doesn't want to draw extra creep aggro, he has to have done the trick back here. If Venomancer attacks from back here, he does the aggro trick, doesn't draw it, can step in, can now do one auto attack, and then has to leave because he's slow. If he goes beyond that, like there's probably another second Venomancer has before he'll start drawing aggro. So that will bring him to about here. At that point, it's bad. If I let him attack me from here, it's okay. Because these creeps will get body blocked by this one. He won't take that much damage for it. So Ancient Apparition has to step back for like half a second, and then you can take this fight. Ignoring Venomous Gale, we took about 50 damage on the AA, and then for the return fire and the creeps, Venomancer took 100. And then we ran all the way back as the Ancient Apparition, though. So, like, here's my attack range. How far have I walked back because I'm scared? Way too far back. I can still hit... Like, Venomancer's here, so when you get hit by Venomous Gale, you can move to the right and start getting ready to, like, harass Luna. You can do it from, like, about here. You can do it from, like, this tree line over here. These two should just constantly be hit by Ancient Apparition. But if we're this far back, we're not going to be able to auto-attack. Boom. 2 seconds, Chilling Touch, and then 2 extra attacks. That's good. Continue that. Now from the right side, do it to the Venomancer. Wait for Luna to come back. You can be like standing where you are. Aggro trick. Gale is down. Here we go. Oh, say, okay, first I got to keep Axe alive. Right? So we keep Axe alive. But then, like, there's really no risk to you after that. I also don't know why Axe keeps, like, he's taking a lot of damage. I'm not worried about him. It's not my job. We're taking a lot of aggro here. So you actually took more damage from the creeps than Venomancer took from you. So that's why we got to be careful. These squishy long-range supports. Don't draw too much aggro. Luna is the one I'm interested in focusing down, so I'm going to position on the left, especially because Venomancer's on the right. Position on the left, can harass her from this angle. Oh, here we go. I actually don't need to do it as the creeps die, so like this is fine. We chill. They shouldn't have a camp right now. If we had body blocked this earlier and then dropped the sentry, because we're a slow hero, we actually don't want to be like jungling. Fast heroes can like zoom in and out and it's not as bad. It just takes us more time. Like compared to someone with boots or a naturally fast hero like Pugna, it would probably take you an extra 5 to 10 seconds per body block. And that's why if you can just sentry it and then just stick in the lane, that's usually a bit better for you. Super far back again. We can be moved up a little bit. Oh, pretty easy anyways. Deny this guy if we have to. Oh, I guess we can just kill Venomancer. Never mind, we'll run away. You guys actually could have killed him there. Oh, maybe still get it. I think if you commit, you kill him. If you have a couple extra pokes from earlier, because we're not backing off all the time, you would definitely kill him earlier. If you had the extra items, healthier Ancient Apparition, also kill him. You can kind of see, like, once you start trading, the slow doesn't really mean that much. How's Huskar not crushing this? Oh, he's got 5 denies, I guess. We TP here. I don't know about that. I think you stayed. Unless Alk is like, I'm done, take over. I think this is a very strange TP. You can like drop it here as you're leaving. Like, oh, it'd be too obvious. He sees me. This is his vision. It ends here. So if you like sentry here and kill stuff, ignoring that it's an early rotation, maybe it happened earlier. In the daytime, when the mid heroes are around here, you sentry, you look for observers, you get it or you don't. I'm assuming there's no vision on the right side, and now I just need to not show. So if I ward from over here or over here, it's kind of obvious. But as I pretend to like, okay, I'm not warding, I leave, and then you can like turn around at the last second and then like stick it in this corner, and they can't see you from over here. That's a little trick for warding mid. Which we should have, because we still have both observers. All right, Equilibrium's in an okay spot. Like, Axe will just run it around. So now you can just poke in a safe manner. If you get hit by Gale, you could die. As long as you avoid Gale, you should be able to just poke for free. See, we're like miles away, though. So it's like, don't worry, I won't do anything. You can be a little closer. You know, when I say we die to Gale, it's because Luna and Veno would damage you. So you got to be really careful about being like here and then getting run down. If you get Galed here and Veno's here and Luna's here with a full creep wave, that's fine. So you don't have to literally be this far back. You can at least be further up to poke the Veno, bait the Gale early, and once Gale's down, then you can be more aggressive. Or make sure he doesn't use this camp whatsoever. Like right here, Veno's up, and if you were here, you could be like poking. You don't need to do this pull because Equilibrium's actually, well, I guess it's fine. She just got the range creep, which worked out. So here, I don't know where we're going. Just sit here, hit the Luna. Oh, wrong. Hit the Luna. Yeah, hit the Luna. Hit her again. Backing off early, but Axe is kind of like tanking for you. This is where there's like one extra auto attack for you here. Right? Whacking her, whacking her. So now you're like, okay, I'm out. Axe is still in front of you, though. Should he have retreated sooner? Yes. And if he was also retreating sooner, then I would say we get out. But he is still here. He will be in front of you even if you launch one more auto attack. So if you attack one more time on the Luna while this guy runs, and then you turn and run, the two of you will kind of be more in line. If a fight breaks out, you'll be closer to help. And if not, you both retreat together. You're kind of like leaving him to the wolves here. And it's like, well, if he gets out, he gets out. If not, like, I'm alive. Which is like kind of okay sometimes to like not like overcommit trying to save people that can't be saved. But I don't know. I guess I can tell he's okay, but that you can dissuade some of the damage or at least trade evenly if you poke here rather than just like full run away. Like this, you know, like we are full running and then something happens that we can't contribute to because I'm over here. But if we did that one auto attack and then we ran with him, he still, again, should not be turning around right now. Though actually, if he does call Venomancer, Venomancer will die, though he will then take a lot of damage from the Luna, I feel. But now we can't help. Like, whether this is good or not, I can't contribute because I left really way too far. And if I was closer, maybe I could have slowed the Venomancer and then we get the call there. If we counted auto attacks, I'm not sure that we have that much more than the Venomancer. But I actually think Ancient Apparition in this lane should have like twice the amount of auto attacks. I'm glad you like the background. Thank you. Got these after the last lights faded. I'm excited to move, and then we'll have another new background. I don't know what it'll be yet, but I'm excited to find something. All right, we are 6 minutes into the game, and we put our first observer down. This is okay because there was like no fighting over jungle camps. There's probably no sentries here, so it's actually all right. Usually I would not recommend observers in this area because people put a lot of sentries around here. But I suppose since it didn't happen, it's okay. I guess we can allow it. We can allow it. Oh, earlier we mentioned like who puts wards up here. Ancient Apparition can also do it because you can like Ice Vortex someone who's like salving in the back. If you do end up with an observer as you go to lane. All right, run. This is one where we just abandon him. Leave him sooner. Rip our stack. I don't think we even intentionally did this. Early lane ward can help Ancient Apparition position. That's true. If you... There are times you can use it, and it'll help you out. Especially versus really tough. It's like all or nothing type lanes. Like Ancient Apparition versus Clockwork. As long as Ancient Apparition keeps the distance, Clockwork will do absolutely nothing. If Clockwork gets close, Ancient Apparition will die. It may not fully die, but you know, you'll take an insane amount of damage to the point where you can't do anything in the lane. Because it's such an extreme, that type of lane, I think a lane ward makes sense. When you're dealing with Venomancer, it can kind of be that way, where it's like, oh, I got galed in a bad spot, so I die. But because Ancient Apparition is so long, it should be possible to just be like, I can contribute on this side or on this side. You know, if Venomancer's on the left, I don't need to see Venomancer. I can be on the right and just poke. Oh, he's moving this way. I can contribute from here and like shift. For Axe's sake, maybe we still want to see the Gale. But I guess essentially, if the worst your mistake can lead to is like some damage, it's possible to play without the ward. If not knowing them gets you completely killed no matter how healthy you are, that's where it's like really important and the lane ward goes up in value. Although I agree Ancient Apparition is not a strong laner, I do think it's a support you can pick in a lot of matchups. Just because you always do something. The lane will not be amazing, but you know, we've been talking about like you poke and you do like you poke and you help with equilibrium. Usually you're a position 5, so life is easier in that regard. You like help keep the equilibrium here and you do this stuff. And then the ultimate is like always useful. Vision with Ice Vortex is always useful. Whether the setup will be there is where it's like kind of iffy and where I personally don't like, and that's why I kind of like don't play Ancient Apparition as much. But if you do like Ancient Apparition, I think the toolkit is useful every single game. And since you're blind picking anyways, like whatever, you know, it's not on you to get a good Ancient Apparition game, which you actually did somehow get. There's supports that would probably have an easier time though than Ancient Apparition. Like there's better blind pick supports, but it's doable. Lately I've been thinking, as I play more Enchantress games, I think Enchantress is probably the hero to climb. Look at this. Boom. Always useful. The micro is the part that's intimidating, but she almost has everything you need. The only thing she's lacking is stun. Her lane is good. It's not even that hard because you don't need to micro. You just press E and hit people. That's it. Just treat the W as like a slow and a dispel. You don't even need to use creep micro, but you can. Then her ultimate is like the ideal anti-pub ability. People like to pick carries, and they don't like to build BKB. Untouchable is like the counter to both of those, you know? You have early game momentum as you learn to micro a little bit, but your late game scaling is also super good around impetus. I actually think she's really good for climbing pubs. It's just intimidating to learn a little bit of micro, and then she doesn't have stuns. Unless you pick up a centaur, then you kind of have stuns. I mean, I think stuns are nice to have, but at the same time, I don't think it should be the support's job. And at least it's not like Ancient Apparition without stuns is very sad because you need help setting up the ultimate. Enchantress without stuns can still do quite a lot on her own. It would be good for the team to have stuns. She can build a late game hex. I guess anyone could, so maybe that's not a good argument. But like, she can still do a lot with no stuns. And the fact that the enemy team also doesn't pick stuns is usually because they pick a lot of carries, which is what she's good against. You can still like push towers on your own. You can jungle on your own. I'll tell you what, when the enemy keeps jungling, frickin' rabble rouser, rouse some rabbles, it's harder for the enemy to jungle. Look at that. Just putting it out there. Enchantress Ags Rush gives you lockdown. I guess so, but probably half the price. Atos is better for that. Can you play her both support roles? She's technically a much better position 5, but you can play her position 4. I mean, like, that applies to most. We're currently watching an Ancient Apparition 4, you know? It happens all the time. Warlock 4s, Dazzle 4s, heroes that are technically better position 5s play 4 all the time in pub games. And I think Enchantress is actually one of the stronger candidates for that because of her insanely good scaling. Okay, I think we covered enough on that one. I want to... Oh, did I just quit Dota? Or did it crash? Am I crazy? Did I press complete quit? I thought I meant to just, like, exit the lobby. Or, like, the replay. Well, I'll relaunch in a second here. Feel free to contribute a match ID. Match ID, who you're playing. And then positioning questions. That's what we need. We're here for positioning. Baboka is probably the player that I know the most to play Enchantress position 4 at a pro level. I'm getting old. I just quit. Classic. We're losing it. We're losing it. I actually think Rubik prefers to be position 4. There was a period where position 5 Rubik was pretty doable. He's been nerfed since then, so I'm actually not as big of a fan of it. I think he prefers to be greedy, because if you think about everything he wants, it's all about stealing spells and using them. You rarely want to be, like, super defensive. But it is a good question of, like, who is the best, like, both position 4 and 5 hero? I would say Pugna's pretty good. Marcy's not bad. I think Clockwork is okay. Lately, Disruptor and Bane have made a case that they can play both at the pro level. Oh, Snapfire is really good 4 or 5. That one's super safe. What else? Lion's pretty good either way. There's heroes that can do both. I just think they're stronger in one lane or the other. The ones I've mentioned, I think, are pretty good in either. Mirana, when she's meta, snaking, like, made her a good 5. So, like, I think she now fits. Maybe Shadow Demon. I think Hoodwink is reaching this level, especially the newer Hoodwink, which is more ability focused. The damage Hoodwink preferred position 4, but lately it's more about, like, making plays, and I think that works as a 5. Though I think I still prefer position 4 Hoodwink. Pudge? Am I right, guys? Pudge? Oh, Ringmaster's pretty good at both as well. Yeah, Ringmaster's good. Okay. Let me do this one. Let's start with this. Let's mix in another carry game. And you're asking about the lane specifically, so we can do this and then keep moving on. Ooh, an Immortal game. What was the other Immortal? The other Immortal was off lane. We are diversifying. All right, let's pop into this one. Yeah, you were asking about the lane, and then the rest of the game was, like, fine, so you're not worried about that. Okay. For Necrophos as a safe laner, the first few levels, you're chilling because you're super weak level 1. Level 1, level 2, and then as you get to, like, level 3 onwards, it becomes a lot easier. I guess it depends a little bit on the heroes you play against, but I think I saw you had a lot of stats. That sounds good to me. We have a Grimstroke. I mean, you're not the worst hero to Inkswell run in, but I definitely don't want to do that level 1. So to me, this feels like a we just chill, balance the lane kind of thing, and then we go from there. Your team is kind of scattered. I might take a more careful positioning here because of Pudge. Like, if you guys were together, maybe we could do it, but they feel a lot stronger level 1 when you guys, especially when you guys are, like, scattered. Maledict plus, like, one of his spells plus Overwhelming Odds could be some good level 1 stuff, but those are on 3 different parts of the map right now. I did not do the chill part. Ah, I see. That's perfect. That'll be good examples for the positioning then. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, right? Like, even if we want to take this fight, we didn't have the heroes for it. So this is where, if you see them doing this, you're just like, here. This goes back to the Smurf video, which I saw some people asking me, and there's no offense to you, I saw people asking about, like, what rank they thought the Smurf would. And this is what I mean, where, like, the Smurf sat here, and I know there's people of all ranks who might do this, but even in my games, and even in this Immortal game, right, it's not a given. There's a lot of times people take the risk unnecessarily. That's why it's, like, surprisingly high rank to watch a carry player sit around here consistently. Okay, Sand King, what I'm worried about is, in terms of being killed, is the Burrow Strike combo with, like, Hoodwink. But fortunately, most Sand Kings don't start Burrow Strike, and he's probably looking to do something like these two. I guess it's not fully true. Sometimes people take early Burrow Strike. Maybe to deal with the Necrophos, you could actually go for that. All right, let's go back here. You drew aggro there with your auto attack, so doing it earlier if you want to harass is good, but also he's doing this aggro, so then you either need to aggro forward or aggro to the side. Because Grimstroke is late to lane, because I think he's walking here from going top, this is why supports, if you TP in, Necro can feel more confident, like, aggroing forward to keep the creeps out of tower. Because he doesn't, he kind of goes sideways. You try to fix it here, you're like, do it again. This Q's a little early. I won't worry too much, but the downside is, like, not only do we not get the CS, we also shove the lane straight up level 1. We are out of where we want to be. They're kind of messing it up too. All right, 2 pulses. So now we are so in. We are so shoved. We have to commit at this point. You have to keep going. At this point, just auto attack and shove it all the way in to get it to die and then come back. With this amount, this is a whole ass extra creep wave. There's no way we pull this back. Especially Hoodwink, when she sees this, she should just, like, come body block this. If Grimstroke has a sentry and he's, like, slow to lane, right, and he sees this happening, he should just sentry check the camp early, because, like, you need a pull camp. Otherwise, we need to shove this in. Uh-oh, and if we die again, we're cooked. We're cooked. I think you want to be super careful about using Death Pulse as Necrophos level 1 safe lane, because it's so hard to fix, like, once the lane shoves, unless the enemy also does something. All right, not too bad. We at least TP back in. I think we missed half the wave though. All right. Believe it or not, guys, this is just the average Necrophos core experience, so I'm sure this can be salvaged. I'm sure this can be salvaged. Oh, it's unsalvageable. All right, we fixed this. Unfortunately, it's fine. We kind of had to use it to secure that. I just need the lane to sit here. I need to sit here. So we, no free Qs. Hit our own creeps a lot. This is where Grimstroke can help out, guys. Like, we have to fix this. We have to sit here. Nothing crazy. Just hit our own creeps. Sentry in lane, double range, just poke the Sand King. It's actually supposed to be very straightforward. We sit here, we hit creeps, we hit Sand King when he walks in, we ignore Hoodwink. That's like both of their game plan. Grimstroke stacks this, then you can start shoving and then pull. It's actually quite straightforward as long as the lane didn't do exactly what it did. Now it's like very awkward. I guess it's not so much about positioning again, though. It's more about creepy equilibrium. I gotta say, guys, it's kind of hard to stay focused on the topic. This is the first time we're trying it. I think this pull's not even necessary. Yeah, actually, I'm glad you did that, because I don't think we actually needed to pull. I think you did use a... Was that just our aura doing that amount of damage? I guess so. All right, now we are level 3. Now you kind of can shove the lane and then just do your own jungling. So scared. But it's off of a, like, it's a much rougher start than we would have wanted. But we're kind of balancing out now. I think Necrophos safe lane is viable. I think it's usually better when you have like a more carry type hero from another lane. In this case, they kind of have LC, or there's like a very good counter pick. I don't think it's like too bad this game. But you do need, if you're thinking about doing it, I think you got to show it early so that your team can consider some like right-click scaling from somewhere else, which the Legion sort of covers. The lane is so back. We're so saved. I don't know. I didn't emphasize that much on laning, but I think the real lesson is like all in the first 2 creep waves. Doesn't seem immortal to me. I think that seemed perfectly immortal. I don't know. I don't know what region, so I don't know where this like actually falls, having no MMR or like metal. But the laning stage gets wacky like all the time in all sorts of ranks. If we went further, we could show cases where like this is a mortal player doing this stuff. This is not an immortal. Like this is a mistake. I don't think anything I saw is like outside the realm of like immortal though. Yeah, like just having a bad start happens a bunch, or having a really good start. I think people don't give enough credit to the range players can have. Like Crusaders can look amazing at certain elements, and like you give them like 3 kills, the guy's gonna look like a Smurf suddenly. But it's like I'm just having a really good game and I'm playing well today. And Immortals can like turn off the brain for a second, make a Herald level mistake, and then tilt into like further before fixing it. But it doesn't mean you're like not your actual rank. You know, like one good game doesn't mean you don't actually belong in Crusader. One bad game doesn't mean you're not actually immortal. or just like one bad element of your gameplay, because Dota is just like a combination of everything. Which is also like, we look at one given example, and most of the times on replays, people do not bring forward their best stuff. That's why they're on the replays. They're like, I really got cooked here. Like, why did I get cooked here? You know, we actually usually look at the worst cases of the players. Okay. I must refill my water. So let's submit some games real quick. And I'll be right back. Get some ice for it. There is some ice, though. Actually, now that you mention it, most of it melted, so we'll get new ice as well. Oh yeah, I wanted to take a look at this. All right, let's do these. Oop. Chen learners in arms together. I too feed in my lane. Let's take a look. I don't know how much actual feedback I can like truly give, because I am also in the process of learning Chen, but we can relate and we could be like, LMAO, I too feed this way. Oh, was I looking at the wrong? All right, timestamps might be a few seconds off this whole stream. Forgot. There is a live timer, which is what the VODs end up doing. And then I record at the same time in case I end up wanting to use something. A lot of times I don't. I was a little slow on clicking it today. I forget which one I've been going off of when doing these timestamps. Might be a couple seconds off. Okay. You said you feel like you were Not sure if I'm positioning in the lane at all. Let's start there. As someone who also learning Chen, I think just focusing on the lane's a good place. I think the old headdress start's a older build. I think the like tangos, iron branches, all that is like very nice to have on Chen, because your attack range is actually really good. I never really realized, because I never see Chen in my games. I never realized how large his attack range is. 650 is one of the highest in the game. So getting any of those extra iron branches, fairy fire, stuff like that to up your damage for all your free poke is pretty good. And then I would send your creep out to scout. If it dies, I mean, try not to feed it, because it's, you know, it's like 20 gold. It's not nothing. But at the same time, scouting some info from the opponents is nice. Burn some mana. And it can usually live. If you only run into one hero, you can usually get in and out. Especially with Pudge, you know, go bait it. Send it forward. It's like, haha, come get my creep for free. Animal lane. Lone druids up here. Nice thing about starting the sentry as well is, like, especially on Dire, I really like having the sentry immediately, because then you can put it over here. It's a little finicky, but like, if you stand, either if you're coming in from the right, it's much easier. If you stand here, you can do it. If you're like over here and you click it, your character's going to try to go around, so it's a little annoying. But if you walk in, you can cast, place the sentry from here. Most pubs are not going to check over here, so then your camp is like good to go forever, and then you can just put your creep here. All right. Positioning wise, I don't know who I'm laning against. I would have sworn it was going to be Legion off lane, but I forgot we're in Guardian. So are we really? Who knows? Turns out it's LC versus Pudge in the mid lane. I don't know where they are. My carry's a little late to lane. If I get into a big fight, the carry's going to come over, right? This is actually what I want to deal with. And then we're over here. We're looking for stuff. It's coming back again a couple times in this this stream. But the question, do I need to do something, or do they need to do something? They need to do something, because we're the safe lane. We start in a good spot. If you came straight to lane, you can pick up this CS right here, possibly deny this. You know, you're balancing it. They have to come to you in the lane, and then you start poking them. You don't need to go find them like out here. This is actually going to invite trouble. Maybe it'll get you, maybe it won't this game. But this is where, like, Tiny and Skywrath can 2v1 you, and then your carry's over here, and you're actually, like, in a bad spot, which is kind of what's happening. So we poked once or twice, and I've lost most of my health now. So that's the danger. This is your attack range, right? It's really good, but I want to isolate one hero at a time. If I hit Tiny, but Skywrath hits me, that's not really a free trade. It could still be okay to do, but that's what I'm trying to think about. I'm trying to, like, where do I stand so that I can hit Tiny and Skywrath can't hit me? I got to, like, internalize this attack range, which is 25 shorter than yours. So it's essentially the same thing. So as you look at this circle and you're like, okay, I can't have them both in the circle, just one at a time, just Skywrath or just Tiny. If you trade, this is going to be in the video. I realize you haven't seen it yet because I haven't finished it yet, so it's not out yet. If you are full health and Skywrath is full health, because your attack ranges are about the same, and then your damage is about the same, which could even be better if you bought those other items we're going to talk about. If you sat and attack each other to the death, because Skywrath is actually a low armor hero, you would win. Even though Chen is actually also a pretty low armor hero, you then Divine Favor yourself for bonus armor. 5 armor makes a huge difference in these early trades. So then you and Skywrath right-click trade each other, and it's fine as long as it's just Skywrath. It can't be both of them hitting you like we just saw. So you want to, like, position in a way where you take even trades, because anything even is probably actually in your favor. This is what I'm learning playing Chen, and maybe you are learning as well, is how good the right-click is. So it's actually a good trade for me. The losing trades are the 2v1s. That's not always the case. Like, there are some 1v1s that are probably not the best. But once you're lower than Skywrath, even though I'm supposed to win those trades, I now no longer win those trades because I'm low health. So I'm going to have to run sooner, and that's when he's going to get one extra auto attack on me. This is good, right? I just poked Tiny 4 or 5 times there. 5 times. I didn't take a single auto attack in return. I did ballpark it 250 raw physical damage to Tiny, who also is a 0 armor hero. It so happens to be, right? But it was just that quick moment. Boop, 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 boop. 250 damage. That's crazy, right? That's what you're looking for with these long-ranged heroes. You actually don't even need to do a pull here. You're kind of like trying, but this is a fixable lane. Let me show you. Range creep being killed, 4 creeps versus 4 creeps. I know it's taking a little bit of damage, but there is you, there's Lone Druid, there's the bear, there's your satyr. So you have 4 different things to attack. Like, the second a creep drops below 50, the 4 of you can deny a creep and it'll just die, you know? So it'll very quickly become 3v4, 2v4, you know, whatever. And you'll fix your own lane if you just hit your own creep. So you actually don't even need to do this pull. I've seen the vid, don't ask me how. Is he in the house? Here we're kind of running away. So you kind of do this when you lose, or Skywrath is kind of coming from Fog of War. It's like right at the edge. You're both in attack range of each other, but you didn't know where he was, and then he is seeing you through the creep wave. So he's launching the first auto attack. If you actually just stand and fight here, you'll win. This is the, like, practice the same hero, get used to it, build the right items. Why the early stat items help a lot. Like, these two don't do anything for you. Don't really do anything for you once you stand and right click someone and you're both trading. For long ranged heroes, that's usually what you want the most. Because of that, we actually run and Skywrath keeps chasing us. Skywrath is actually getting a little closer than he needs to, as we see by his circle. Three auto attacks on us for free that we didn't return fire. So for us, with 1 armor, essentially 150 damage I just took without doing anything back. But we could stand and fight, so he does 150, I do 150, right? That would be even. If you have to be a little careful because Tiny's coming over, that'd be understandable. But we could at least balance it out to be like, you know, I do 100, I take 150, something a little closer. The Chen micro I'm learning, by the way, I do this all the time. I've got the satyr and then I convert a creep. I said that weird. I have a satyr, we convert a creep, and then the satyr dies. I keep forgetting the satyr counts to the persuasion limit. I'm slowly getting better about it. But trade with it, go send it in, and then like if you do want to use this, grab one like as it's about to die so they don't even get the money. I'm also learning the lane micro for Chen is 90%. I just right-click with the hero in the lane and the creep body blocks, or does the pulling and stacking for me. You don't even need to do fancy, like, harass and body blocks and stuff like that. You can, and it'll help in some situations, but 90% is just right-click with your 650 attack range, and then have the satyr sit in this box. That's not that hard. And then, you know, like, walk in, walk out at the stack time. Do your own pulls. With it. Here. All right. Tiny hits for 84 damage. I hit for 56. If we both hit each other, that's not great for me. I want to be hitting this guy for free like we did earlier. I attacked him 5 times. He did nothing to me. That's the ideal we want. This is my attack range. And Tiny's is larger than usual because of tree. So if we turn and fight him now, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, which is not to my favor. So here you want to keep running. I think there's some micro going on here. Here we want to keep running this way until you build a bigger distance or something happens that you want to fight. Like, for example, the bear comes over closer and helps out. But here we're just like, I'm in full retreat mode until this guy starts coming over, or I have entered the like max range. We're actually doing some extra clicking, some miss button pressing, so we're kind of like spinning in circles a little bit, letting him get close and do a little bit more damage than necessary. And then here we're good because this guy's not going to chase, so I don't have to establish the max range. You could have actually turned a little bit sooner, like here. As you get here, I know this guy isn't going to chase further. Maybe. Especially if you have his stick, you know, some burst heal, things like that. Probably not chasing under the tower. He might, and in that case, you want to run a little further. But when you know they can't chase you under tower, I don't need to establish the full circle of safety. I don't need to keep running till he's at the edge. I have a new source of safety, which is the tower. So now I can turn my circle of safety into circle of aggression, and I get some extra value because he's not at the edge. It's easier to keep him in my attack range and get 2 or 3 auto attacks here in return. 1, 2, and then if you had kited a little sooner, like the 3rd, maybe even the 4th then in the end. Yeah, it looks like you still got 3 back. But we had to chase a little further out. So maybe there was an extra auto attack there at the end, no matter how many we got. Oh, trying to multi-stack. All right, 1 out of 3. Honestly, not bad considering any stacking is good. I'm all for it if you want to try. I wouldn't sweat it too hard. I've been winning games without even doing this kind of multi-stacking too much. But at the same time, if you've got the window to stack, you have the window to multi-stack. So I think it's not like, doesn't hurt to try. And if you get it, you get it. Imagine not Delta splitting your creeps and your hero to check 3 places in an instant. How dare you? Lone Druid, as an aside, I think these creeps are fine. You take what you get is what I've learned on Chen. At the same time, Lone Druid's actually pretty strong with the bear. What he needs is for you to slow down the enemies, to be like the gap closer / crowd control. If you can get creeps that root like the troll, or have a slow like the ghost, that would help you get the most damage in this situation. Because the Lone Druid is the damage and you're just enabling the damage. You don't need to like do more damage with the creeps. You could, depending what you get. Just a thought. My Chen win rate, I think is, since we started learning again, I think we're at 4 and 10 right now. As I said, it's a work in progress. Let's go. You could do the connected stack. I think something that's not bad to do, though, is the Enchantress can, like, come through here and farm this camp and then be here for 6 minutes. Because of the way Holy Persuasion works compared to Enchant, I think it's a little harder. So if you happen to have good creeps, I think you can do this. If you're, like, unsure on your creeps or you have smaller creeps like you do, coming this way, farming and or stacking, and then going here, especially because you can do the multi-stack like you tried. So you can like put your main hero here and then just have the creeps double stack for you. I think that also works. I think if you can work in the 6-minute rotation, it's quite good. I realize as I say that this is Guardian, so it's also less necessary. I will tell you, unbind the zooms wherever they are. Camera, there's no reason to have these. So put them either somewhere you'll never accidentally unpress, like I use the brackets. I use it for content creation. That's the only reason I use it. Realistically, you don't need it whatsoever, unless you're a caster. And you zoom out. You never need it in an actual game of Dota. So you can just unbind it and then never have to worry about that. What do I use the mouse wheel for? Illusions. I set illusions to the mouse wheel so that when the illusions aren't up, I never... Here, I'll show you. I think we talked a little bit about Chen, so I think we can... I think I have most supports bound like this. I would probably definitely have Jakiro bound. I'm not a Manta player, so I think I have Manta bound to this as well, but I almost never need to because support player. And then I just scroll down is both, scroll up is one. And then when they don't exist, the scrolling does nothing. So if I accidentally scroll, it doesn't throw me off at all. And then there they go. They're off. They're off on their own world. The only downside to doing that, and the reason I use it for illusions and not other control groups, there's no way to double click the control group. Like if it's a button, like you double click select hero, you jump to the hero. You double click 4, you go to, like say you have control group 4. Whatever is bound to that, you jump to that. With the mouse wheel, there's no way to do it. So that's the one downside. That's why I usually use it for illusions that I don't like really need to like snap to. Like I'm using Chen creeps and I want to summon different things. I don't want to have to like click over and do it extra. I want to be able to like snap to it. So I don't use mouse wheels for anything like that. But the illusions is not usually as critical. I kind of wish I could, but downside. That's Gigabrain gonna steal it. Feel free. I think if you use middle mouse to grip, the scroll wheel, I mean, you don't even have to use it at the end of the day, but whatever you do use it for should not be something that can be misclicked, because it will be misclicked a lot. So that's why I like brainstormed through the option of like, what would not be that painful to misclick, and selecting illusions that you can't even like jump your camera to is pretty good. So you're not accidentally like that's the plus. You're not accidentally moving the camera around to the illusions, but I also can't is the same like downside. Grabbing items from your inventory could be safe as well. When you're outside of the fountain, it doesn't really do anything for you. But it is something I press. I don't know how many people do, but I do have a hotkey for like take items out of fountain, because it happened enough times where I'm like TPing out of fountain and then I realize it's not there. I'm like, oh god, like scroll, drag it, whatever, you know, like go click the button. I eventually bound it to a hotkey. I think Alt A for me. It's one of those things is muscle memory. I don't think about what it is. I'm pretty sure it's Alt A, which A is my attack command. So it's another one that is like safe to accidentally misclick for how often I press that. I would not recommend items and abilities and stuff, because you'll accidentally use shit. Challen, are you still here? Because I want to look at your game, because you said I'm trying to do the Luna Smurf video stuff. So I think that's kind of a cool idea. We can take a look. Who are you playing? I have it on anonymous mode, so I don't know if your name's the same, and I just missed it. You're the Juggernaut? Cool. So I am interested to see this, because you said you're trying to like do what the video showed. Technically, the focus of today is supposed to be positioning, so I will try to still lean it towards that. But I am interested in how it's going. Like the Smurf video in action. I guess first is looking at the lanes, and then maybe just zoom through the rest, because a lot of it after that is like quick farming patterns, stuff like that. Like I have 45? Dang. I don't think I'm even going to reach it to 45, guys. I'm not even going to make it to Hunter rank 45. You have 4 carry games so far, all wins, Jug, Luna, Dusa. Nice. It's working, guys. It's foolproof. Looks like you're partied with Muerta. Muerta 5 is a little funny, but it's doable. I won't focus on it for now. This is a little risky, but I guess the fact that you see Pudge makes this kind of okay. I'd wait a little longer for like more of your teammates to show. As you see, it's like, okay, we ran into Jakiro. I don't have anyone with me, you know? So it's like, it's reduced risk because we saw some of them, but I also can't really get anything out of it until the other heroes are a little closer. So, I would take less risk for yourself. Going back to that Smurf idea, right? Like, I just want a very safe, stable start. So if there's a high chance of success, we can do that. If there's a low chance, then I don't really care. We will be a little late to lane if you just keep running like this. I would probably just TP in. Because as part of having stable starts, I love being able to do stuff here. All the little tricks, not get caught by people along the way. Just start hitting my own creeps, you know, deny there. Made it in time for the last hit at least, so in the end, you didn't really suffer too much for it. De-aggro. This happens all... Okay, I'm going to point this out. It's actually fixable because it took literally just enough damage. This happens a lot. Because the range creep starts hitting us. And if this range creep is hitting this one, and you aren't de-aggroing this one fast enough, your range creep will not enter deny range, and theirs will, and then you have a problem. That's the hostage situation where, like, you have to get it. The enemies can deny it, but you can't deny your own for, like, equilibrium. So when you're down to the last creep, I'd be really careful. And if you feel comfortable bringing it under the tower, that's great, because you can, like, get behind your range creep and de-aggro right off the bat. But once this happens, definitely don't hit this. You have to, like, de-aggro right away so that your creep can get theirs low enough. Or swap that. Their creep can get yours low enough to be denied. You see how, like, you tanked, like, 2 to 3 auto attacks. So it's kind of close, right? Where if they were in the lane, this is one auto attack, and then they can start denying this, and you have to go for the last hit, and then you have this full health range creep that will end up pushing your lane. Fortunately, they were also late to lane, so it, like, kind of worked out. Here, I wouldn't even chase. I would just focus on your own deny here. If you chase this guy, let's say you could kill him. Leaving 2 range creeps will push your lane very, very quickly. It is still fixable if you kill this range creep, like, right now. So this is one where I would fall back and just, like, kill. Which, fortunately, you guys do. You didn't chase too far. You immediately came back, so that's good. I think if you chased any further, like, another couple seconds, you'd have a problem. We then dead shot through the creeps, but I know he was trying to hit Marana, so we won't worry about, you know, misclicks. I'm also not going to worry too much about the actual last hits going forward, like the timings, so that we can wrap back onto positioning. Which for Marana Pudge, you just got to make sure you don't get, like, super long-ranged arrowed and then hooked. Ah, the kill gave her level 2, but actually you still managed to kill her with what? A blood grenade? What was that? The damage over time. The blood grenade. Here you can just run, I think. Oh my god, you're so good. You're such a better Juggernaut player than me. Scary. I would have just ran, but clearly you knew. You knew it was doable. Lucky crits were not necessary. Damage block unnecessary. You just did it. Oh, follow-up kill would be amazing. Amazing. Okay, here, don't worry about... Well, I guess you can, but, like, this is what's going to happen. And then here. And now we have to fix this. And if you want to try to fix it, it's okay. I think you and Muerta... You're together, you can also just kill that creep wave you're at. Just, like, non-stop auto attack, shove it in, creeps will die to the tower, and then Pudge will respawn. Marana is there to get it, so she'll get some out of this, but Pudge will be missing stuff. Your choice, Pudge will make it back without missing as much, although he did TP, so, like, maybe it's a separate consideration because of that. He'll make it back for this stuff, although you'll be in slightly better equilibrium in the short term. Unless you start hitting stuff anyways. Your Muerta wants to be here zoning the Mirana for you. The creep equilibrium could use a little adjustment there. But you guys maybe are talking, so maybe you were planning to like shove stuff, pull stuff. So it might be okay. Here, position left. So this will sort itself out. Come over here. Catch this equilibrium, out the creep wave outside this tower, and then go left, because I'm worried about Pudge hook. If Pudge sees me like this, walking back, I can be hooked out. If you walk this way, the creeps will block you. And then you just loop back around. This was in the Smurf video. The Luna did it once, right? And then these creeps will eventually walk out and then be here. If you meet the wave and then Pudge is still there to fight you, then you bring it under tower. Because then that's just good play from Pudge. He got me. I have to do this if I don't feel comfortable running away from him.
It was not luck, but skill.
This is a little messy. I think it will still push out in the end, though. Minor thing here. So if I'm worried about hook, both of you guys. You're pushing up to here, he's silenced, okay. And then we're running this way. Left side of the creeps through here. You kind of take this path on the right, both of you. That's where you maybe get hooked. Now maybe you can like dodge it, fine, you know, but like left, I literally can't be hooked because this creep is in the way. Kind of a minor thing, but that one's positioning 102. That one's not circles, that's lines. That's where like, where is Pudge with the skill shot? That's lines. Circle, maybe lines is 101. Positioning is with circles as 102. This is one where I think the Smurf would not do any of this. I think the Smurf would come do their own pull here. Because I know Mirana will leap, and Pudge is pretty tanky. Trying to kill him with spin's a bit tough. I think the Smurf would just leave and do their own pull. You've been trying to follow the Luna video, and after 20 games, I still can't reach a net worth 10K in 15 minutes. It's hard. It's really hard. That's why, like, even seeing it, you need to be a really good player with a really free game because the other players are bad, you know? That's why, like, smurfing is, like, a thing. You can try to follow the concepts, but because we are not so much better than our opponents, it's going to be really tough. I would be, if you hit 7 maybe on, well, still for pub games, which often are like 3.5 or 4K at 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to say like 7 to 8K at 15 minutes is more attainable. And that would still be really good for a lot of pub standards. The full 10K is pretty redonk. I think you can just have your courier do this for you, by the way, or shove this in. We kind of just like lost creeps for no reason. It's not like you'll die without this. You're full health. You literally won't, you know? You can be here, shove this in, and then as it's shoved in, come here. Most of the time that'd be fine. Versus Pudge, you might be a little careful of being hooked under because they see you cut over. But you kind of just like lost 2 creeps for no real reason, and Mirana gained that gold. She might still get it because she farms on her tower, but it would have been a little bit more efficient for you. And around here, I think you stop worrying. You just like shove in the lane and then jungle. which I think you're starting to try. Oh, close. The Smurf will know not to spin there, but right, you're giving it a go, and that's fine. That's the learning process. And the next time it's like, okay, we don't have the damage because we dead shot early. Which is actually maybe I should cover that lesson there. Here, as part of like, I'm being left alone, you can just shove this in. So just stand in the creep wave and attack. You are, in theory, you have Omni Slash. So, all right, to connect the dots here on like what separates the Smurfs from us as we try. Some of your attempts are overzealous, and we kind of realize that as part of the learning curve. Because the Smurf will not use the Blade Fury in those situations, the Smurf will have enough for Omni Slash, which means if you kill this creep wave, you could then threaten Omni Slash. You could attack, chase him down, and then Omni Slash to like finish the job. You're short on mana from using some of those previous spells. Because your friend is walking in on the Muerta, he does not have any kind of escape. So the only escape is the teleport. So here you actually want to kill this so that the creeps will help you, right? Just pretend to ignore Pudge, kill the creeps. If he actually walks in like this, then I guess it's fine to attack. If he's like holding his distance, kill creeps. Now that he's here, just attack. Now, if the dead shot had knocked him into the tower, that's one thing, because the tower would help you kill him before he could TP. Otherwise, you can see where you don't actually even need to dead shot him yet, because he's not out of range of you, and Muerta's going to cut him off with the calling, which is a slow, can't stop channels though, or like teleports. It could stop like his ultimate abilities. So here you guys actually just run forward and you save Deadshot for the teleport. And then you would just like calling here right now and then kill him, or he tries to TP and then you Deadshot and then you kill him. Or you wait for him to get low enough, then you Deadshot. And low enough is like around, you saw how much damage you did. So like when you fall below that threshold, and you're like, okay, if he tries to TP, we'll kill him. That's where it's just like a matter of experience. The main lesson here is like, you don't actually need to Deadshot there. For your farming pattern, keep going forward. Get this creep wave. Pudge just TP'd home. So kill this creep wave and then go this way. And then have Muerta like kill this so it can start to spawn. This is like awkward, like where it's at and the amount. So like this is gonna happen. So Muerta's gonna get it. It's not total loss. But if you weren't here, this lane wouldn't come back. Like if Muerta is gone, which I would actually say she should be. She should go like do the runes, go play with other places. As part of like trying to do the Smurf video, once you're off to a good start, have your support leave. Ward for you and then leave. But then if you imagine Muerta's not here, Mirana can actually balance this lane here. For the rank, maybe she won't. Maybe she'll shove it out. But if she did, then you will never get it back. And part of maximizing our farm is like, catch the creep wave, shove it, jungle. Creep wave, jungle. Jungle, comes back, shove it. I need the wave to actually come back to do it. That's why if you kill this creep wave, it'll force it under tower and it will like bounce back. Without that step, it can actually end up sitting here for a really long time and then you're not as happy. Okay, we'll take that. Use the Omni Slash, get the kill. And we go shove this wave. Smurf, that'll never work. No crowd control versus leap. Wouldn't have even walked away from the lane. I'm not sure you even need to spin that, but I don't mind. Okay, thanks, Dazzle. Oh, you guys ever just watch your carry farm and then nuke half the wave in front of them for no reason? I guess he's healing you is the idea, but I mean that's what you gotta be careful of when you play Dazzle. You gotta like wait for people to step away from the creep wave before you heal them. Yeah, because there's kind of some action happening here. I guess it's fine to run this way. Ooh, close. If we actually ran a little sooner, maybe we even get the stack. But I think that one would have been tough. This is where it's annoying, right? As the carry, I'm like, there's too many people here. I wish like the action was happening bottom. Looked away. Why did we ult? Shall we talk about positioning? I don't think we've been doing that for a while. For this game, it's the skill shots I'm really worried about. And then for Juggernaut, where heroes and creeps are is also a concern for Omni Slash. So you kind of initiate on this guy with Omni Slash from here. I think you're missing some of the value of Omni Slash though, which is, granted, this guy is currently a little bit isolated, so maybe this is our window to Omni Slash. On the other hand, there's actually some creeps nearby. I know they're low, but like 2 slashes is a big deal at this phase. He's also full health, and then the other people are showing up. I think you just auto attack this guy, because this is the cast range of Omni Slash, and then this is the range of Spin. So like some of the value of both these abilities are that every time you attack, even with your fast attack animation and your fast move speed, ultimately when you stand still to attack, people get away from you. So you like run up to someone, you pop around the trees, you're right next to them, you're attacking, they run away, they're about to get away, and then you can spin and only run forward to keep up with them. And if they ever stop to attack, you build distance to then be able to attack, kite, move again, or they just run the entire time. And then you have the Omni Slash cast range to use it on them, get close and kill them, or be on top of them again as it ends, so then you can attack, move again, or spin if you have it now. So I feel like when you initiate with Omni Slash, it has to be because you have to kill this guy really quickly for some reason. And Gyrocopter would be good to kill quickly. I just think it's really tough with the health he's at and with like the creeps being nearby. And we kind of see it, you know. Anyways, that's not the point of the Smurf video. Let's zoom forward. I think the Smurf would have just left. I think the Smurf would have gone through this twin gate through here, looking at the amount of farm available, or farm this way. I don't think the Smurf would actually care about chasing for more. Stack the ancients. Ah, you thought about it. You're like, wait, I should have done that one. You thought about it. That's all I care about. You can do a little kiting here. I think it'd save you some health, but maybe it doesn't matter with healing ward. Where'd we just TP to? We'll allow it as part of adapting to the game, but it does feel a little bit awkward. I do wish your team was still down here and you got to stay top, but I think TPing down and then straight into stacking is actually a very good adjustment. Dazzle and Omni are always just healing. So true. Oh, I see you trying to do the timing. Get here at like the minute mark. In hindsight, you maybe could push one more wave and then come over. I would be unsure on that because I don't really play the heroes. Also, I was reading chat, so I don't actually know the map state. Maybe you were scared, and that'd be fine. I think bottom would be better. There's actually just a more valuable camp down there. Right? 1446, run down here. Ancient. I think you probably can't get both, but you could probably stack or clear one and then stack the other. I think you could head down there and do that. And then same deal, pop up, do that. So instead of like an extra small camp, you have an extra ancient camp. Oh, I guess it's like partly done. Oh, Timber's here now. Oh, you're too good to your friend. You came to help him. The Smurf would have let him die. Nah, I'm up for that. I'm up for that. That's pretty good. Now leave! Leave me alone. Go play bottom. Get the team away from me. God, they're TPing up! No! Go away, guys. I think buy your own observer. You can wait for like the Manta recipe, but buy your own observer and then you just start playing here on your own. People keep coming up. That's okay. Juggernaut's a good hero to go play aggressively on his own. I think you would have just preferred to farm up top till you had your Manta, but we will adjust. How did you do at 15 minutes? We talked about it. Hey, 10k at 17 is still very, very good. Just imagine if my team had gone bottom. Gone even higher. Hello, Worth. What time is it? Started a little early today, but I think we can do like maybe one or two more. Oh, speaking of, blue flash. Sorry, I didn't even see. Oh, you just did it. Okay, I didn't miss it by that much. Thank you so much. Let me see. Can you compare our position 4 to our position 5's positioning? Position 5 actively tries to learn to push from trees and shove waves. That's what we told him. Awesome. That's perfect for this. Let's do it. Plot twist, he was actually smurfing. I suppose that's I didn't look to verify at all. What was the last rank? Archon? No, I think even without, like, I know, jokes aside, I can tell by the aggression that doesn't amount to anything. That's the difference of like some of the ranks. I think even going into like divine, like not even talking about like an 8k smurf, right? They'd start to have a better grasp of like which ones lead to kill and I should try, which ones are not worth my time. A couple of those attempts is what lets me know, like, it's very reasonable for the rank to be unsure, to be like, I think this is one, let's try, right? Whereas the higher up you go, you know, and so you don't waste the mana on it. Waste the mana nor the time. Even though you look at that net worth and you're like, damn, is that a smurf? It's more than that. It's like, what should I lay? I'll do team review for this. I'm on the timestamp. I'm not 100% sure what to stick in there. We'll put Guardian supports. How about that? This one, you're the OD. You're trying to teach them to play from trees. I think our position 4 is better. Okay, let's load in. Today's a shitty day to play Dota, minus 200 MMR. Aw, gonk, sorry to hear that. The plus 200 surely coming soon. No worries. Slardar, Snap, and Venge. Okay. Let's I guess we could just zoom around till we see the lane pushing, because that was the main question. I was kind of debating where to start, but trying to keep it related to positioning and related to well, we are going for it. I'm not gonna worry about this one. We just kind of like jumped in. Let's go from here. Let's go from here and see what's up. Okay. We do have Chrono. Chrono with Snapfire ult would have been the easiest way to get a kill. I probably would have looked to play with him rather than the OD for that particular play, just because it's the easiest way to use the Chronosphere. But since it happened, I mean, we'll just leave it as that, then come down here. Tower's already down, so if we can take this tower, that'd be nice. This is where it's a little awkward. The supports, actually, the time you smoke is kind of funny, though to kill Ricky, it would have been okay, and now Ricky's killed, and now it's kind of funny. Right here, I would just ward. You need, without the Snapfire ult, you need the Slardar to help you get the kills, but if he leaves now, it's super suspicious. So just ward, don't like push too hard for a kill. And depending how close the creep wave is dying, you could maybe wait for him and then smoke him in with you and then go. Does anyone have one? Oh, we don't. You probably don't even need to move up because you're actually just at greater risk of dying now than accomplish anything. Courier! All right, the smoke is revealed. Running mid. Careful of running through here because we're still waiting to see where Pudge is. You guys can be easily hooked through like that. You don't actually need to leave. I feel like you guys were just in the area you want to be and you all left. It's a separate issue from positioning. Okay, actually, now we're related to positioning again. If you want to bring Faceless Void into this smoke so he can use Chrono, you could do that. Otherwise, staying in this area would have been good. We kind of left and then came back. It's like we're sieging into the area we just left, which is a little funny. If you guys were all scared because you're like, oh, they're all missing, so we're going to back out, I get that. But then you came back in still without the same information, so it's like, I guess we're not that scared. So it's kind of funny. I think Slardar has jumped in a little bit too early, and or Snapfire just immediately launched the ult. Like, if he's going to blink, we're just going. So now it's a little funny. And then Venge, speaking of positioning here. So this is Snapfire ult range. That's why, like, as soon as he jumps, you can launch it if he connects. And then Venge needs to get in range for swap save. This is kind of why the Slardar jumped in too deep without more information. Like, it turned out like, oh, they're all here. This is bad. So Venge needs to get close enough for swap, and then that's it, because we don't know where Ricky is. So, like, right here, you're good if you're swapping right away. If you're not swapping right away, you actually keep waiting a little further away even, especially if we're starting with Cookie. But because Snapfire has the longer range on the ultimate that we don't want it to be canceled, I think Snapfire actually hangs back. And then after swapping Slardar out, you can like Cookie at that point. But we want to have a better shot of getting the full duration Mortimers from afar. And then here's where like, oh, I'm too close. I got caught in the same smoke screen as Slardar. So that's actually what we want to be careful of, is like being further out. For this exact moment, I think you still make it in... Never mind, we didn't make it in time. For Venge, by the way, I would turn on Nether Swap as my range indicator. Nether Swap is the one you want to position around. Snapfires is a little funny. You can do like one of these two depending how you're playing. Okay, after he dies, someone come over here to deal with this. And what were you doing on OD? You should probably go push mid when you see this many heroes. What are we finishing? An Ancient Stag? This is gonna take forever. I'd probably just like come shoving mid. And then the supports, you guys can head over here so we can deal with this creep wave. Okay, waiting for this. This is like when you do stuff, when you have that available. He still has Chrono. I think since we started this clip, he has Chrono, right? You can technically keep it if you're farming really well, but at the same time, it's like, let's get a free kill. That's where getting him involved in the smokes is kind of nice. Or smoking to him, potentially. I do what must be done. Thank you, Slardar. Slardar carry Dust as the initiator. All right, now that Chrono is used, now you guys leave him alone. Because he's low, he probably falls back to jungle right now, and you guys like take this tower. If he wants to help out, I guess he can, but there's a risk he dies as he like respawns. Since you guys are all up here, you can take the tower. If this tower is down, then you leave him and you all go away. All right, support players, back to you guys. Okay, this is fine. So after a fight, supports, look at the time, look at the minimap, and decide on what you're gonna do. If you have observers, now is usually a good time to do the de-warding and the warding. If there are other big objectives, such as stacking on minute marks, power runes, you can also make your way over there. Wisdom Shrines could be something. This is a team game, no excuses not to do Tormentor when you get a chance. And you guys actually have a pretty good Tormentor draft. Though we're a little low from that last fight, so it's a little dicey. But I think you guys probably could do it. Either way, someone getting a ward down would be good. Technically, you could put it where you guys are at now. But I would love to place a deeper ward, because that'll help direct our plays better to know where we are going with the smokes of like, I want to get people in the triangle, you know? So right now, with 3 of them dead, just walking in here is safer than usual. Not 100%, because I actually don't see like Ricky and Drow, and I even have some wards here, and this lane's pushed in, and I don't see any of them. So actually, there is a good chance they're in this area. Let's do a check. Oh, I can't. Oh, it's because I had the hotkeys the wrong way. Yeah, Ricky was top. Drow actually was bottom. Anyways, coming back to you guys. I missed the point I wanted to make here because I was looking around. All right. With that in mind, if I want to ward and de-ward, I don't want them to see me. Because if they're paying attention and they click you, they'll know. Like, okay, Snapfire's got 1 observer, 1 sentry, and then depending where I see her, I will start to triangulate where I think it is. So you're kind of like about to walk into the lane here on the Snapfire, which means creeps might end up seeing you. And then they're gonna know how many you've got, and then if you disappear and reappear, they might be able to guess where. So if you're not needed in the lane, we don't want to be in the lane. I don't mind this kind of sentry because you're worried about Ricky. If you thought, we kind of jumped here, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe you thought they had vision here, so then this kind of check is okay. If you guys are sieging this tower, you want the sentry to be further up. If you're not sieging this tower, you actually don't even need this observer. If this is like push while they're dead and then we're getting out of here, you don't even need anything because you're not going to fight, so I don't need to see anything. I'm just going off of the death timers. If you are, then this is okay. We're kind of missing some abilities because we use some of them already. We have the Snap Bolt, but we have no mana. So for that, it's a little awkward. But then off of this, you now walk into the creep wave, and you're like, I'm helping. But, like, Faceless Void and OD are doing it, so, like, they'll do it. You know, they don't need your help. Venge, I feel like Venge is also coming like, wait, guys, hold on. I'm here to help out. Let me auto-attack. If you guys get Ricky smokescreened because the sentry's too far back right now, the swap can't save. Astral can't save. Because you two are actually, this is a side note, when you have two saving heroes, OD is like pseudo save with Astral, and you have swap, which is also pseudo save. You could use it aggressively. You should never be close enough to be caught by the same ability that you can save each other from. So right now, these two heroes can both be smokescreened, and then we will raise an eyebrow. In fact, Snapfire with Cookie is also good for smokescreen. So all three heroes who can deal with smokescreen will all be caught in the same smokescreen and panic and ask to be saved, and then you'll look at each other through the smoke and you'll be like, what are you doing in here as well? Right? So this is where you want to be scattered. So Venge with the Nether Swap range indicator. Pick your favorite player. You don't have to tell me that it's, you know, you don't have to say it out loud if you like OD or Faceless more, but pick one. And then you can be like back here. If it's like, say it's they're right next to each other, so you don't even need to reveal it. But like, you can be behind this tree, and that way when the smoke screen happens, you can save them. And then if Venge is here, Snapfire Cookie range is not as long, but you could also be back. You don't want to be next to each other, because now if you two get caught, you like can't save each other, right? So if Venge is here, Snapfire could be like on the right side. And now if someone here needs help, you have Swap or Cookie, or both, because they're next to each other. Or if Snap gets jumped, you have Swap, you have OD Astral that way, right? If she gets found, you have Cookie out, Astral. Like, we've created a triangle of safety because we are scattering ourselves as opposed to all being clumped up here. Smoke screen aside, positioning wise, for placing observers, you don't want to show yourself in the lane, because if I'm the enemy, let me go back to their perspective. Let's go back like, I guess a minute. So I'm keeping track of the fight. Let's see, who died first? I forget. Okay, Pudge died. Does he actually do it? I'm not going to bother to check. But now that he's dead and he has nothing to do, he should just, like, click around. You know, like, okay, I am dead. So, like, what items do people have? What cooldowns are being used? Okay, he's, like, getting out. You know, we're watching this. Keeping track. And then he sees, like, you pick up observer sentries. Maybe he didn't see it that vigilantly. You know, nature's now died. He's like, okay, do a quick check. Do I need to buy dust? Is anyone working on a glimmer cape? No. And then I see, okay, observer sentry on the Snapfire. So you're still here in this fight. This is totally fine. We're trying to kill TA, no problem. So now you go out of sight. So now if I'm their team and I know you have an observer sentry, I am now starting an internal timer in my head of like, how far can she walk in this time? I have creeps here, right? So I know you didn't beeline it this way, but maybe you were waiting here and you're going now. Maybe you're gonna like twin gate, come ward bottom. Maybe you're gonna like go this way or this way, and that's what I'm looking for right now. And I'm watching, and then I see you and I click you and I go, oh, it's gone, right? So now for my internal clock, I saw you here in this fight, and then I see you here. I actually know it's physically impossible for you to go that far, right? It's 10 seconds. You almost for sure walked in a straight line. So now I know the observer is like, it's got to be somewhere here, and then here would be weird for you to do. Here would be like, okay. Here would be the most reasonable. So now when I respawn and this is all dealt with, I will probably bring a sentry here, and then I'm going to find your observer because you showed. But if you stayed out of sight, so let's say you're just out of sight right now, you end the Venge. Currently, you are contributing your like 5 damage to the tower compared to like Void has like twice your damage, 4 times your attack speed. We're helping a little bit. This is actually not that bad because they're all dead. So like usually this would be okay, but if you warded, you would stay out of sight. Ignoring that, like you could have been out of sight this whole time, and then maybe you guys make this play for Ricky, and I see you. But now you've been gone so long, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's here. You actually had enough time to like walk here, ward, and then rejoin the team. You could have like come through here and warded, right? There could be like in the lane if after this tower died and we lost vision, right? You could have actually walked far enough to like drop it here. suddenly I've like multiplied the amount of places that I have to check. From earlier, I said like these two would be weird, so it's probably here. 1 sentry. Now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 different sentries I maybe have to bring to guess where your observer is. And it's just from you standing out of sight. Maybe you would have hit the tower anyway, so then we can like include that. If you know you want to hit the tower, actually, hold the observer while you hit the tower. And then once the tower is down, you go out of sight. We just restart the principle. Okay, they last saw me in this tower. So now I can walk here and then get out of sight. I can walk up here, ward, get out of sight. I can walk back. If I still want this observer for whatever reason, you can place it now and then walk away. You can walk back here and do it. You can go through the twin gate and go here. And then at some point you show down here and I see you don't have an observer and I go, oh my God, she could have been anywhere, right? It could be here. It could be here. It could be here. It could be here. She could have walked this way and put it here. She could have TP'd and put it in the lane before I saw. Right at that point, I have no idea where you warded, and I'm not even gonna try. I'm just gonna hold the sentry until someone dies, and then I go, okay, I think it was over there, you know. So it all just comes from like you staying out of sight. This is true for like any support player, and it's not just your rank. I just did a coaching with I think a divine player. It actually came up in multiple coachings back to back. So there's a lot of players who do this, who like you win the fight and you don't think that hard about showing, so you just like show. And it doesn't backfire because most players will not do this to you until you reach a certain rank. To be honest, you don't have to do anything I just said. For this Guardian bracket, honestly, they didn't even click you. They don't even know you have an observer right now, and they don't know it's gone. So you don't have to do anything I just said, but someone will get you. Someone will get you. The occasional Guardian player will get you, and then at some point you'll climb high enough and they'll get you. So we can build the good habits now. I'm glad to hear that's a cool idea to a lot of you guys. I'll be real. One of my worst habits. I am really bad about this. This is the weakest part of my warding game. My warding thought process, in the humblest way, I think it's pretty good. Everything I just explained to you, I understand. You know, the idea of where to ward, all that's good. My worst habit is regularly checking people. And you can see this on stream. I'm really bad about it. It's one of the habits that slip when I play on stream because I'm like, to some degree, unfocused and not as tryhardy. It's one of the things that goes, is checking people's items. So I don't even make use of this element of gameplay. I myself do not do what I just told you to think about. But other people are much better at it. At least in my bracket, I know they check for me. So I play to counter that kind of habit, but I myself don't make use of that habit. I was reading chat. I didn't even see how you guys ended up dying. I think this is the push from Fog of War you were talking about. That started the original question. Here we go. So yeah, you're pushing. Let me actually show you from their line of sight. I think this is actually clearer for support players trying to pick up this habit if you look from the enemies. So here you dealt the creep wave. Even if you're not warding, let me just think about killing you. I'm a Ricky. I want to kill you. I have Nature's Prophet to help me, right? I just want to kill this Snapfire. I probably won't do it under the tier 1 tower. That's not a great idea. So then as you go out of sight, right? Which way do you go? For the fading vision, I actually saw you move forward. Now, are you in the lane? That's probably the first place I'm going to check. If I'm a nearby core, I'm probably waiting to see you show in the lane. If I was jungling here, right, I could just wait. Ember, Storms, it doesn't have to be these guys. Blink builders, anything, I just wait. The other place is here. That would be the easiest for me because I'm like jungling here, you walk in, and then I kill you. Easy peasy. So your default, if you're a support player trying to survive, outside jungle, in the tree line. That's the safest for you as you go down. And then as this creep wave shows, right, I'm TA, I'm jungling, I'm just looking at the minimap. I don't know exactly what you're doing, but I see you on the map. So then I know, okay, if I want to kill Snapfire, maybe I can make my way down there and kill you. The people here, they're like, you know, more involved in killing you. If you're in the tree line right now, because after you do this, you like walk through here, you can easily scatter shot through this. From this tree line, you can cookie in, and they won't really notice. Actually, on the cookie, you see the creep suddenly go, yoop, But they may not be paying attention to that. You won't see the hero icon flash, at least, and the hero icon is a lot larger than seeing a little creep icon suddenly go. But that'll be what like keeps you out of sight, which might give them less confidence to fight this. Actually, if I'm them and I see this, I know like, oh, Snapfire ult is something I am scared of, and now I know it's not here. So it's actually not just for you, it's for your team. I now know I can kill you, or if I was hesitant about this fight, about engaging in, and then Snapfire ult comes and makes a difference, because I don't know where Snapfire is, now I know you're actually literally not there, and there's no way you could possibly join this because of, you know, where we are in the game, and then they get you. How's the Venge doing? Just checking on Venge. How'd this fight go? Should go a little further back. All right, this is off that tower. So you guys are trying for the Wisdom Shrine. I would be a little hesitant about this because, one, we use some big abilities to win the fight. Sanity's Eclipse, Chrono, we used those earlier, and then as part of the stuff, place this stuff. This goes back to like, oh, if I don't need the sentry for this, it might save some opportunities later. For example, this one. You guys are thinking about this Wisdom Shrine, and it doesn't look like anyone has detection. I mean, you have dust, but like you can't just like drop that all the time, you know? So now you don't have a sentry, you don't have some abilities. I probably wouldn't have stuck around here as a team unless you see a lot of heroes go somewhere else right now. But it kind of looks like they're TPing in, you know, and I even know now Ricky's here. Okay, so Venge. As part of our save gameplay, Venge is outside the line of sight. So Venge wants to be in the tree line. Probably baiting Slardar. This is where it's actually a little awkward. Like, who do we bait on the front? Because Slardar's your initiator. This is the save. This is the, like, weird initiation that other people can't work with as well. It's kind of awkward on, like, who sticks around here. I would probably say because Slardar has Blink, you bait the OD. Like, OD stays outside, because you can very quickly join the OD with Blink. But if Slardar is here and wants to, like, Blink initiate here, OD and Venge can't really join. So probably Venge and Slardar out of sight, OD baiting. Or you could be all out of sight, baiting this Watcher. That's also okay, I guess. Or if we have, like, the Observer Sentry. But in the end, like, it turns out they're the ones seeing you guys. I'm guessing Ricky's watching because we don't have a sentry. But then they botched the initiation pretty badly. They just, like, delivered a nature's kill to you. Nice. Yeah, here you just want to get out. Even, well, I guess stunning her and then running is, like, kind of okay. Well, anyways, it's kind of a retreat at this point. Snapfire end up dying? What happened here? Oh, Drought did find you. Wait, we can come back to this. All right, this is in a couple different old videos. So right here, we're back to this. We're jumping back and forth in the timeline. Okay, we come up, we push this, showing or not. You know, maybe you felt it was safe to farm and you showed. That's, you know, okay. Usually you do that if, like, your ult's on cooldown and stuff. If you did it from out of sight, also okay. So then phase 2. Okay, my team is getting involved in this fight. I want to keep pushing. So that's a good idea. We can still be killed by, like, Drow, as happens. So with that in mind, I'm still being careful about this. 1, going through the tree line is still good. Again, outer tower, outer jungle better. 1, because it's more common to jungle this. 2, all the camps are on the low ground. So even if you're both on this side, you pop through here and then you see Drow jungling from here and you go, oh shit, you just leave, you know? Or you call people to come kill the Drow. But this area is actually pretty dangerous for cores for that reason, is that when you default to this side, you are more likely to see them without being sighted due to the high ground, low ground, as opposed to this side, which is even ground, and then in fact even high ground over here, so they might see you high ground to low ground. So your default's down here. Even if you want to walk through the lane, notice that your creeps see the same thing you see right now. You actually do have a lane ward earlier, but what that means is maybe Drow's perspective is better for this. Actually, Drow's is a better case. She sees you because you're with the creep wave and you are running into her creep wave. So now she has the information to work with. Is this too dangerous for me? Let's say you're like you're the OD. She's like, oh, I don't want to deal with that. So I'm going to leave, right? Oh, this is a support. I can kill the support. So now she's going to enter the lane. You want to do the same thing from your side, right? Where you want them, you're hoping they walk in and you get to see, okay, it's the enemy support. I don't care. I'll walk in, I'll scatter blast, whatever, and I'll leave. We'll just respect each other. I'm out. Oh, it's the Ricky, it's the TA, you know, it's the Drow. I'm going to die, so I don't go. And as the support, our advantage here, like the core advantage is that they can just kill us. It's unfair. They have the better advantage. Our advantage as the support is that I don't actually need this farm. I'm not under time pressure. I can sit here and watch creeps die all day. I'll do it. I don't care. I'll AFK in this tree line. I'll go get a snack, whatever. I don't care. I don't need the money. So you have all the world, like all the time in the world to sit here and wait. Because if someone is going to show first, it's Drow. Like, I have way more patience and way less money for... I can't get poorer. I'm broke. There's no lower I can be. So you can just sit here as long as you need to until you know it's safe. Because you see the core show somewhere else, or it continues to be dangerous, so you just continue to not show. Until your abilities are up, and maybe you can do it from Fog of War. Then that's like, okay. But like, as long as you are scared... you are under no pressure to show yourself. And that way you don't run into a situation like this where, oh shit, I found Drow. Or more aptly, Drow found me and now I am dead because I am the support. She is the core. She's actually not that rich, you know, she's like level 12 to your level 11. So it's like not the worst. But that is what 3,000 gold difference kind of does here, is that she ultimately kills you. So if you stay in the Fog of War, she may never know you're here. You're maybe too far. Sometimes you get unlucky, which is like you eventually show yourself and she was over here and she kills you. So like, what can you do? But it'll help you out. Not getting this wave is okay. Absolutely. Actually, to hammer that point home, I'm glad you're finding that piece of advice helpful. Let me like get that even further. This creep wave is supposed to fight this creep wave. So these are all the bonus creeps. If only these two creep waves are alive, it'll meet right here. Anything extra is what will determine the push. So right here, it would be a really slow push. If you killed every creep right here, you have a bonus of 1 range creep. This will create a very slow push because it's like 1 singular creep. It's very minor, but it is 1 extra creep, and it will then push towards the enemy. If you had like 2-3 creeps here alive, let's say, like we dealt with this 10 seconds sooner, like right here, we see this happening. You can do the mental math of like looking at the creep waves. I know I can do this from my own line if you need help with this. My creep wave that just spawned is here. So their creep wave that just spawned is here. Everything else in the middle is the extra stuff. And all the creeps are currently right here. So as soon as you kill this creep wave, your job is done. If you were a support who like wants to go make a play, but you're like, we have to deal with lanes first, Snapfire, for example, here, Scatterblast, kill this creep wave, you're done. The lane is pushing. It may not push that fast, and someone may come and deal with it, but actually you don't need to do anything else. So that's where you can then make the decision on like how much risk do I take or not. As long as the lane is pushing, the job is done. And right here, if this wave is done, it's like it's finished because it will push very, very slowly. Maybe we can see the reverse example of this if we go back even further. So actually, so Slardar pushed 2 waves. This wave will continue to push. Let's see if Slardar leaves. He is. So this wave is actually pushing, and he doesn't need to be here anymore. It'll be really slow, but it will push. And then Nature's Ult actually pushes it back, unfortunately. So that's the end of our example. Maybe another one will come up. Like, this wave is when it's done. I'm done pushing. In fact, just one scatter blast was enough. You don't even have to kill the whole creep wave. As long as your side has more health and more, like, creeps, it will push. And so now Snapfire can leave. If there's a play to be made, we're trying to do Tormentor, you know, you can come over, Roche. I gotta go, like, smoke, whatever, right? The job is done. This will eventually make its way in. And as long as it's making its way in, it means someone will eventually show here. In this case, the Drow. So even if she isn't waiting for this wave, if you are not here on the Snapfire, this creep wave is supposed to fight this creep wave here. It's actually fighting this creep wave now. This already has more creep, so it's actually going to push anyways. But then the next one will come in and will definitely push. So even if it's not this creep wave, in about 30 seconds, it'll get to here. And then someone will show here, or they won't show. And that's its own information for you guys to work with. So the goal of pushing is not the whole wave, just more HP for your wave. It's hard not to get free money as a support. It depends on what's happening. That's a good question. Like, Snapfire actually has her ultimate. The situation, you guys, she actually left too soon. Now, did she say she doesn't need to leave because she has the ultimate? She was really low mana, but that's part of, like, all of you guys leaving. If you guys are going to stay, Snapfire should stay. If we're disengaging and someone's coming over, it should actually be one of you guys, the cores. But let's say Snapfire is the one who needs to do it for whatever reason. She can come over, and because the ultimate is available, if you guys can make a play, which as long as you have like Slardar, Blink plus ult, that's a play. She doesn't want to be here that long on her own. She wants to rejoin. So if that's the kind of situation, you want to just like shove the wave and go. So as long as you get your creeps healthy, like, you kill the creep wave and you know it's pushing, done. If you are scared because you think enemies are nearby to kill you, one scatter blast to have your creeps have more health and then you immediately run, that's also okay. If you need Slardar and Slardar has no health, no mana, he's going home, he needs a clarity, whatever, now we have enough time to sit and farm. So now Snapfire can wait for that and deal with the whole wave. She can farm it, get that, you know, free money like you were saying, because I have the time to kill. Even though I want to use my ultimate, I need this guy. And then as he's done, then I'm ready to join. So then, like, maybe the next wave, I just scatter blast and I leave. I don't even sit to farm it because I want to get to the Slardar. Slardar could also come down and you, like, bait whoever's responding to this. That could work. That would be fun. Blue Flash, thank you so much for... I saw you... I would have done it for the first donation. Thank you so much for the follow-up thank yous. I appreciate it. No problem. I hope that helps. I hope that helps explain. I think that's a really good question. And I actually think those were some really good examples, like back to back. I think that was helpful, actually, for probably a lot of people, not just your players. I'm going to look at this one. Karma Kazulu challenging here. God tier positioning on the Winter Wyvern. Challenge me to find a mistake. Let's take a look at this. I'll bite. Let's do it. Winter Wyvern 5 Ancient. Does the replay stop once we find like one? Like, there it is, we're done. Take notes, gang. All right, let's jump in here. All jokes aside, we can see really good positioning, and then ultimately there might still be like some minor nitpicking we can do. But examples of good positioning, we still take those. still useful to see. It doesn't always have to be like mistakes that we can fix. This game, I think your job is to help counter when Magnus gets a good ult. Like, you can either ult him, or like they clump up trying to get to whoever he's RP'd and you ult them. So mid to late game positioning, we should always be thinking around that. Pudge hook can be similar, where like they land a good pudge ult and then you jump in and you like Winter's Curse. That's probably some of the biggest stuff we can do. Prior to Blink, probably turning on Winter's Curse or Cold Embrace could be good. And then later the Blink could be good if like you want to use the range indicators. Pushing it all the way over here. This is fine to do in a pub. I would probably do it, like, risk walking out here. We haven't seen anyone, so it's actually kind of scary coming out here. A mistake? Maybe. But I think it's okay for a pub game. All right. Top side positioning, if we're worried about Pudge, because we did see Pudge come up here. You seem to be looking. I'd say you can just be in the lane there, helping your Juggernaut, because Juggernaut already cooked himself. All right. I'm going back to the nitpicking, right? So if you don't need to like participate in other stuff as a support player, I recommend you stand here. This is like a very safe position, somewhere back here. The important thing is that you see down here to see the creeps coming in. And it puts you in position that when Juggernaut accidentally body blocks his own creeps a couple times and then griefs his own game before anyone has done anything, you can fix this as a support. You can walk up and body block this. I won't count this against you because this is less of your mistake. It's mostly Juggernaut's mistake. But this is what support players can do to proactively fix their carry's problems from griefing themselves, which is to like stand here and then aggro this out for them if they don't do it. But also you might hold it outside the lane for them. And then now that he's done this to himself, like as soon as these creeps drop below, you got to start hitting. Because we gotta try to fix it. There's actually not much to do over here. Because this now that I know it's a double melee lane, I just need to like, I just need to poke for free as the Wyvern. Yeah, that part's pretty good. And then staying on the left side, now that I know Pudge is in the game, you're kind of like fidgeting over here. I think you just stay on this left side. Because this is your attack range, even without your Arctic Burn. This is not the longest attack range, but they're melee heroes, so it's longer than them. So I think you can be over here poking this stuff, and then like let's say we're standing here. I mean, yeah, Pudge could hook me this way, but whatever. Like Magnus is over here, so the danger is like being hooked out this side, and this positioning will cover that. So you can just like step out, aggro trick, step in, harass, step left, aggro this, you know, no aggro, I mean, from here, or hit your own creeps. You did come over to unblock this camp, but actually this one doesn't matter quite yet. Because you put yours here, he's not going to find it. Or, like, that's what we're betting on. I kill it now, but there's kind of things to do in the lane now, and there might be a moment later where there's nothing to do, and that's the moment to come over here. If I have to leave the lane, even though there's things to do, then I want to do it when I'm forced to at like 150. I come over. Because technically, I kill this, so I'm like, oh, it's going to be open now. But now Pudge knows. If Pudge has another sentry, he could do it. He might have time to buy another sentry, bring it out, and then block again. Or he can now know, okay, at 150, I got to come over to body block, right? There's actually some downsides to clearing it too soon. The upside is, okay, I can now be in the lane at 2 minutes, and I've done my job. But we have sacrificed some last hits for it and opened up the risk we just talked about. So actually, if you can stay in the lane in this time, it could help, especially because we want to hit level 2 together with Jug, or with your carry usually. Yeah, so I like this, right? We do a little denying. We didn't quite get it, but you got it lower to help fix equilibrium. In that sense, I don't even need the pull camp, right? I actually am just like doing this stuff. We're kind of backing out pretty far again. You guys love these freaking watchers. When there's nothing to do, you can get the watcher. I see 2 creeps to deny. I see a Magnus to harass. I still know Pudge is over here. There are things to do right now. The watcher is not essential. You can just hit this stuff right there. Even if you get hooked, you won't die. You're full health. And you have this like Arctic burn. You'll hit them both and then run. Okay, hook is down. If we were paying max respect to hook, it's down. So now we are max disrespect. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there. Okay. When we Arctic burn from afar, if you're really scared to go in, this is okay. But notice we use it and he's at max range. So we spend a little time running, we get 1 auto attack, we draw creep aggro, we can get another auto attack, and then we back out. So 2 auto attacks in the Arctic burn because he was at max range when we use it. But if you spend the time to like sneak close here, and then you Arctic burn, let's say you Arctic burned now, for example, and you use it on Pudge. You're gonna get 5 auto attacks this time, because he's, even with your regular auto attack, he's in the circle. So as you kite and chase him, you'll get more auto attacks. And then Arctic Burn is even more so because it extends your attack range. So you kind of want to do the same if you feel confident to. If you're like really scared, especially versus ranged heroes, it's okay to do it the way you did it. Do it at max range, just hit them both once to get the damage in, play it real safe. Versus melee heroes, we should be looking to like get these extra attacks in. For example, what is Pudge doing and why aren't we just hitting this guy? Magnus is like back here. I think you can both just attack this guy. 2v1, you win that trade. You were thinking about pulling, but actually look where the lane is. You don't even need to pull. Even without the Pudge hook killing the creep, we can actually just be in the lane. And again, continue to constantly harass with Arctic Burn. Or even without Arctic Burn, just with the auto attacks. I don't know what you're looking for the sentry. You might be looking for the Pudge ward, because he's hooked a couple times through. If there is a ward and it's near them, they might deny it while you go for it, because he's like in the lane. If he has a sentry in the lane, which I'd say is a little strange, but just in case, they might now kill your sentry. So now I have to fight, like right now. If you feel okay about that, then this is okay. If you don't feel I am ready to fight over a sentry right now, wherever it may be, because this sentry covers, you know, can I not show it here? That was weird. The sentry covers like up to here. So if I'm not ready to fight for one here, here, in the lane, whatever, then I can just hold this sentry till later. For example, a moment more like this, where like this guy's over here, Pudge is over here, I feel a little bit better about fighting over a sentry right now if I needed to. Okay. I think I might jump forward to go look at team fights. You have not been hooked, which is certainly better than me. I get hooked all the time by Pudge. I'm so bad about dealing with it. But I do think you're missing some aggressive potential with some of the posturing, either stepping back too far or when we come to like deal with stuff. I think there are times to push it just a little bit, even a little bit more. With that said, you're having a very like stable start, and we can look for later. Okay, one hook finally lands. But yeah, it doesn't really matter, which kind of shows what I mean, where like if he does hook us, it's gonna be okay. We're probably just gonna fly away. All right, let's jump ahead. All right. We have jumped straight into a team fight. What's going on here? Silencer is the old Orchid Silencer wraparound back here. Sure. What abilities are up? I think looks like RP is down, but maybe about to be up. So we might be unsure if it's up or not. Okay. This is blink cast range. This is alt cast range. This is heal. I should throw heal in. Heal cast range. Okay, Wyvern in a really good spot right now. High ground and near a tree is like double whammy. You start to move in a little bit. Oh no, my Orchid Silencer didn't make it. You can move in a little further. As the fight develops this way, you can move in a little further, and then cutoff is around here. In case they have an observer on the cliff at the like max edge, it would see to about here. So even though usually high ground to low ground would be good, and you could like stand here while Jug is here, because of the observer and because you have blink, you would actually be like behind this tree potentially, or back here. There is a chance there's an observer here, I suppose, and then it doesn't matter between here or here, but we're just like hedging our bets. It doesn't matter if it's here, it matters if it's here, so you position around that one. Okay, we can wait for... our playmaking is ass. You can play with a Wraith King, I guess. You and Rubik go for the Wraith King. Or go with the Wraith King. I'm sensing a positioning mistake coming up here. Looks like they're getting Rubik instead of you. Ooh, nice save, though. Keep... be a little careful of stuff like this. Oh, a little further back. So, up to now, we're good. Pudge hook, right? Let's say Pudge is here. Hook, you get to about here. So, where you are, just passively good. Blink Magnus. Been seeing a lot of Magnus today. We showed blink range plus RP range, if they want to use that. So, like, going back to us, if I don't see a Magnus over here, blink gets him to about here, and then RP maybe catches me. You're like at the very edge of it. So right now, you're good to go. And then as you walk forward, this is where there starts to be some danger. Because I don't know where anyone is on the map. If they are in this area, I am approaching the danger zone of like, I could be caught and pulled back. Smoke, blinks, whatever, right? I've now entered the low ground. This is where things are getting kind of dangerous. And we're going to ward here. This has its own issue, which is that if someone is standing on this cliff or they have an observer on this cliff, it will actually, you're like right at the edge of being spotted. Of course, if they have something in the river, then like, yeah, they're going to see me anyways. But it is common to have something here. So if you do want to ward here, positioning this way is actually much safer for you. And then from here, you plant this observer. Even if they have something over here, they won't see your hero from over here, and then the cast range to the observer. So then this observer is more likely to stay alive. Uh-oh. And the tree line's not bad. Right here's good. Or high ground, because you have the blink. I don't know if you really need to blink in there, actually. This is what I want the blink for. So we kind of used it a little preemptively. Let's go back to that. So I was actually pretty happy with where you were, because I felt like if Magnus tried to make a play on any of these guys, you could respond to that. I actually don't think you want to jump in here, because even if you use your ultimate to set up this quap kill, which you could have done from over here, so that's part of it. If we use our ultimate to set it up, they can't hit, so it's a very short stun for these guys to get close, which maybe they could do it, so then it's like, sure. But I think it's okay to just hold the ult here until Drow stands next to someone, or like they stand next to each other, or for the blink RP stuff response. In the end, okay, maybe you were thinking about like saving this Wraith King. Then let me show you a separate mistake. This is really common for Shadow Shaman players, and Lion to a degree. If you were blinking in to help the Wraith King, this is the Cold Embrace cast range, right? So that means we ended up blinking in a little too close. So if we did need to blink, let's say we came from this angle, you could probably cast from about here. And in the same way, I think where you blinked from, funny enough, I think you were like at the edge of just walking in anyways with your... Granted, he moved a little further after that. But like, yeah, you blinked and it was like right here, you know? So like, actually, if you just walked forward a little further, you could have just Cold Embraced him without the blink. Shadow Shaman players and Lion players do this all the time, where they like want to jump Queen of Pain. Shadow Shaman players, you should actually blink behind this tree line, shackle, hex. Then even if they have a single target spell that could stop you, they can't see you from behind the tree, or they're just too far. A lot of players end up jumping right on top of the Queen of Pain so that the blink and the hex are like the same spot, and then they shackle from here. But then this is way more manageable for the team to save and deal with, rather than the shackles coming back from over here. Or the Lion can like blink, hex, stun, back out, disengage, wait, come back in, mana drain, whatever. I think you can probably just walk up here, but... This one's a little... This is like, okay, the Snapfire example, where Snapfire walked in the creep wave, right, and then died to Drow. So that's like... That's the max mistake. Step 2 to fixing that is what Winter Wyvern's doing. Walk behind the creep wave, so the creeps give you information first. And if a hero shows here, you see the enemy hero. The enemy hero doesn't... They see to about here. So then Winter Wyvern is like good to go. This is like next level pushing. Third level is the Winter Wyvern is in the tree line. The Snapfire's in the tree line. And then even when someone like intercepts the creep wave, not from the front, but they like cut in from the side, they would see Wyvern and kill Wyvern. But Wyvern in the tree line would still be unspotted. So that's level 3. And then same deal with the pushing, the spell casting. I think with where it's standing, it would be hard to use from over here. So that one you might need to reveal yourself a moment to cast the spells. But if it ever can be done from the tree line, that's along with like level 3 safety. We talk about this repeatedly through different ones. Save the blink. Walk into creep waves, use the spells, blink out. This will just invite more risk, where turns out they had an observer here, turns out they see the spell cast happening because they're over here, and they happen to be in this area, and then they blink out, and now they grab you. So you want to walk in, throw the spells, they blink and you go, oh shit, you blink out. That's the safest for like these kind of danger moments. The times to like blink in are, you need to know there's like a 2-second window to clear the creep wave. Generally split pushing, it's not usually that urgent. This is usually more high level, like you're playing around objectives really quickly. This usually only comes up as you go higher up in MMR, where like, I know we just lost the fight here, and I am here, and I need to kill this creep wave, so I'm gonna like blink in, clear it, and run top. And if I run in to clear it, it gives too much time for like low cooldowns, like Queen of Pain, for example, to have moved over and then catch me here. So I have to get to the creep wave now while cooldowns are a thing and positioning is a thing, blast it, and then like walk away from them, and that will work. But walking in and then blinking out will not work. And it's probably case by case dependent, but it's usually off of like a really big team fight in an area, and you now need to shove a wave and get out as like the losing measure. I'm sure there are other cases, but that's usually the one that comes to mind. Yeah, this is pretty good, all from the tree line. And then Drow responds from the tree line. We don't see each other, we both know we're here, but where to target, you know, it's not as clear. Actually, because you can tell where Splinter Blast comes from, sometimes if you launch it, you might want to like reposition a little bit. What was that? Did I miss what was that used for? They were trying for someone here. Okay. That's unfortunate. We'd prefer a more coordinated effort. Coming back to whether we should be split pushing or not. So if nothing's happening, this is kind of okay. We are ready to do things. And in fact, some of their abilities are still on cooldown. RP about to be up, but like these two are still 80 seconds. So it's actually on us to do things right now. So as supports, split pushing, right? This, one Splinter Blast, one Cold Embrace with the facet. Or not the facet, the, what is it, the shard? Yeah, there we go. Words. The shard, push it out, we're done. We don't need to see this catapult die. Even if we didn't fully clear the wave, one spell's enough, and you could start joining your team. So for example, if you had the teleport, you could like TP here and join. If you're trying to get this Aether Lens, looks like, right, we're good. Now head over. Maybe we need a teleport, maybe one more CS. But we don't need to like see this creep wave make it to the tower. I know this creep wave is pushing. That's going to create the opportunity I'm actually trying to make the play off of. Is that either I get my team to come over here, or because Drow TP's here to farm, then I can make a play with like the team over here. So as the support, we are the ones who kind of have to move. Even if this is the place to make the play, I need the team to make the play. So if they don't come over off of the call, then we have to go over. So head over. Wraith King is the guy to make the play. He's too far from the BKB. I'm not waiting for that. So we can make a play. And whoever, I call it out, like they're missing cooldowns. Let's go fight. Whoever joins, we go from there. They're actually making the plays without their ultimates and baiting out global. This is kind of a team mistake issue, but I see it a lot. I'm going to talk about it from the support perspective because it's what we're focused on right now. I see this a lot where support players have been like, go split push. Your team is useless. Split push, split push, split push. And there's an extent to that that's good, but like Wyvern's not a tower taker. Even if Wyvern makes it here, like whatever, we still need to make plays. So like this is the split push, and then we have to like try. We have to come over, nothing happens. Okay, leave, try, come back, repeat. Like at the end of the day, you're gonna need a fight to win. And we often have to be the ones to go over. For better or for worse, that's just how it is. Or you have to play someone who can do it on their own. So it's gotta be like Shadow Shaman, Marcy type heroes who can go and take it. Risky, but we got it. Now join the team. Run in, ult over there. Get him. Jesus, you can just about reach that guy. All right, let's go that. Let's do this fight slowly. So they're actually starting a little bit before us. We've waited so long, Golem is now back up. This is actually amazing timing from them. Like, their big ults, there's like a 3-second downtime here for them. Theirs is amazing. So we come in. We should be careful and play around our vision. So real quick snapshot. I see 3 heroes here. This is what I'm interested in. This guy. RP actually just got used. So my response for RP no longer matters. It's now when people get close, let's get them with the ult. This is the ult cast range. This is the blink. So you can actually reach like back here with Winter's Curse. So you're kind of good where you are. Hug a tree. Ulting Warlock would get him killed, but he's not going to contribute much more from here now that the ultimate and Fatal Bonds are down. If it sets up a bigger play, that's fine. Magnus is the bigger issue because Blink and Skewer, even with the ultimate down, Blink and Skewer are lower cooldown, so he can still contribute a lot. He can still like move people in this fight. Eventually Horn Toss will be back up. I'm not sure if it got used. He may have just RP'd. But he is a bigger issue, so I could ult Warlock, but I'd much rather catch Magnus. Queen of Pain could also be good because she hasn't shown yet. Going on to high ground is really good. I want to avoid this area. If there is an observer catching this area, that's what I'm trying to be careful. So actually where you're at is pretty good. And because Drow is shifting this way, I think you should also shift this way. With that said, I don't play much Wyvern. Pretty sure, even from where you're at, I think you've got him. I think Blink, Winter's Curse the Magnus, and Drow will kill him or have enough time for like someone to come up and like contribute a little bit. I think you can get this guy right now because I don't need to save it anymore for what's his name. But here we're actually like walking in. I'm kind of curious. Do they have a ward? They do. And actually just to show you guys the exact vision this ward gives, I mean, you guys have probably experienced it before, but this is kind of what we were passively positioning for, is that this observer will see up to here. And then sometimes it's like shifted on the cliff a little bit, right? So it's like, it could be a little further. So that's why when Wyvern was in this area, that was actually really good. And I actually don't think they should even fidget further. They should actually just stay in this area for how large the blink range is. Or move mid, because stuff in this lane is less common, like observers seeing you. There might be something on the cliff, which they actually do have a cliff ward as well, but the cliff is like all the way over here. So we were running out of room to like move up on this side, and I think moving this way would have helped there. Embrace save is good. There's the second initiation I was mentioning. He's like low cooldown, but he can still contribute. Gotta get him low enough where he's like too scared to do that or kill him. I think the first ult actually to cancel the channel probably would have been better, but all right, the fight works out in the end. It was very long, very drawn out. Hey Lax, what's up? Thank you for checking in. I think we're at like at the edge of the stream. I'm getting tired. What should we focus on Wednesday? Today was positioning. I like this idea. I want to explore it a little more of having a topic for the day. Maybe it won't be perfect. Like today wasn't perfectly about positioning, but it was mostly about positioning. Wednesday will be the next stream. And then there actually won't be streams next week because I'm kind of going home late for Thanksgiving, so I'm staying later. So we won't have streams on Monday and Wednesday. There will probably be streams later in the week. Should we start at the beginning? We can do like, actually, maybe we should start at the end. That's probably one of the bigger issues. It's like closing out a game. And a lot of times I spend too much time at the start. Or like, it's just where we begin a lot of times. Because people ask, maybe they don't ask, you know, and we just start at the lane, give advice, time goes by, and we like stop. Maybe next stream we do closing out the game, and we jump to like 20 minutes. Just look for opportunities to people to end. People can ask questions about high ground throws. I'll go with that unless someone hits me with a better idea that I'm like, yeah, that's good. We'll do that one. How do we get here out of the way from there? I think we just RP Magnus there, don't we? Or sorry, not RP. I think you Winter's Curse him. I guess you can wait a little longer. I know the rest of the team is not quite here yet, but I think with Winter's Curse, they can get really close. And it'll also save Rubik, and it'll put Drow in a really bad spot. I feel like Winter's Curse on Magnus is the play here. If you Cold Embrace first, they'll both save him, but the Cold Embrace first gives them time to BKB. In this case, Drow doesn't have one, so you could still BKB Magnus, though now he's got RP off, so even as you save him, he still can't, like, well, I guess he's Cold Embraced anyways. But that's kind of the thing, right? You actually could have cursed Magnus, and then Rubik is free to use abilities and walk away. And maybe you can actually even save Cold Embrace for a little bit longer. Now Drow's kind of like in peak position here. That's why Drow's always scary. Drow's positioning ended up pretty good in that fight. I think if you Winter's Curse there, that fight will go a little better. Winter's Curse, hold the heal. The initial curse pierces, like if you target someone, it can pierce BKB. If someone is BKB'd, they aren't affected by the curse. Like if Drow was BKB'd and so is Magnus, and you can ult the Drow, but the Magnus won't hit her because he's BKB'd. So it only pierces like the initial target. I don't think I'm going to watch the game, Mendoza. I think we're going to end here in a bit, but I will pull it up to look at your items if you need. I'm getting really hungry. Does the recursive curse pierce BKB? Oh, that's a good question. I think so. I'm not sure. I don't actually like playing Wyvern that much myself. So I haven't like tested it myself to do all that stuff. Where are we? Okay, I was gonna say we definitely need the Hurricane Pike and Shard to move around a little bit. So we have those. Mjolnir, and then you went Butterfly. Guess that's okay. I'm kind of debating if you need this BKB. Venge is kind of the saving grace that maybe we don't need it. At the same time, I can easily envision Legion dueling someone and then all their abilities come out. Ravage, Macro, Ice Path, he jumps people, and then none of you guys are actually hitting in duel, and then the duel target lives. I feel like we need some ability to, like, you know, BKB, as in, you know, like let's kill this guy. But you have the Venge, who could maybe save you, and in a way, the Dispel from Legion. So it's that's where I'm not sure. I also am not a main core player, so I don't know how bad it would be to not have it. Techies. Why is Techies the greatest hero in Dota 2? Because it makes the most people angry. And that's what Dota's really about. It's about tilting people. And, well, Techies is up there. Pudge is up there. Tinker's up there. Tough call. How to lane against Jug as an offlaner? It depends. You either have to respect spin range and avoid it, and just like whenever he uses it, disengage because you have like an escape or something like that. Or if you can just stand and fight, that's a good way. A lot of the bulky offlaners can do this. Underlord, Legion, Mars. It depends a little bit on the supports, like what they can do. But if you can just stand and hit him while he's spinning and do physical damage to him, and you have a lot of raw HP and you're buying bracers and stuff, you can usually just like out trade him. And you only have to do that once or twice. It's much easier for you to buy a salve to like tank through his spin, heal back up, than he is going to buy enough mana regen to like keep spinning and keep using healing ward. His mana pool is like teeny tiny. So once you like get ahead once or twice, you're usually good to go from there. It's just about like the upfront dealing with spin. And if you can do that, you're fine. And then you just last hit. Should make a tier list of rage bait heroes. So actually, I did have an idea to work with on with Slacks. He said he was up for it. We just never got around to doing it. I will find some time after I'm back from Thanksgiving. We'll do it. It is not quite the rage bait heroes, but it's similar. And maybe I should add rage bait heroes in there. But I have an idea to do with Slacks for a tier list that should be pretty funny. No, thank you for bringing the game. I think there were some good examples there. I think your positioning was pretty good. I was nitpicking some stuff. You had some pretty good positioning for most of it. I think for Ancient, that was pretty solid. Above the bracket. And then I pitched in a little bit more. Wednesday we'll do the ending the game, high ground stuff. I don't think we'll have a stream tomorrow because I have to finish the circle video. I gotta finish that. It's mostly done. I just gotta finish like a bunch of random details for it. And I gotta do that and then prep for Thanksgiving. So tomorrow is like a full-on work day. And Wednesday should be back for one last stream. Then we'll do the holidays, and then I'll be good to go after that. Let's see who's streaming. Who can we raid? Where can I send you all? It's funny. Okay, I think Tsunami is probably almost done streaming, if I had to guess, because he has raided here in the past. I think it'll be funny. We have to raid before he does. I'm gonna send you all there, even though Red Dead Redemption is completely different from Dota. I get it. So if you end up moving, totally fine. But let's do that. Oh, if you don't want Red Dead Redemption 2 spoilers because you haven't played it, then exit, because that's what Tsunami is playing, and we're gonna send him over. Send you guys over there. Okay, I'm a bit sorry. Yeah, we're just about to end. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go eat. But I'll be back on Wednesday, and we're gonna focus on ending the game. We're gonna jump to like mid-game stuff and look through like major fights. That'll be the plan. Thank you everyone for hanging around. I think we had some good examples today for positioning. Hope you guys found it helpful. Be back on Wednesday like we were saying. Bye everyone. Have a good rest of your day.